Merry Christmas Eve Eve. Except for it's not the evening. Christmas Eve Eve morn. What a way to start a stream. Alright, let's add a quote. Oh, wait, no, I like to capitalize things. Alright. Alright. Gotta fix that at some point. Refactor this. Yeah, gotta do that too. Gotta close out some of this stuff. Hey, Spurman. Make the game server validate. So, yeah, what we're going to work on today is finishing up the account portion of this stuff and then designing the bot bay portion and then probably just cleaning up a whole bunch of code. I don't think I'm going to start the bot bay stuff yet, but we're almost there. Almost there. So yeah, the goal by the end of today, have Azure, well, have the REST server be the new pre-beta platform. Also, have it be on Azure. So one of the things I don't think I even wrote down yet is make sure the database has real passwords in it. I'm using password everywhere. That's a no-no. The other thing that's a no-no, actually, you know what? I should explicitly check for the word password to make sure I'm not using development scripts anywhere. Hey, Echo9. Good morning. All right, so yeah. It's going to be a mostly normal day of development. Or should I just say normal? Switch to Hunter 2 instead. You mean switch to asterisk, asterisk, asterisk? Okay. Invalidating users. This is what I'd started to work on. Oh, I forgot to... Oh, no. I forgot to start the pre-stream stuff. Woe is me. Also, something I want to look into now, as long as it's morning, is how do you change the title of a window in Gulp? Like, let's say I ran... Hang on, let's figure out what I can even run. Do I still have that say hi task? I don't. Okay, well, is anything here really, really easy to do? Lint. Well, anyway, okay, yeah, so take a look. If I type gulp lint here, it changes the title of this thing to gulp. I want to stop that from happening because it's really annoying. Gulp. Terminal title. Maybe more people use gulp on Linux and Mac, where they call it terminal and not command prompt. Yeah, I don't... Wait, does that happen with everything? Like if I run calculator from here? Well, that spawns a program, I guess. I'm on Twitch says, what do you want for Christmas from Santa? I don't know. I'm pretty content with how things are going right now. So, as long as I have good health and good friends, things are fine. Changing a title is a terminal specific thing. I wonder, okay, if I do which gulp, where is this running from? Oh, there's a gulp.cmd. Oh, well, that makes sense. Okay, so I probably just need to modify this. No. There's no title in here. But there's gulp.js. Let's go take a look at that, I suppose. Node modules. Oh, what's this? No, yeah, that doesn't matter. So let's take a look at node modules. Gulp. VT100 had no titles. So while changing a title is a terminal specific thing, don't forget, Spurtman, Unix has been written in JavaScript like 100 million times. So I could search anywhere for this thing. Let's take a look at this. Something in here must be changing the title. CLI. Gulp. New liftoff. What the heck is liftoff? Hey, Bailey. Launch your command line tool with ease. Does this have something where you can change the title? Aha! Process title. Thought you could hide from me. Well, yeah. So this is the problem. Gulp has it written right here to say name Gulp. I bet if I got rid of this, module name, config name automatically. So I guess we just want to set module name and config name to this. So let's back up what they had. Done. Now let's set module name and config name. And now let's try running Gulp. You must specify a process title. Seriously? Seriously? Well, that's too bad. This is a test. Alright, did you see that? It just said this is a test. Yeah. No Gulp file found though. What's that complaining about? No Gulp file found. What? It's right there. Oh, this is probably because I changed the names of these things. Okay, well then I guess we're not going to do this. You must specify a process. I meant to do this. Hey, chickens kill. And no, I know Superman. The terminal emulator isn't rewritten in JavaScript, so it might not necessarily even take in a title. But yeah, I was just joking around. Okay, yeah. So I don't know how we're supposed to change this. Maybe they later modify the title. I highly doubt it. Nope, doesn't look like it. So yeah, using this liftoff thing, they changed the title of it to Gulp. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I change this so that, yeah, let's try something really quickly. Although I'm pretty sure this is going to fail no matter what. Oh, wait. It actually worked. Is this going to run pre-commit correctly? Oh, it is. Okay, so we just need to make this take in like process.env. What should I call this? Gulp title. Yeah, let's do that. Let's modify a library directly here. Hey, programmer D. Alright, so let's say var title equals that if title not equal to null. There. Alright, so what does this mean? This means that we can now, when I want to start this thing up by doing gulp server watch, I can say this. Let's go into the gulp file, server watch. There's no server watch in here. It's not in that. Let's just set it here. Set gulp title equals, I don't know, milkshake. I just want to see if this works. Now let's run gulp server watch. And this, oh, it worked. Okay, so it's kind of stupid that we have to modify a library like that. And every time we update gulp, it's going to get overwritten. I'm kind of surprised no one's ever complained about that, so they never surface something. Are we playing with rockets today? Yes. Decidedly so. Okay, so let me write this down. Let me write it down somewhere in coding, I don't know where. Node gulp. I'll say I was sick of the terminal title being gulp, So I added this change to gulp.js. By doing set gulp title foo on Windows, I could then change the title. What was the issue exactly with the gulp library? Oh, my notes are explaining it. Yeah, it was only this. When I would run a gulp command, it changes the window title to gulp. And what was annoying about that is I would have a title already where I would say something like, "Oh, this is client code, right?" And then I'd run gulp and I'd be like, "Wait, what? Where's my client tab? I lost it." And I didn't know why you couldn't configure it. And then once you close out of it, it goes back to the original tab title, which I guess is good. But yeah, now I'll be able to change the title when it's running. So what do I want to say here? There was something else I wanted to say. Oh yeah, where to find gulp.js, which on Windows is apparently here. No, on Windows, my gulp.js is here. This is because, let's just leave that there. A real JS developer would re-implement their own gulp analog instead of modifying the vendor code. You're right. I must not be a real JavaScript developer or a true Scotsman. Alright. So now that we've done that, now we need to set the title somewhere. So how about this? Let's make, where is watch? I'm pretty sure, there it is. Okay, user profile watch.cmd. What's in here? This is gulp watch. Oh my god. Okay, then here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna write our own watch.cmd, which says echo off set gulp title equals central server watch, and then we're gonna say gulp server watch. And when I run this watch, it says central server watch. And yep, there we go. Perfect. Hey, Weedley. Okay, great. Now let's also put this into the game server as watch.cmd. So writing really small scripts like this, I don't mind having them be Windows specific, because this is literally 2 lines of important code. This line does not matter. I set a variable and I call a startup script. Then that's it. So if I later want to make this platform independent, it's so easy to do that. But it's even easier to just write it as Windows specific code. Alright, so I think we were doing all this because I wanted to get to work on something and was bothered by something very minor on here. Yes, that does appear to be the case. What is this? Oh, by the way, I don't remember who linked me that video yesterday. The whole, what was it called? Sales guy versus web ops guy, where the server goes down and then he's just playing a bunch of Halo. Anyway, I watched it. I thought it was okay. JS.js is a JavaScript interpreter in JavaScript. What? See several demos running here. Why is this taking so long to load? Demonstrates executing the expression 1 plus 1 and getting the result 2. See, the problem is, if you just look at this page, you have no idea if this is just static HTML. I could have made an H1 and then a couple of divs and just printed this. I mean, looking at this page, you'd actually see their code. So let's just take a look at their code. Let's go to this one. This file has been truncated. 53 megabytes. Oh, because this is the where is it? What's it called? Mscripten. Yeah. This is the C++ to JavaScript module. So this was a bunch of compiled C++ that was automatically converted into JavaScript. Apparently it's huge. That was 52 megabytes. How big are these other files? 14. Well, that was 13 and a half, I guess. 12. So if all these things are needed, well, I don't know about libjs also, but if all these things are needed, this comes to like 150 or 200 megabytes, which actually probably isn't that bad compared to most C++ libraries and what you need to run Unity, for example. Okay, apparently a lot of people have seen those videos. Well, that video. The problem, see, they took that video and I'm pretty sure they pitch shifted the voices so that they get around like copyright problems or something. I don't know where the original video is from, but it's kind of annoying to listen to. I find myself, whenever I watch a video like that, wanting to slow down the video so that the voices get closer to normal, but then it's slower. What is the clock, your time right now, Adam? It's 9:13. I like the correction, Wheatley. Hey, Lulong. If you see Woucher today, tell him happy birthday. Also, you have to watch 3 Dead Trolls. You should link it to me. I might watch it. So, okay, there should be a way to invalidate users all at once. I need to check in what I just did, which is a very simple change. This and this. I might as well just check this in. Wait, what? What did I just say? Cannot find module. Oh, I need to run this from a specific directory, which is blce run without. Yeah, that works fine. Okay, so checking in some helpful batch scripts for Windows. Yeah. I modified gulp.js on my own machine so that I could modify that, so that I could set the title of a command prompt, cmd, to something other than gulp. Why do I keep thinking of things I need to write here, but I haven't written it. What is it that I need to write still? I modified gulp.js on my own machine so I could set the title of CMD. Oh yeah. One of the watch.cmd scripts that I'm checking in make use of the environment variable for this change. There's a version without the high-pitched voices? Wait, really? Oh man, I watched that whole video without thinking to search for a normal one. Well, it's probably, yeah, whatever. Fine. Yeah, I'll write this down. I still have a couple of the things from yesterday here. I never even turned off my computer. I only got done with some of the things last night. Alright, I'll have to possibly watch that later. Alright, so invalidating all users at once. Let's start with the invalidate a single user. Oh wait, we already have that. I just wrote that yesterday. Yeah, right? Right? Come on, guys, right? I don't know why I asked that. It reminds me, people who own pets, and they're like, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? You don't expect a dog to, like, bark, I am. So I don't know why I ask right when I'm on Twitch. I guess someone in chat could respond to me. You're not all a bunch of dogs. Well, maybe you are, and you got really good at typing, and you learned English, and you can see in a wider range of colors than most dogs. So I think our token would have expired from yesterday, but I did write this API. So okay, let's try it. Also, what did I miss in chat? Do you know how I could get the outgoing sounds of my PC with JavaScript? No, you can't get it with JavaScript. You could write something in Node.js to use some other library that would do it, but no one would have written something like that in native JavaScript. At least I don't think. So Audacity is open source. That's what Programmer D was mentioning. You can look at how their library does it. Yeah, if you click download and then click source code, you can look through all their source. Or if you're just looking for a program to do it, you can just use Audacity. Oh, look, a squirrel. Wait, what? Spiritman, that's like the best idea. Okay, so whenever I use a 2-button mouse, I bind them to backspace and control W because I find that those are the most useful two shortcuts. I use this all the time. In fact, this button on my mouse, this is bound to backspace. So not only can I delete text from my mouse, but I can go back between tabs. So you are the one who is wrong. All right, here we go. Let's make a token. Send. Okay, so here's our token. Next, let's patch a user. So we need this token in here, save that, and now let's take, I don't even know, MySQL-u root-p, use botland, select star from users. Oh, I only have one user. Okay, well that's pretty easy. So we can set user1 to true, hit send, not authorized. That's impossible. I've created a regular token, not a super token. I'm stupid. Okay, there, we pass this into here, we hit save and then send. Great, okay, so now when I redo this query, we should see, oh, that's not good. I know what happened. I didn't set this thing to true this time. True, okay, now when we do the query, take a look at that. Is valid was 0. Then I screwed up and I accidentally forgot to change something and it was still 0. And now when I correctly changed it to 1, it is set to 1. So we're good. We did write that API. It's just me catching up on yesterday. I was a little long. Wait, what did I miss? In most browsers, mouse 6 and mouse 7 buttons already go back and forth in history. Out of the box without the need to Yeah, but no one wants to go forward in history. Who wants to do that? And hey, Super Gadelos? You'll have to let me know about the pronunciation of your name. Keyboard combos for going back and forth exist, alt left and alt right. No, I know that, but what's nice about that is it's a one-handed keyboard shortcut. Does anyone know the reason behind backspace and delete? You mean the reason for why they exist on your keyboard? Or for why they do what they do? I don't know if this is the setup for a joke, a real question, or a history lesson. Okay, so invalidating all users. We need to make an API for this. Actually, what if we did this? What if we just did /users wait, what was our... Let me take a look at something. Yeah, so this is how you patch one user. So invalidating one user is this API. So invalidating many users, or well, all users, would probably be this API. Yeah, just like that. No, I gotta sneeze. I want to go forward when I accidentally press backspace. I do wonder how many people actually use any sort of forward functionality in a browser. I'm one to use tons of keyboard shortcuts, and I know that it's all right, but I use it so rarely that I just end up clicking the arrow when I need it. Alright, let's do this. So we're going to go into server.js, and I know this bothers a whole bunch of people, so let me close all these Sublime tabs there. I can stop triggering everybody. And we're going to say this patch users dot bind. Okay, so here was patch user. We had to do pretty much the same thing for patches all users. For now, and I guess I write a different date in here. For now, this is used for invalidating all user accounts. Masterful. Legit question, like why does delete go forward on typing? I get backspace. Delete. Maybe because they thought calling it forward space is stupid and delete is already, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just postulating. I don't know the answer. I wonder, there's probably someone who knows the history of this. Probably not in chat yet, but. Okay, so we don't get a user ID here, because there is no user ID. But we do get the auth token, and we make sure that it's exactly the thing we need to do. So, patching all users. This shouldn't be done here. What am I doing? Patching a user ID. So yeah, so this is totally wrong. Patching user ID equals user ID to set is valid equal to is valid. That is a much better log message than what I had before this. So let's paste that in here. We're going to say patching all users to set is valid equal to whatever it was set to. So set is valid is exists. So we do this. Set all users is valid. Okay, cool. So now we just change this, and then go write this function. Database wrapper set user is valid. All right, there we go. So return this .connects users update is valid is valid. I don't even know if that's valid MySQL. So let's just try it out. Update. I don't know the syntax for this. PostgreSQL has the same syntax for this at least. Update accounts set account balance. Okay, so we got to do is update users set is valid equals 0, and we just don't put a where clause. Oh, that's it. Well, that seems pretty easy. Let's create a new user. So let's take this out of here, go to create user, pass this into here, save, send. So now I have user ID 2. Let's select all users again. Yeah, so we have is valid is now 0 for both those users, is valid is now 1. Perfect. Wow, that worked great. Except for what? Token is null. Oh yeah, that person never had a token. It's only day 59. Wait, why is that? Why is that surprising, playing risky? Back in the day, the cursor was a position on the screen. Delete would clear the current location. Backspace move the cursor back 1. Oh. Good job. In SQL, it's almost too easy to forget where clause in insert and delete. But I actually want to have, wait, in insert and delete? Oh, I work fast. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I look back at the progress and I think, see, when you read the day number for Botland, if you're new to the stream, and I know playing risky, you're not new to the stream, but you might think, oh, he started 59 days ago. I did not. I started 3.5 months ago, and this is the 59th, like 8-hour day of development. So there have been a lot of hours put into Botland now, almost 500. That's not really true. Almost 450 probably because of lunch breaks. And yeah, so everything you see, the code base was pretty much started from scratch. I did copy paste some code from my prototype. All right, I believe we have this now. Let's try this out. So if I make a new API, let's call it patch users. So I'll edit this. We'll call this patch users. Patch all users. Patch all users. That makes it a little bit clearer about what this is doing. Also, out of curiosity, let me check settings here. Is there a way to increase the font size? Oh, there's a dark theme. Ooh. Okay, but that is not actually what I wanted to do. UI size. Bigger. Restart the app for changes to take effect. Okay. There. I've never. Okay, well that's good. I just wanted it to be at least a little bit bigger. All right, so we're gonna go to users. We're going to patch that URL to set is valid to something. So let's save so that we've got that in the future. Now let's try this out. So in MySQL, let me see if I can show you guys this. Yeah, so you can see the is valid column, everything's set to 1. Let's set it all to 0. Undefined is not a function. Oh, did I not restart the server? I don't think I did. Why does Control C not work? Oh, that just took a long time. Send please command for check my pass and login and link for game. Yeah, sure. You can start the app from your Windows menu. Ah, so I can. Thank you, Super. I don't think you ever told me the pronunciation of your name. Marvel, don't forget the slash. Okay, let's try this out. So now we send to this. It still says undefined is not a function. Okay, I must have called something wrong. Set all users is valid. Undefined is not a function. I wonder, okay, let's print out more of the error than just this. Actually, let me take a look at something. There should be a stack trace in here, right? So if I do new error A, yeah, A dot stack. Yes, that's what I want actually. Error plus error dot stack. Let's try that out. The other thing that actually could be going wrong here is just that I never started up a watch for this. I never did. This is a problem. This quit unexpected token caused this to fail? What? No. No. Okay, well this is wrong, but wow, that actually caused this to fail. That's not good. That's why none of this worked. Alright, we gotta update that at some point. Where's that thing? Yeah, and then also fix how, what's it called? Yeah, an unexpected token error is crashing the entire watch. That shouldn't happen. It's a Portuguese nickname. Wait, but that doesn't help me with the pronunciation. Is it Gadelhaas? Gadelhaas? I don't know Portuguese pronunciation. Oh God, now I don't know how to refer to you. I'm gonna short circuit. You'll find out I was a robot this whole time. As sparks leak from my nose. Okay, I think this will work this time. Let's try. So we restart this. And then I hit the send button here. Yeah, okay, perfect. So now when I do another select, check this out. Is valid is set to 0. Now let's try setting it to 1. So we hit true and then send, and now it should be set to 1. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we can now invalidate all user accounts. Hey Zephyr. Just say super. I don't know how to teach the pronunciation. Okay, well I'll put this into the rest of the pronunciations for this. So super. They told me to just say super because they didn't know how to teach the pronunciation. There. Forever captured there. Goldlick says Adam is a robot confirmed. While true, do gulp. Sleep 1, done. Watch is overrated. Well, watch is certainly providing a lot of problems. And that would actually fix part of them. So we wrote this API. Let's check that in. And then let's start to use the APIs. Now the goal here, right now, if you connect to botland, well, play.bot.land, :3000. If you connect to this URL, the game is playable. The way that these accounts are put onto the server right now is through a socket that I open to that. What I'm going to change it to is to this REST API. So it's going to hit the create user API, and it's going to pass in a username and your password. And the password part's going to be changed once I put in real security, but for right now. Wait, what? This didn't even start? Oh, my bot's not running. Oh, man. Oh, I feel so bad. Oh, this is a shame. Alright, so Bailey this morning tried using a token that doesn't exist. Oh man. God, I gotta go fix all this stuff now. Okay, so where did this try running from? Pre-beta database wrapper. People won't be able to buy the game. Yeah, I screwed everything up. Okay, we gotta launch this. Pre-beta database wrapper. Yeah. This can't work any longer. Oh man. This is not good. Okay, then let me remember to give Bailey, how do you spell the name again? Oh, I actually got it right. Another token. Yeah, this is bad. Make sure this is fixed to use the new system. Not good, not good, not good, not good, not good. So we gotta get rid of all of this. There, database wrapper, done. Delete for now. What's next? This has to be used somewhere else. Remind user of password. Yeah, it won't be possible for people to even play the game anymore. Oh, this is so bad. This is just so bad. Wow, these are the growing pains of the game. So I guess we comment out these 3 lines. These 3 functions, I mean. So remind user of password can't be done. So we comment that out. Yeah, does user have pre-beta? Can no longer be done. Grant pre-beta access also can't be done. All this stuff, when we get socket messages, can't do that either. Okay, let's try running that now. We just gutted the entire pre-beta functionality here. Okay, there we go. Bailey, are you still in chat? I have 2 Ys. Oh, weird. How is this? Oh, I see. This was you messing around with things, apparently. Probably. Yeah, okay, that's why I was confused about that. Alright, so I'm going to try giving you another token. Actually, first, let me give myself a token. Let me see if this even works. Oops. Oop. Yeah, there's a bug there. But let's see. Does this work? Okay, it does work. Oh, man. Alright, so let me give you a token now. That should have sent you a whisper. Yeah, break everything just before Christmas. Hey, Sir Crash. Alright, I gotta fix something else now. When I type Adam into my token program, it tries whispering Adam. Hey Mason. Spiritman, don't even start it. Okay, yeah, pre-beta's down for now. Well, that's the goal of today anyway. The goal was the REST server should be the new pre-beta platform, also have it be on Azure. We're going to work toward that as much as possible. So, yeah, full throttle ahead. Alright, let's set database wrapper this sort of the same as set user is valid, but for all users. This is not a boolean. This is 0 if invalid, 1 if valid. And yeah, Bailey, I'm glad it worked, but I'm sorry it didn't work the first time. You're probably clicking links on that page wondering, what does this do? Everything else started up correctly, right? Yeah. What's this doing? What is this doing? I just never started that. Yeah, alright. Okay, so we commented that. What else do we have to do here? Yep, that's good. And then this. Why is this opening up in the background? What's going on there? Yeah, patches all users. Fix the logging there. Got rid of the new line. Yeah, this part's all fine. Okay. Yeah. There is now a REST API to invalidate all users in the database, in the pre-beta database. This is useful for wiping out accounts every week. Done. Next, make the game server take into account whether the isValid flag is set. Wait, game server? We can't do that. We need to make the REST server take that into account. Make the REST server take into account whether it's set. Actually, do I? How did this used to work? Man, this is not good. So first we get the user. If they're valid, we do something. If not, we call into something else. Yeah, okay. We're gonna keep things that way. I think that means we need to change the server then. Did I write it to do in here? No. Where did I write that? Where did I write that? Oh, in the game server, I think. REST client. It was in here. Yeah, they might exist as an invalid account. This needs to be handled too. I'm just going to delete this. The reason I'm going to delete it is because we'll handle this differently. So there, problem solved. I'm going to just say remove the comment. Removed a to-do comment that I don't believe is going to be valid any longer. Yeah, actually this is just canceled then. So make the game server take into account whether the isValid flag is set. This is where things get much more difficult. Up until now, the game server has been on the same computer as the database. Now that's different, which necessarily means there's a variable amount of time between when we can contact the database and when we can get the response back, which means that it's asynchronous, which means we just got to be careful about that. But I'm sure there are going to be tons of bugs that result. So let's go to the game server. We have the connection manager. And the way that this works right now is we get, where do we check password? Yeah. Where do we check this? Add pre-beta user. Does user have pre-beta access? Yes, this is now going to have to be an asynchronous function, whereas it was not currently. That's not currently the case. In fact, I bet our game server doesn't even start. Yeah, it doesn't. In fact, I'm nearly positive it doesn't. Oh, today is going to be fix everything day. All right, well, let's call watch. This will probably work. This will probably build, but it won't actually run. The reason why is because we have this database wrapper all over the place. Well, okay, let me rephrase this. It'll probably run, but then you can't actually connect to the server after that, I bet. All right. Oh, this is called central server. Oops. Oh man. Okay, let's change that to not that. This needs to be changed to game server watch. Oh, my camera's probably going crazy because my CPU usage is high. I can't even save files. Yeah. Not good. Okay, CPU usage is back down to normal. So this is the game server. This is building everything. Oh, also, the client's watch needs to be fixed. Yeah, lagging like crazy. That's because I was running too much stuff on my machine right now. I gotta figure out a better way to do all this. And hey, old man. Okay, let's change something around right now. Let's move watch to. Actually, let's just delete it. The only thing this thing was doing is calling gulp watch. So rm watch blcl s watch.cmd. We take what we have from here, we paste it into here, we change this to client watch. Gulp watch, done. There. Alright, so the game server actually did finish transpiling. It won't work now, so let's run it. This I won't be able to connect to this. In fact, okay, it does start up. That part's important. So if I run the client now too, and then connect, it's launched in a weird position over here. Okay, so when I hit this connect button, I bet I just crashed the server. Look at that. Yep, cannot read property get user of undefined. Okay, time to fix all this. So for this, I don't think we need to modify the client at all. So let's just leave this open. Let's close the client. I guess I'll restart this just so that it's got the correct name. Is this going to kick my CPU into overdrive? Any free passes today? There will be once I get this working. But until then, the game isn't playable unless you already had an account. Experiment says it won't work, so let's run it. Oh, that's how we gotta check to make sure it won't work. So yeah, if you already had an account as of yesterday, you can still play the game. That probably means that something like 4 or 5 people can play the game. Oh man. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it all. Okay. Time to get to work. All this stuff needs to be changed. So where's this being called from right now? When a client logs in, we check to see if they have pre-beta access. Orange Ray says I want my money back. Oh man. Alright, let's start this one step at a time. So here's what's got to happen. This can't be a synchronous API anymore. Does user have pre-beta access? It needs to be asynchronous. So when a client logs in, I guess we can create a player for them automatically. Like this needs to be changed. So to do this is about to be async. So we need to change the code flow. In fact, let me turn off purchases for the game right now in case someone tries buying it. I don't think it'll even work, but let's find out. So we're going to change all of the amounts to, actually let's do this. Let's just do 1E9, 1E9. There. Okay. It doesn't matter if there are 7 values or not. In fact, let's not make that assumption. Let's just delete all the extra ones. Okay, so creating a player is fine. If this is false by the end of this function, we won't even attempt to make the player come online. Look at where this is set to false for an explanation. If the player's already connecting but hasn't actually made it online yet. Okay, so I wrote code to prepare for the asynchronous nature of what I would eventually do, despite that it wasn't asynchronous. So players have a connecting state, an online state, and an offline state. And it's this connecting state that's important. So we'll need to test out what happens test what happens when fetching an account from the game server just takes like 10 seconds. Shouldn't run into any problem. Try connecting again during this process. So this thing can happen. Initialize socket with player. This is only if everything totally exists. That means if someone tries connecting and doesn't have access to the game, they will... Oh no, they won't be sent to everybody. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Tom Peach. Alright. I think we can do this. So, this needs to be moved down to here. So, if allow connection... And then once this is done, we need to call initialize socket with player. Oh man. Okay. Let's do this. Let's say this dot connect user if they have a pre-beta account. This is going to take in a socket, a name, and a password. And I guess it'll take in a player as well. Because the player object's already been initialized, yeah. And this eventually needs to call into this function. So what this used to be is this. Let's keep this around for the sake of reference. So let's just modify and put this here for now. So we're going to say connect user if they have a pre-beta account. This now takes in a player object at the end. And it probably, well, yeah. Okay, so this needs to change. We need to write to do use the REST client to contact the server. Let me put a bookmark here and go to the constructor. We get the REST client and I don't think we do anything with it. Oh no, we do set it. Well, at least I thought of that. Do not validate pre-beta access equals true, then just return true. So that's not what we can do now. We now need a promise. This needs to be a promise. Yeah. We need to say something like this. We need to say dot then just initialize them. Put this up here. And if that doesn't work, then catch and send them something that tells them what went wrong. Logger.error user. Let's do this. Name does not seem to have a pre-beta account. Okay, that's kind of how I want this to work. In fact, that means the player isn't even necessary here. So that's kind of a good thing. Yeah. Alright, so let's get rid of player. Use the REST client to contact the server. So we don't even want to do that. If this returns, oh my god, alright, there's so much to keep in mind here. We need to do this too. We say const promise equals require Bluebird. Then we need to install Bluebird. So botlan game server npm install save Bluebird. Alright, so now we return promise.resolve here. So if we don't even need to validate pre-beta accounts, everyone has access, then we just call initialize socket with player. In fact, we can actually test that now. Yeah, we can. Alright, let's see. Game server watch is finished. Wait, yeah, now it's finished. Okay, let's run the game server, and now we should be able to connect. But only locally. So we've basically fixed nothing. Oh, in fact, we didn't even fix that, apparently. No, wait, no, that's fine. This is not an issue. That's because I had... Wait, what? Why is that? Get 3,000. Yeah. I know what happened there. Okay, so let's start this up. We hit connect. And we connected. Perfect. Hello. How are things? Let's try connecting in another tab too, just to make sure. I don't know why my name is written so stupidly. Maybe because I had caps lock on or something. Yeah, alright, we're definitely connected to the server because I can chat. I can probably like put bots down and then kill the other person's bots. So let's load up whatever silly script I have here. Okay, yeah. What team is hello on? The blue team. Okay, good. Auto deploy. All right. Okay, cool. So this is working. Yeah, this is working. I think that's all there is to say about this. But that's just local connections. So what's happening is this. This is not really an asynchronous API right now because this always calls this, which returns immediately. We're going to make it better. What is this? Spurtman, that's very funny. I think I might have seen this before. Oh, yeah, 4 years ago. Okay, yeah. All right, let's make this the proper asynchronous API that it should be. So here's what we got to do. We got to get the user. Yeah, we got to get the user. Wait, what do we have here, actually? We have create user, add pre-beta user. We have an add. We need to say does user have access? Yeah, we don't have something like that right now, and it's gonna resemble this function, which I never liked. When I say never, I mean I wrote it yesterday and didn't like it yesterday. So does user have access? Username. All right. Well, let's start this. So we can pretty much copy paste this function that I don't like. Put this here. So we don't need to, actually, do we need to get this? User's name equals, how does this work? Get user, I can't drag this upward. I want to reorder, oh, I can drag it upward. Why didn't that work? I tried like 4 times. Oh, it worked the first time. It just took a long time to update. Okay, we're gonna call this get user by name. And then we're gonna try, this shouldn't work. Whoa, no, not cool. This is not an authorized API? What? What was I thinking when I wrote this? Get users, yeah, what? Oh, seriously? I just never put authorization around this? Eventually there. You gotta be kidding me. Did I copy paste this from somewhere? Okay. No idea. Just no idea. That makes no sense. We gotta authorize this API. Yeah, this is what should have been done. So if authorization passes, that's when we want to call all of this stuff. And I guess we put this here. Now we put this here. Wait, creating a bot bay. This was never even correct. I didn't read over any of this apparently. Wait, all of this is wrong. Well, what did I? Oh no. No, something's horribly wrong. I pasted the wrong thing. Okay. All right, I was looking at the wrong area here. So here's what we got to do. We got to do this, and then if we've authorized, then we want to return this. All right, then we want to do this stuff. Yeah, actually, this isn't bad at all. That was super easy. Now the question is, does it work? Which is the most important question. So let's restart this and try again. So before, when I pressed the send button, we got a whole bunch of stuff here. Now when I press it, we should get an authorization error. Auth token is not defined. Okay, that's part of it. Now let's define an auth token that is just totally made up. Close all this stuff. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into here. We're going to say made up true. We're going to use our secret key of bots. And here's our token now. This is a totally invalid token. BL token is this. So we hit save, send. Auth token is not defined. Oh, this is, I'm stupid. Auth token is taken from the headers, which I never did. All right, so that's actually still not a bad change. I don't mind that. And I think this should have piped this out pretty quickly. So now we're ready to rerun this, and now we can hit the send button. User ID is not defined. That. Aha, we have to say null here. We're getting there. We are getting there. Let's try now. Send. Perfect. Error is not defined. Hey, Olo. Olo, did you have to do anything special to always have a gray name? Does it hash people's... No, it doesn't. Why is your name always gray? Ah, perfect. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look. Scroll down to response. What? Oh. That seems really stupid. All right. That's good. Now let's do this. Let's do... Does get user work? Okay, that means we have a proper token in here. So let's pull the token out of here into here, put the valid token in here, hit save, and then send this over. It's working now. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Okay, that was a very important change. Otherwise, you'd be able to get the user details of anyone without needing to be authorized to do it. Rather, everyone was authorized to do it. Okay, so does user have access? We hit this URL. Oh, this is going to fail now. This is going to fail. Okay, well, time to write some to-do items in. Pass in an auth token. So we need to get a super token first. This needs to happen the other place that we did this too. No one said it was going to be easy. Olo says, I bought Twitch Turbo, and you can set your color as you wish, any color in hex. Oh, okay. I knew that about Turbo, but I thought you had an icon when you had Turbo. And I don't see an icon for you. Maybe that's another Twitch Turbo option. You can go Twitch Turbo Ninja mode. No one will ever see you. Okay, let's get this working. Does user have access? We need to pass in a super token. So we need to get the super token first. So first, start by doing that. This dot fetch super token. This returns a promise, if I recall correctly. Yes, but it doesn't say that it returns a promise. I gotta sneeze again. Okay, I have to stop announcing my sneezes. That's the second time. Second time in 1 week I haven't sneezed after saying I would. I'm a liar. I'm a big fat liar. I don't know what to believe anymore, Olo. Oh, once you set a color and then lose Twitch Turbo, you still get the color? Is that what happens? so this will return the token. Yeah, so we need to take this part up to here. Good. So now we'll have the token. Then, if we have the token, we use the token to hit this URL. But the only way to do this is to have dot set BL token. Yes, this. Set BL token equal to token. And then, yeah, actually that's it. That's all we have to do. So then the next part of this is going to return a response that has the user in it. How does this work? The response has, oh no, the response could have a 404. And so is this code. If the user didn't exist, all right, so we got to do something like this. So there's always going to be a response. We got to check the HTTP status to know if it was a 404 or not. Or maybe we should check for success instead. Yeah, that's what we should do. We should check for success. Hey Versace, Christmas team. Alright, what does this return on a proper response here? 200. Okay, so if the user exists, then we can check them. So this is the user existed. So that means we can get the user. That would be rec.body.user. So const user equals rec.body.user. And then we can check to see if they're valid or not. So does user have access? Let's do this. So if, let's just stringify the user for right now. Alright, so if user dot, and I believe it would be is valid, yeah. If user dot is valid equals 1, well, let's say not equal to 1, then let's do throw new error user existed but did not have a valid account. Yeah, okay, cool. So that's that. And if we got down to here, anything other than that, we would say user did not exist. Okay. So get the super token. With that, save off the token. With the token, get the user that we want to fetch. If the user existed, see if their account is valid. If they don't exist, do this. Okay, I think this is what we want. And I also think that this code is relatively neat. It's not very nested. Okay, so now we gotta test this out. Finish building, let's restart the server. Adam, tell me if I'm wrong, but shouldn't you have a donate button? No, I haven't set one up. I don't know if or when I'll do that. Okay, how do we test this now? We got to do does user have access. Alright, so here's what we got to try out. Let's type this dot rest client dot does user have access Adam. Rec is not defined. Yeah, what was I thinking there? Rec doesn't exist anywhere. Where did I get this from originally? Response.body. Okay, well, let's rerun this. Oh, I think it worked. Got a token. So that's our super user token. And then got the user. And is valid is, okay, wow, perfect. Okay, otherwise we can just say, so else logger dot, oh, this should be a logger dot info. Logger dot info And I guess I'll print their name out here. User name had a valid pre-beta account. Or had, no, it's has. Now let's try running that. There we go. Yeah, check it out. Adam has a valid pre-beta account. Now let's make it invalid and try this again. So it's currently set to valid. Let's patch the user so that it's invalid. Done. Now let's try running this one more time. And we got this. User existed but did not have a valid account. Perfect. Hey SwiftBlue. Adam doesn't want a donate button. Adam hates our money. I just hate you 1%ers. You should keep all your money. No, for the new people on stream, my initial reasoning for not wanting to allow donations or subscriptions is that I want you to just enjoy the stream, and that about a year from now, maybe 14 months, when Botland is released, that you just post it on your Facebook or Reddit or something. But I'll probably end up making a donation thing anyway. All right, so this worked. The problem is the calling code doesn't really know how to use this yet. So we do this. We say this .rest client does user have access. This takes in a name. Wait, what? Why do I take in a password here? What did this ever do? Does user have pre-beta access? Did this even use the password? Oh, check if their password's valid. Oh yeah, that's the next logical step. Gotta do that at some point. We support him by just being here and watching. Yeah. Yeah, you do. Ola says, I'm sure that he just doesn't want to pay taxes from donations. Well, if the taxes were greater than 100%, then that'd be true. Otherwise, I'm at least getting some money. No, I'll eventually set it up. Okay, so this used to check to see if they exist, if their password matches, and if their account is valid. So something that would be nice to do here is to get the user account. And then I check all this stuff. Yeah, why is the REST client isn't what checks this? That doesn't make any sense. Right. So let me test something out. I think I already tested this, but I just want to make absolutely sure I know what's going on. So if I say, no, I can't do this. How do I do this? This would return, wait, if I do have a number here and I say something like this, then resp console.log resp. Yeah, what if I ran this code in just about blank? Is this going to print 5? Yes. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so I have a basic understanding of promises. Someone should donate him a donation button. What if I ended up with so many, you didn't know which one to click? They were all different values. They just drained your bank account. All right, here's a much better way of doing this. It's not does user have access. This is a REST client, so this needs to be something like get user. And then I do all this logic somewhere else. All right, I've been structuring this whole thing wrong. Just totally wrong. This should have just been get user. And then here we just do this. We say return user. Done. There, logger.info. Found a user with name equals to, what is it, name or username? Username. Okay, cool. So this stuff doesn't matter whatsoever. If the user exists, then we just return them. And if the user does not exist, then we don't return them. Or we return null. I'm not sure what we want to do there. We'll think about it. Okay, this is a much better API now, because now the caller can choose what it wants to do. So we go to our bookmark here, and we instead say this: get user name. Dot then we take user, and we can say whatever we want to here. We can say if user dot is valid, well, equals to 1. So if the user is valid, then we check their password, I guess. So to do check their password. Well, let's not check their password for right now. Let's just kind of skip that portion and move on to the next bit. Which we can't have a catch. All right, yeah, let me write out this logic. In fact, verifying their password is super easy, right? Yeah, they're because passwords are plain text right now, so I guess we could just verify their password. So we could say if user dot password equals password, and this won't eventually be the case. Don't worry about that. So let's see, generic error. Either the account name you provided does not exist or the password is wrong. If you do not have an account, go to bot.land/prebeta to find out how to get one. So we need to say this generic error in the case that your password is wrong, so that you don't know whether you guessed wrong or if there's a different user. So we say socket.emit. We have a socket here, right? Yes, we do. So we do this. And then we say winston.info. Where's our logger? Oh, we shouldn't be using Winston directly. We should be using logger. In fact, we should get rid of all of these things. Every instance of Winston. I'll do that in a different change, I think. I'll just write that down here. Change connection managers Winston instances to logger. Okay, so what was the code we were writing here? So emit a generic error to that person, and then say someone tried connecting with an invalid password. Done. All right, next up. Else their password is good and their account is good. So we just return, I guess. We can return true here. We can return false here. Yeah, because the asynchronous part is over. This is actually a much better way of constructing APIs with promises then, huh? Well, I'll have to look into this some more. So this to-do needs to be gotten rid of. And if the user account is not valid, that is this case. So someone tried connecting who does not have pre-beta access. Wait, no, actually, there's something else we need to do here. Yeah. Okay. A Worth says, what am I watching? You stumbled into Bizarro Twitch, where we torment new users with code. This is really, I'm playing Super Mario 64, and your stream is screwed up. I just beat Bowser. This is me making a game. So I am making the game Botland, and if you watch the video that was just pasted in the chat by my bot, you will find out what the game is all about. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Study for finals or watch some guy type random code that makes no sense to me. So the code probably won't make sense to a lot of people unless you've been following for a very long time and you might be familiar with maybe my code base at this point. It's mostly just, yeah, watch a guy make a game, not necessarily understand the code base. But like I said, feel free to ask any questions you have. Oh, Scorched Yeti actually asked one. Hey, would you recommend your mouse? How did it track on different surfaces? I have used this on 3 different surfaces, and it worked fine on all of them. Would I recommend it? Yes. So what I look for in a mouse, because I'm crazy, I actually just showed this yesterday, but I used the War Mouse, I used the Cyborg MMO, and now I'm using this. So my biggest requirements were tons of buttons, and then now I need to have a shift button on my mouse. Ever since I used the Cyborg, I realized I needed that. So this mouse has, let me bring up a picture of it. This mouse has 3 main buttons. So left click, right click, and shift. And the shift is not totally obvious to people when they're looking into this mouse or why you might want it. So let me show you. So left click is pretty obvious, right click is pretty obvious, but this on the side, which kind of just looks like a ring finger rest, is a button. You can hear me clicking it. What this does, and I'll bring up the UI to make this blatantly obvious, is when you, here we go. So I have a whole bunch of functions customized on here. This will eventually pop up. There we go. So take a look. There's a whole bunch of functions. When I hold the shift button, all of these change over into a different set of functions. So what that lets me do is I can, with, let's say, these buttons, let me put this in the camera. With these, I can do page up and page down. If I hold shift and press them, they become up and down. And so same thing. These are like tab back and forward. If I hold shift and press it, it becomes left and right. So what I really like is that this lets me use a ton of different functions at once, and it's pretty comfortable. So yeah, I definitely recommend it. And yeah, if you ever see me like modifying code or doing something that I do from the mouse too is, if I had typed a command like echo hi, I on my mouse press up and then enter and rerun it, or I close this tab and go back to wherever I was. So I very much like this mouse. There are some problems with it. One is that every once in a while, if I press enter from the mouse, it does this and just never stops. And I have to go into this dialogue and toggle this on and off for it to get fixed. So that part's annoying. Does that work in Linux? I don't know about the mouse. I can't comment on whether it works in Linux. I'm sure there's some generic mouse driver. Is it software dependent? So yeah, the Logitech software I can't comment on. The actual mouse working in Linux, I'm sure the mouse works. But yeah, I don't know about Logitech software. You'll have to look that up on the site. You don't really need a mouse in Linux. I'd still argue, I think scrolling web pages that you've never been to before is like this, for example. I don't know what's on this page, so I think the best way to get through it is scrolling, and it gives you the best mental map of where you are. I know you can page up and page down and even hit space or up and down or anything like that, but I still think scrolling has a purpose. Anyway, I was debating on how I should structure this API, and I think what I settled on is it should have been almost exactly like this. In fact, the other thing I'm wondering about here is, should the REST client just return null here instead of user did not exist? I think it should just return null. Yeah, and I'm going to say, instead of found, I'll say did not find a user with name equals that. Oops, sorry. I was trying to get my water off of the coaster, and the coaster got lifted up with it. Programming mouse. Can you repeat the keyboard shortcut for switching between sites in ST? Between sites? You mean tabs? I'm not sure what you mean. Tabs, it would just be Control Tab and Control Shift Tab. Well, actually, so there are two different ways of navigating between tabs in Sublime. One is just going to the next one, so I can hit Control Tab to do that, but that's because I customized it. I think by default that's Control Page Up and Page Down. And the other one is going to the last tab you were in. So if I'm in Constants and I go over to Server, Control Page Up for me will go back to, or Control Page Down will go back to Constants, and Page Up will go back to Server. So I like using both, actually. Okay. So we got to make sure that this is bulletproof. So there needs to be a catch in here somewhere. If there was any problem, I guess we mark the user as no longer being connected. Connect user. this should say error. And then we should say error in connect, error from connect user. Then we put the error here, but then I think we, to do mark the user as no longer connecting, I think that's important. In fact, I think we need to do that. I think we need to say that they're offline at this point. Where else do I do this though? Oh, there must have been a place where I do this. I need to take a look at what the code used to be. So did this ever even happen? When a client logs in, we check to see if they have pre-beta access. If not, we disconnect their socket. Where do we set that they're connecting? Connecting. Set connection state to connecting. Initialize socket with player. This needs to be done much sooner. Oh man, okay. So you are considered to be connecting as soon as you've attempted to connect the first time. So this needs to be done up here when we create the player. Yeah, here, great. Okay, so mark them as connecting. Now if that fails, in here we say player dot, and I don't know how we not mark them as connecting. I think there was set connection state to connecting. So let's just search for this. Went offline. I think that's what we want to call. Is this called from anywhere else? It's called from disconnected. Which is called from, this is called when a player's socket disconnects, went offline. Okay, so this should already be done. So note, we don't need to explicitly, oh well, we kind of do. We need to say socket.disconnect. Note, this will call into the player's, wait, is that true? This doesn't, how does this even work? That means the socket needs to know about the player. This is called when a player's socket disconnects. Oh, because this is the disconnect listener, which must have been added somewhere here. Oh, that's not even, ooh, that's not true. This needs to be done immediately. Player.set socket, yeah. This is totally wrong. This stuff needs to be set immediately. Am I getting funding for this project? No, I'm not. I'd like to do something like this soon, but can't imagine doing it without some sort of income. So I saved up money before doing this, but also my wife has an income. So I'm not making any money from any of this stuff yet, and I don't want to get funding because I want to have full creative control over the game with my co-founder. Game Vivo says, yo, what's up, all? Things are going well here. I don't know if that was a question directed toward me, but should I go to uni for CS? Did you? I can't comment on whether you should, but I did, yes. And the reason I can't comment on whether you should is because, well, I don't know anything about you. So do you like to program? Are you someone who does well in a formally structured education environment? Do you want to learn more about computers? And then I think other things I would ask are like, what are your eventual goals? Do you want to get into like networking, graphics, game design, game development, any number of things, embedded systems, robotics? Like, what is it you want to eventually do? Okay, this needs to be called from somewhere earlier, probably up here. So let's just paste this for a second. As soon as we make the player, we need to set the socket. Yes, so we need to do this. So even though we haven't authenticated the player yet, we need to make sure that their socket, wait a second, what does this mean? This means that if someone tries connecting with a username, they can lock that person out. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. I gotta think about this. This is not good. It's just not good. We can't do things this way. This can't be the case that someone gets locked out of connecting just because a username was specified with the wrong password. This is not how things are going to work eventually. You won't be able to connect to a game server by just randomly specifying usernames. But that's how pre-beta works. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. What did you learn in university? Did they teach everything? Well, so when you go to school, when you go to higher education, I guess I should say, you usually get to pick what courses you want to learn outside of your core courses. So the core courses were things like operating systems, computer architecture, programming language concepts, some actual programming languages, so you'll probably learn at least one or two, networking, and I think that might have been it for the core classes. I'm not positive about that. But then as far as electives, there's things like AI and graphics and all this other stuff. University told me you have to go to undergrad for CS. What does that mean? I'm not sure if you're asking what undergrad means, but typically, so whatever schooling system, this all depends on the country, but like in America, you do like K through 12, and then you can choose to go to higher education. And higher education starts with undergrad, which just means your first degree, really. So this is usually 4 years. And then you can do a graduate degree, which is like a master's or PhD. And then these all depend on what program you're doing, anywhere from like 1 to probably 6 years. I don't know. So undergrad is just the first thing you do after high school. Happy Mohanta says, which software are you using? This is Sublime Text 2, and I'm coding in ECMAScript 6, which is JavaScript. Okay. So this can't be the case that someone gets locked out of connecting just because a username was specified with the wrong password, which anyone can do. However, it eventually won't be the case that someone tries connecting, that players connect directly to a game server. If that were the case, what does that mean? Do you have the skills to make software for Microsoft? I think almost any developer who's been developing for long enough would, yeah. So I actually used to work at Microsoft. I worked on Windows, but that was a decent amount of time ago. Alright, this can't be the case that someone gets locked out of connecting just because. So I don't know what to do about this right now. This is a pre-beta thing. Like in 12 months, this won't be an issue because you won't connect to a game server. You'll connect to an account server with a token. No, actually, it will still be the case, won't it? Someone could try connecting to a game server who does not have the right account. So I need to keep around not a player object, but like a shell of a player object. Oh man, I need to think about this more. Need to come up with a way to stop people from trying to connect twice. Maybe we just allow it, and then if one actually goes through, we stop the others. Actually, that's probably the best way to do this. I gotta think about this some more. I don't think I'm gonna talk about this too much more now because there's more stuff to figure out. Oh, okay, so socket.disconnect. This will call into the player's disconnected function, which will mark them as being offline. Automating operations on one side, I discovered that they temporarily ban users when you have too many unsuccessful logins. Yeah, they should just ban the IP temporarily. Can you tell the salaries? No, I won't be doing that. But also, salaries have been changing a lot over the years. Um, I'm in Washington State, and anyway, salaries change a lot. Kind of tempting to get all the people banned on that site. Yeah, and I gotta prevent that from happening for this game. So I think what I'm gonna do is allow any connections to try to go through. The first one to succeed, which means that they authenticated correctly. That'll be the only one that gets to succeed. And then anyone that was in the connecting state on the same account is kicked offline. I don't know. It's really stupid. If we do that, then we need to check if a player, then when a player comes online, we need to mark all connecting players with the same ID as being offline. Yeah, offline. Then if a player, yeah, so we first need to check to see if they're in the connecting state, and if so, allow it and mark all the other ones. Yeah. What's wrong with one player being connected from two places? I don't want to allow people to be in two games at once. Actually, a lot of games don't let you do that. Like, you log onto your account and that's it. You are your account. Because otherwise you could be in like 10 different games at once. GameView says, how old are you? That's not a question to answer. Is let ECMA 6 for local variable? Yeah, it's a block scoped variable. So var in JavaScript is like, it's function scoped and it's hoisted, which is, it's kind of weird. So you have something like this. If you say console.log a var a, this will print undefined. If you, so prints undefined, this errors, yeah. So in JavaScript, variable declarations are hoisted to the top of the function. They come before everything else, and that's super weird and doesn't make sense to a lot of people. So ECMAScript 6's let it changes that. So if you do this, then let a, this should error out. Why did I leave Microsoft? I didn't enjoy my job. It's not that it was a bad job. It's that I didn't enjoy it. I was in security there, and I did not really like security. I was also a tester, and I didn't like being a tester. You can just check if they're already logged in and block them. Right. So that's what I'd be doing here. The thing is, logging in is an asynchronous process. So you start logging in at like t=0. This is when you start login. Start login. The actual login doesn't happen until like here. Maybe this is t=, I don't know, t=10. Login worked. So in this time, we are contacting the database to see if you have an account. So what I'm saying is, let's say you started 2 logins at once. By the time one of them works, there's another one that's in this process somewhere that's just contacting the database. So I need to mark all of the ones that are in progress as being disabled, and that way when they get to the point where they determine that they worked, we say, oh no, we're not allowing that. So yeah, I've got to do that. Adam is immortal. And yeah, Spurman, there are probably tons of race conditions on real sites. Anyway, I gotta be careful about this. I'm gonna just write this down for now. but I haven't finished coding the rest of this. So we have initialize socket with player. That's not even, it's this part that I didn't even finish. So we get a user. I think what I need to do is this. I need to say something like, is user a valid pre-beta user? User password. So here's what I do. All we do from this is this. Oh, and a socket. I guess we put a socket. Do we? Yeah, we have a socket. What we should take in is a player. Anyway, socket user password. So we put this code here for now. We're going to change that. We're going to say this dot is user. So socket user password. Okay, good. So that's where this code would really come into play. That way we can have pretty much this exact same code that we had before. And I think this will make this function a lot clearer. So we say pre-beta user. So if they don't exist, make sure the username is valid. Make sure the user is valid. Have you seen Bill Gates in real life? I don't think so. When you log in and validate the last token. So it's not last token. There's like, you could have hundreds of logins that you start. And I need to keep track of all of them and then make sure that, anyway, yeah, there's a lot of stuff I'm going to have to do. But I'm not going to do that yet. That's not the part I'm going to work on. Add an entry to the table the user's trying to connect, delete it after. That way you know if they're trying to log in or already logged in. Okay, so a couple things. One, I'll work on this in a second. So I'll get to that after maybe a few commits or something. And a lot of this architecture is going to change. Some of this is just for pre-beta right now. Second, Tuga, I linked specs, which shows you it's not a Naga. It's a Logitech G600. All it says, you must write some code that if user is logging in from faraway place, user in a short period of time, the game should inform user in home place. Might have been hacked. Yeah, telling you about people trying to log in from other places is going to be something that would be nice to have eventually, but will probably not exist at first. Okay, so we've got this code now. So socket.emit, this generic error now needs to be pulled up into here. So let's put this up here. This is the error you guys might have seen before at this point. But so we check to see if this exists. Name doesn't exist here. I guess we need to pass the name into that too. Socket user name password. Okay, fine. So now we have the name up here. All right, someone tried connecting with an invalid password. Your credentials are correct, but your account expired. So now we can get rid of all of this, and at the bottom of this, just say return true, which means that this was all successful, everything validated. Perfect. So in here, we say was user has pre-beta access. Wait, can we name a variable that? Yeah, we have that here. Okay, great. So if, okay, then we can initialize their socket. And then this needs to return this, a promise. Okay, finally. All right, that's all good. Now, what does this do? All right, I think this might work. We're gonna test it out in a second. Can someone open up a new tab and play a different game or a different browser? No, so I don't want to allow that to happen. Like what I'm getting at is, imagine if you were playing, just pick any first-person shooter. You log in on your account from, I don't know, computer number 1. Now you pull out your laptop and you log in as yourself and you join the game a second time. Like that doesn't really make any sense. Otherwise you'd have a game with like 10 copies of yourself in it. So yeah, most games I think prevent you from logging in twice, even if it's from a different device entirely. Unless it's a single player game, then that's totally different. Like I can probably log in on Steam on multiple computers. I haven't tried that. Yeah, cap theorem makes it difficult to solve all race conditions. Yep. Rather than checking the players connected more than once, you may check if a player is trying to play more than one game at once. Well, for right now, I'm designing something that is eventually not going to be the real design because, as you guys know, the game is, well, it was playable as of this morning. Then I broke everything. Yeah, so I'm designing for something different from the production environment. What's the best programming language for games? I really think, yeah, what Varsik said is pretty much correct. The one that works. I know that sounds silly, but it's like, what do you like coding in? And that's not to say that it's maybe the most performant or that it's got the best use of memory or something like that. But for most personal projects, use the language that you like to use, because most personal projects aren't even going to get completed. So that's not the biggest worry I think you should have. But if you are talking about just what's the best thing to learn for maybe a professional job, I'd say, yeah, maybe C++. If you're going to say what's the best thing to learn for just hobby programming, it's whatever you want to use. Realize, not essential, kind of useful after I got a message from Facebook. Oh, yeah, and it's useful. Okay, so once any site becomes big enough, it becomes a target for malicious people. I think that's bound to happen with every single website. So like Google, I'm sure has hacking attempts. Facebook, I'm sure has hacking attempts. Some guys like random personal website on a service that only 2 people have ever used probably does not have hacking attempts. So I think with Botland, if someone's trying to log in as you, eventually, yes, I'd love to surface that information. But at first, there are going to be like, well, I hope to have a lot of users, but they're going to be like 10, 20 people, and it's just not worth putting the time into at that point. What language is this? This is ECMAScript 6, so it is JavaScript. Okay, let's try this out. So I hit run. No, wait. No, this is not going to work. How do I get this to work? Alright, let's write the test case down. Test, turn this off. Do not validate pre-beta access. Set this equal to false. Make a user in the database. We already have a user. I just don't know what their credentials are. Where's that MySQL tab? There it is. So I have Adam, whose username is Adam, and whose password is password. So try connecting as Adam/password, and then try connecting as Adam/ something that's made up. So we're going to try both these things. Let's rerun the server. So I'm going to say set do not validate pre-beta access equal false. Then we're going to launch the server. Whoops. Okay, so the server is launched. Now we connect to the client. So we got the server open here, the client's open here. Now when I try connecting, first let's try, oh yeah, we also got to try connecting as like Billy/password, which doesn't exist. Wrong password, success. Okay, so let's try connecting as hello, does not exist. So we hit connect, and we cannot read property get user of undefined from 368 of connection manager, which is probably not this 368. Of course not. It's the transpiled 368. So let's do this game server /bin/dist/ game server /source/ connection manager. Now it's this 368. REST client get user. So REST client has a get user. What happened here? Oh, did something? I bet I know what happened. No, I don't know what happened. This doesn't have a get user function? Let's take a look. That's really weird. I thought I called this earlier too. Missing error handler on socket. Okay, let's try this. So this .rest client.get. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Oh, it's. wait. This REST client, connect user if they have a pre-beta account. This is coming from here. Wait, yeah, weird. What is going on here? Huh. Hey, Walter, happy birthday. And chat's not non-existent to me. This is relatively involved code that I'm writing right now, so I am trying to take a little bit longer in between responding. Oh, and also thanks, Walter. I just scrolled up and I saw your grats on 1.2k followers. Oh yeah, actually just broke 1,200. Nice. I have you guys to thank for that, actually. So I never said hack. How did you do that? Chat. How long have I been programming? What was the first language I learned? I've been programming for a long time, and the first language I learned was some variant of BASIC. And hey, Deck Attack, and hey, Grill Artist. All right, cool. All right. I don't know why this is failing. So the function definitely exists. Maybe REST client doesn't exist. Let's just do this. Actually, stringify this dot REST client. Except for let's not stringify it. I don't actually want to do that. I want to do this part. Yeah. All right. Let's try that out. This is gonna save like 1,000,000 times over. Come on, you can do it. Wait, why is this? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so I got to fix that. That's a really pesky bug. But let's start this up and then restart the watch. Oh, and thanks for the follows, everyone. You will get a whisper soon with a link, and that link is what you can use to control my lights. So if you want to make it very Christmassy colored in here, you can do that. And hey, the Dutch on. Okay, yeah, so let's take a look. What happens when I try connecting this time? So I hit connect. REST client is undefined. Oh, I think I know what's happening then. So in server main, I construct a connection manager, and yep, that's the problem. This .database wrapper, that's totally wrong. This should have been REST client. And this needs to happen after the REST client was set up, of course. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. So this relies on PubSub and REST client. Okay, let's try rerunning that now. All right, what else am I missing? What's my words per minute like? I don't know. You could probably figure it out from watching the stream. Hey, Captain. All right. This will eventually finish building everything. I can't test this out again until it's done. I didn't expect it to take that long. Wow, 1.48 minutes. Okay, well, we can run this now. And now this should be defined, and this will ideally work. In fact, we can test it. We can do this. This dot connection manager dot rest REST client. Evaluating it. It's an object. Great. So now we hit connect. This should fail because the hello account doesn't exist. It says error from connect user. Error not found. Okay, so this error is a 404 error. That's what's getting returned. We didn't get any other logging there. I know. Oh, that's because the catch is getting hit. No, what? How is that happening? Yeah, this is considered an error. But I'm getting a response. It's just... All right, what's the URL we're hitting? This, right here. Let's take a look. What does this return? You do not have it. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Let's try it this way. Get user by name. Name equals hello. Send. No user found with that name. However, this is status 404. So that's why this is saying error not found. That's a catch though. I thought, this is all wrong. We need to diff this file. I checked for a 404 before here. It was here. Oh, it was in the catch. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm stupid. We can do that. There's no real need, I guess, resp.status. But this could be just an error. In fact, this might not exist. Oh, what do we do? Oh. This may be undefined. Okay. Oh, hello. What an analogy. I like it. I never really say no C++ to me. Yeah, familiar with it. Captain says, what is best, C# or C++? What's the difference? Oh, man. So C# is a language that turns into an intermediate language, and then that intermediate language gets run. So it's higher level than C++. You don't have to do your own memory management. There is automatic garbage collection for you. And in general, that's considered to be easier. But because it's obscuring certain details of what you're running, in that sense, it's considered to be harder. So I'd say most people would say C# is easier than C++, but I still think it's just, what are you comfortable with? Like, with all the questions that people ask me on stream, I think what people first need to identify is, what is the goal? So in asking what are the differences, is it because you want to learn one of the languages and you want to figure out which one to learn? Because if so, I'd want to know, what do you want to do with the language? And then I'd say, where are your interests? Like, do you enjoy dynamic typing? Do you enjoy memory management? Okay, this is actually totally fine. Let's try out the next case here. So it said error not found. I actually probably need to do something about that. Let's say when attempting to log in as an account that doesn't exist, a 404 is getting returned in the catch. So I need to handle this a little better. But just a little better. It's working now, so that's fine. So now let's try connecting as Adam with the wrong password. Wait a second. We never got a response from that, did we? Ah, yes, that is actually a problem. The bug is that the user connecting doesn't get any message about why it didn't work. Okay, well, let's try this then. I'll connect as user does exist. It says either the account name you provided, Adam, does not exist, or the password is wrong. Okay, cool. That's actually correct. And then here we find out the real reason. Someone tried connecting with an invalid password. Great. So now let's connect with a real password, and this should work. Password. Your credentials are correct, but your account expired. Oh, I actually didn't think to test that. Okay. Well, it's a good thing we accidentally tested it. So Adam password, but invalid account. Invalid pre-beta status. Okay, so now here's how we fix this one. Here's what went wrong right there. If we select all the users, you can see that, let me zoom in on this. So Adam is marked as invalid. If I mark it as valid, this will just start to work. So let's patch the Adam user so that they are valid. Send. There. Now when I try logging in over here, it should work totally fine. Connect. Perfect. It worked. Nice. Whew. All right. Okay, so now we just need to fix up a whole lot of code. This isn't too bad. In fact, what this should probably return is either an error message or no error message. and then the error message would get sent to them. No, I can't do that because there's got to be a message to send as well. What database do you use to store accounts? I'm using MySQL. No, it's just WebScale. Oh man, those videos. There was another one of those videos I saw with those dogs and like an ignorant customer. I don't remember what it was about though. They all kind of take the same theme of like a rational, knowledgeable person talking to an idiot, and the idiot keeps asserting some parroted stance that they read on the internet. Okay, so this thing needs to be addressed. I'm gonna put this on the to-do list. And then, yeah, let's just read the below and then fix it. So make the game server take into account whether the invalid flag is set. That is actually done. That's done. Okay, great. So now I need to check this in. I'm going to clean up the code in the process and then work on those other to-do items. So let's see what we got here. Get users. This actually means it. Oh, this is actually a bug fix, wasn't it? Yeah, this is a bug fix. We checked this in on its own. Fixed a problem where get/users name equals foo did not require authorization. It now requires super user privileges. Done. Now we can get to the real commit that we just did. So that was just a bug fix. This is, we needed Bluebird. Okay, that is good. We have promise incorporated there. Now here's where things get a little iffy. First of all, why is that to-do comment still there? Oh, because I never saved the file. Okay, now let's take a look at this. Good, delete the extra new line. So even though we haven't authenticated the player yet, we need to make sure that their socket is set so that their connection state can be saved. Now the way we're doing things now is sort of a denial of service. The way that it works is this. If you try in this diagram, if you try connecting, so you start a logon with an account that you don't own. So let's say you try logging in as Adam13531. It would contact the database and then say, oh, sorry, you don't have the right password, so we're not going to allow that. While this is happening, this contacting the database part, if I, as the real Adam, try signing in with the correct password, it'll say, you can't do that, so you're already trying to sign in. So for this tiny amount of time, you won't be able to log in right now, even though you're the real person. I'm going to fix that. I'm going to fix that eventually, but for right now, that's the behavior. So yeah. All right. So let's keep looking through the code here. So set socket, set the disconnect handler. Now mark them as connecting. Good. And then this is asynchronous. I don't know if it's worth calling out that it's asynchronous. It's pretty obvious by looking at it. But now the code becomes asynchronous. I can never write that word. Because we need to contact the central server to find out if their account is valid. Eventually, this is going to return much more than that. It's going to return, well, we got to change all this at some point. Okay, so we get rid of this. Now, is user a valid pre-beta user? This is the pre-beta user record from the database. User database, user DB record. I guess I'll just say that. I'll say user DB JSON. That's a better description of this. There. All right. So let's mark all this stuff down. Returns true if the user is valid. Is a valid. So how about this? Checks if a user's account is in good standing and if the password is correct. If there are any problems, then we will communicate over the socket directly to tell the connecting player about the problem. All right, so the socket is a socket. The database record, which should have been named database JSON, is an object. The JSON blob from the REST server for more information on the contents of this, you'll have to follow the code through the REST client, eventually to the central server. Name is the name of the user for logging purposes. I don't think it's used for anything other than logging, right? Name. Yep, that's all just logging. So that's fine. And then password, the password of the user. And Boolean, we're just going to lowercase that. I think it's obvious what this does because I already commented it. Now this is an incredibly simple function. I like this a lot. I think this is very clean and it makes sense. If we are requiring a password, then, well, sorry, I'll say it this way. If we're not requiring a password, then just return immediately. If we are requiring a password, then go contact the server and figure out if they're right. So this will check if we're in development mode or not, and if not, it will contact the REST server to fetch the user's details. Alright, so just like before, the user's name, string, the user's password, and a boolean. No, this doesn't return a boolean, it returns a promise. Alright, good. Okay, so let's take a look at that. What have we done? Alright, so I should look over that code one more time. Ola says, it was nice to be here today. Goodbye, Adam. Have a nice code. Well, thanks, and happy holidays. Also, Wouter, I don't know if you got my happy birthday, but don't know if you heard, but happy birthday. Good. Okay, so the only problem with this is that we have a function that is absolutely worthless at this point, which is this. Does user have pre-beta access? Right, this is not called from anywhere. However, this is... Wait a second. Do not validate pre-beta access. Where do we get... Oh, no. Okay, we might want to change this eventually once bot bays are in the picture. What keyboard do I use? I have pasted it in the chat. So this function is now gone. The function that most closely resembles it is this new function. So we'll put this where the old one was so that the diff is as similar as it can be. So let's put that there, get rid of these new lines, and then get rid of this entire thing. Okay, now let's take a look at the diff. All right, good. Because you can see we got to keep almost all of the code that was here before. That's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So the problem that we run into here is this. And this is what I'm going to fix in the next commit, I think. But take a look. If I type a user that does not exist, I don't get an error message over here, and I really should. I do on the server, but the client should know about it too, and it doesn't. So I'm going to need to do that. And there could be any number of reasons why that fails. In fact, one of the things that I've got to test is what happens if the REST server is down. Test what happens if the REST server is down. Okay, let's check that in. Whoops, I don't know what just happened here. Quit. What else did I change? The REST client is now associated correctly. Get user in the REST client returns a yuck. And that's another thing I gotta change is this whole add pre-beta user needs to be different. Add pre-beta user in the REST client should probably be different. The client itself shouldn't be aware of any game-specific logic. It's bad coupling. So get user in here returns a user's JSON blob as communicated by the REST server. Okay, so username is the username, obviously, and this returns a promise. Actually, it doesn't even do that. I'll just say fetches as returned. Nice. Okay, so we say hitting URL. We get a token that will allow us to do this. Eventually, this function can cache tokens and check its expiration date ourselves. We're not going to do that yet. So we get the token out of there, extract the token, then pass that into the getUser API, and then with the return value, return these things. Great. Perfect. And we actually should have that printing out here, right? No, we don't, because it hits the catch and not the then, and I don't have a catch written. All right. Well, that's been written now. To do pass in an auth token. Yeah, add pre-beta user makes just no sense. Actually, that's the other thing I write about this. Also, it doesn't take in an auth token at all, so there's no way it can work any longer. All right, and then watch.cmd changed. Let's check just that in. Changed. Oh, also more minor changes to watch.cmd for the client and the game server. Good, there's that, and then here's our real commit. The game server now contacts the REST server in order to see if a user's account is in good standing with the REST server with respect to pre-beta access. Note that there is no way for the game server to create a, well, there was a way. Note that the game server still cannot create pre-beta accounts because of how I changed authorization a couple of commits ago. Alright, and I already looked through all this. I just want to take another quick look. Added a promise. Here we'd added, I already looked through this like 4 times. I think this is fine though. Main, passed in the REST client, and then in the REST client added a function. Good. GameVivo says, you know what software does Call of Duty use for their animation things and stuff? So they probably wrote a custom engine. I don't know for sure. They might have used an existing engine. And when I say engine, I mean something like Unity or Unreal. There are a lot of different game engines out there, and they used to all be proprietary. So, like, company X would make engine X, and then they would use engine X to make their games. And now that's all changing. Most engines have a very cheap way of just a regular person like you or me using them. And then once you make a game, you usually have to pay a lot of money. What is a good standing? Something like beta access? Hey, Case Rage. Good standing is just, do you know how you have to spend points on pre-beta? It basically just means, have you spent points this week? So this is why it's kind of frustrating to support this stuff for right now. The benefits greatly outweigh all the frustrations. But this part here, the bolded part, every Sunday everyone's account is deleted and you'll need to spend points again. So to be in good standing means, did you spend points that week? Could you make a successful engine and the skill you have for it? To make an engine, I think, is like a multi-year job. And I think it's for more than one person to spend that time. There are so many different components of an engine. Could I make it? I think because it touches on so many different areas, I need to compromise somewhere. So, for example, could I make a good 2D game engine that doesn't do a lot of like custom sound output, or I don't know, maybe. It would take a very long time, like a very, very long time. Making any individual component of a game engine would usually take a long time. Like if you want to make a user interface library, so I don't know if you've seen, what's it called? NGUI. This is what Unity users used to use before Unity 5 released their own copy of this, essentially. This library alone, this took this guy a very long time to do. I don't know how long, but yeah, that's one part of a game engine. It's sort of like making an MMORPG. Like, could one person do it given enough time? Yeah, totally. But how long is enough time? Probably longer than a lifetime. I don't know. It depends on how you scope it. Okay, so make sure database wrapper is gone from the connection manager. Let's take a look. Connection manager, database wrapper. It is not gone because we never added in wipe account and add pre-beta user. So yeah, I think this part's kind of done. Make the game server fetch. Yeah, so that's done. I think we'll export this out of here. This isn't done, but I kind of want to not be tabbed in so much here. Let's just get rid of that. So make sure, do I have this written anywhere else? I do have this written. Oh, it's there. Yeah, so delete that from there. Make sure database wrapper is gone from connection manager. Make sure the game server has the ability to wipe out all pre-beta accounts. This should be a simple API call. And there's one other thing. What was it? Oh, add a user. Make sure the game server can add a pre-beta user. I'm programming like you are right now. If you make a mistake because you have a lot of code, do you know where the mistake is, and will it tell you? Yeah. You know where it is because there's something called a stack trace. So without going into a lot of detail, a stack trace is a way of saying it's exactly on this line of code. So yeah, if I ever made a mistake, it would usually tell me exactly where. The problem is sometimes a mistake happens because there's the wrong state, which is why a lot of people will argue you shouldn't have state at all and do something like pure functional programming. But you'll have the wrong state and then you'll try doing something later. So imagine this. You don't need to know anything about coding to understand this, I think. Imagine you have an account on a game and your account is banned because you were being, I don't know, you threatened someone in the game, like in real life. So you threatened someone in the game, your account got banned, and now you try logging in. The login won't work, you were banned. So because of a state that was set a long time ago, you now can't do a certain action. So would my code tell me about that? No, it would just say, oh, you can't log in because of this reason. It wouldn't say why that reason was in place. So hopefully that makes sense. All right, so here are the test cases I wanted. I'm just going to throw these in here for right now. We're going to get rid of this, and we're going to get rid of this, and then close out all this stuff. All right, so this is not something we can do yet. This is something that needs to happen at like the end of all of this. All right, next, the whole not being caught thing. Where did I even write this? Ah, I think this is the same way that other errors work right now. How did I do this? I don't know. For example, if you tried connecting to the server when it was offline, then the server came online, an error would print out about not having a view engine set. That error doesn't crash the game either. So we need to just make it crash the game. All right, what's next? Make sure the game server has the ability to wipe out all pre-beta accounts. I don't really think this is the next thing I need to do. I think this is also toward the end of this. All right, so make sure the game server can add a pre-beta user. This is really important, so let's do this part. So we go into connection manager. Do you have to be smart in math to be a great programmer? I think you can be passable at math. I think you can't hate math to be a programmer. Let me put it that way. But do you need to be like a math genius? No, I don't think so. And a lot of libraries and game engines exist out there now where, for example, if I were to start doing like 3D development for my game, I don't necessarily need to understand a lot of 3D math if the game engine abstracts that for me. You might eventually have a game engine that says something like, okay, I have a person facing this way and I want them to face so that they're looking at this mirror or something like that. So just face them toward that. You might just be able to call a function that lets you do that, and you don't need to know the math involved or where to angle their head and their body so that they're looking in the right direction. It's good to understand that stuff because then you understand what's going on and you could always modify it if you need to, but you don't necessarily have to. I think in general, though, yeah, knowing math is a good thing for programming. Next up is adding a pre-beta account. So this is something that is being called right now through add pre-beta user, which is just some constant that's sent over, and it requires a password to be set. So first thing we do is we check to see is their authorization password correct. And this authorization password is a totally random number. The way that I start the server right now, I can actually just prove that to you. The whole reason is because I never ran into a scenario where I needed to do this. So take a look. Pre-beta auth password equals random, 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 random. This is only ever the case on my own computer. On the real server, there's a real password. And eventually that'll all be replaced with SSL certificates. So I think I need to make this printout. How do I test this? Okay, first, how about this? First, I'll code this, then I'll test it, instead of coming up with a test first. Is this something that's, yeah, that's a very simple function. Okay, good. So here's what we got to do. We take existing user equals this.database wrapper.get user. Yeah, we gotta modify a lot of code for this too, because this isn't gonna work. We need to, yeah, okay, well, let's take a look. So we put in, what do we call that function I just wrote? Pre-beta something or other. This, right here. This is what we need. Do you think I make the next big social media or something big? So I think a lot of people end up with a very lofty goal at first. In Game Vivo, some of the best advice I can give you if you're about to go into school for something like this is learn very well what kind of scope you can handle. And I'm not saying, oh, you'll never make the next big thing or something like that. I'm saying that your first project is not going to be the next big thing. Like, don't get that in your head, because you'll get disappointed if you do that. You'll start to work on something and you'll say, oh, I only have 2 people using this. This was a waste of time. I'm going to stop. I'm disappointed. When I started learning how to program, one of my first projects I wanted to make once I'd learned C++ was like an RPG. I was like, I love RPGs. I'm going to make an RPG. It's not a very easy thing to do when you don't fully understand, okay, what's object-oriented programming? What are function calls? What's a good way to structure your code? How do you make it maintainable? How do you split your code into multiple files? There's so many building blocks that you have to have first, and then you can work your way up to that. And now if I wanted to make an RPG, I'd say, okay, let me start this project. Let me figure out how long it'll take. When you determine how long something will take too, there are a lot of people I think who say, okay, 2 years is too long for me to stay motivated on that thing. I don't think I can do that project. And that's totally fine, but you've got to be realistic about your expectations there. So for this for example, I've been working many, many hours every week, and we're on week number, whatever, 15. And I have another, I'm just going to estimate here, like 70 weeks left of this same sort of schedule in order to release this game. And even then, it's not done. It's going to have tons of bugs. It's going to have a lack of features. Maybe I don't know, there could be lots of problems. It's something I've set out to do, and it's something that I needed to set up my life in the right way to be able to do this, which is why I had to quit my last job. So yeah, just keep all that in mind. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm being negative about this. I'm trying to tell you, keep realistic expectations. Okay, so we took this code and we're going to put this into add pre-beta user, and here's what I'm going to do. So we're going to say get the user, and then if the user exists, so here's what we need to do actually. We need to catch errors. We don't care about how the REST client works. I think we need to fix this thing first. Yeah, I think we need to fix this first. I think the best way of doing this is to have a catch for 404 that will return a null user. That way the caller doesn't have to be concerned with those details. Yeah, I need to fix this thing first. Going about this would be suboptimal for this. So we gotta put this here, get rid of that, change this, delete, yeah, fine, REST client. So what's happening right now in get user is that we're not catching the response where this thing, all right, let me think of the two cases, because there are only two cases here. One is that we get an error object, and the other is that we don't get an error object. So in the case that's an error, we need to do something here. So let's see, JavaScript check if an error, instance of error. I don't know if we can do something like this. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's instance of, yeah, there is. Okay, so can we do this? If I say a equals new error, hi, and b equals an object, error, hi. Okay, so a instance of error is true, b instance of error is false. And what, undefined? Are there any weird cases here where, okay, good. Isn't every social media out already, or do you think I can make something like Facebook but better? I don't think everything's been done. Okay, let me give you a very quick example. We're about to enter an era, I think, where augmented reality is much more commonly used. So there are a lot of products out there, Oculus Rift, someone was talking about the Vive the other day. What's the other one? HoloLens. Imagine social networking where, and again, this is not a well thought out idea. I'm just saying, just imagine this. Imagine social networking where you were put in a virtual room with all of the people you wanted to talk to. So has that been done before? I don't know, maybe. Has it been done on a large scale and integrated with something like Facebook? No. So there is still room for those things to grow. I don't know if people would want something like that. I don't know if anyone will ever do it. But I'm just saying, we don't know all of the different ideas that could be done because we don't even have the technology to do those things yet. Or it's not widespread enough for it to be viable as a business option. So we will catch the response here. We will check to see if resp instance of error. Is there a Lodash function for this? Lodash? I kind of doubt it. Habo? Is that a thing I should know about? What is this? I'm looking this up on my other monitor. Virtual world, avatar chat, and pixel chat. Oh no, so what I was talking about was more like you're looking at the people, not avatars of those people. Habbo Hotel. Okay, I've never heard of that thing. Talvaro says, I love to listen to you. Well, thank you. Whoa. That was all really weird. I am going to store this in my appreciation thread that I have. Because later when I look back at this year or 2 years of my life, I want to think, that was a good use of my time. That's why the kappa at the end. No, I know, yeah. I hadn't heard of Habbo though. Hey, Ricardo. No, I've never heard of Habbo. How would I have? Maybe I should go just use Habbo. Habbo Hotel made me type fast. People love chat and avatars, that's for sure. Okay, so this is an error. I think we just throw it. Otherwise, we know it was a response. And the response could be a 404. If it, wait a second, it couldn't be anything else other than that. HTTP, yeah, it has to be a 404. Yeah, I think if it's not an error, we just return null here, or say something like, yeah, let's get the status and let's just log it, I think. So REST server returned HTTP status from get user. Okay. All right, so this is the only real problem, and this should not be sent to the user. So we need to figure out a good way for this to work. How? Okay, let's test it first. How about we start with that? Start simple. Uh-oh. Connection manager is busy. What was this even trying to load? The game server's watched. Oh, man. That's why this all failed, because of tortoise. Okay, well, did we change the server or just the client? We changed the client. Okay, well, we gotta wait then, so I guess I'll talk to chat. I wasted some years of my life today. Game Vivo says, how about making something like Apple or a large phone company? What would that be like? So that's pretty similar to a social network or a massively multiplayer online RPG in terms of scope. Like, that's very hard to do. And even if, let's say I gave some professional out there, this is someone who is, let's make up a persona here. They're 50 years old. They've been a developer lead at a company for the last 18 years. And I give them $100 million. And I say, go start the next Apple. The likelihood of that company succeeding, even with a person with a lot of experience and a lot of money, I think is very slim. And the reason is, well, there are lots of reasons. One, it's a massive undertaking. And two, you can't predict what consumers are going to want exactly. You can get close, I think, but how do you come up with a product that's the best, and how do you make sure that you release it first and no one else does it better, and just so many things. So yeah, I think it'd be very hard. What if when Botland is done and no one plays it, what will you do then? I think I'll just re-enter the real world and get a normal job and probably just be frustrated. I don't know. Miss the email. Next time you start to stream, call me, okay? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, Nisimiko, we'll do. Okay, this should be done now. So we're going to start the game server, and then we're going to test out two different things. So one is connecting with a user that doesn't exist. So let's restart this. Connect with a user that doesn't exist. We should get an error message on the client now. So I hit connect here, and it said error not found. That's not good. That's not good at all. Why did that happen? That means that this was an instance of an error. Logger.info got a real error from, and why do I even start with regular strings? These should all be the interpolated kind. From get user API URL. There, that should be built. So you're saying everything is made, and what do you do in Botland? I'm not saying everything is made. I don't know what gave you that impression. I'd be curious to know why you thought that. No, I'm not saying everything is made. And what do you do in Botland? Yeah, so Vegas linked the video. If you watch that, you will find out about gameplay. All right, let's test this out one more time. This should at least give us better logging into this. So we connect, and it says got a real error, error not found. But that's a 404. But it's an instance of an error. I guess it had to be for catch to work. I'm stupid. This is always going to be true, I think. Okay, so wait, how did I do this before? I did get error from caught message. If resp.response exists, then return the error body. Does that exist? Get user by name. Name equals hello. Yeah, there is an error. Okay, so that's what I wanted to do. Oh, that's kind of what I wanted to do. No, this isn't good. This isn't good at all. I need to do something like if util.exists rest.response, then I can get the HTTP status and return null. Otherwise we throw the response up into the next caller. Okay, let's try that out. Also, what was I going to check here in Lodash? Does this have a function for something? What was the something? It was something I just wrote, so it must be in here somewhere. Oh, to check and see if something was an instance of an error. Oh, I already did that. Okay. So let's connect as hello. Perfect. Check it out. The account name you provided does not exist, or the password's wrong. But we know here it says you tried connecting as someone who does not have access. So REST server returned 404. So what we really should say here is that this did not find a user with name. In fact, this can't be done. I think we just say throw resp. I don't think we can do that. Let me think about this. Okay, I really should test this. Can this code even be hit? The only way to test this is to go into server.js and in get user, or what did I call this? Get users. In get users, what if I returned a 201 from here? Just something different. Will that code get hit? How does this work? Okay, so that started. Now let's call into this .rest client what's it called? Get user. Adam. And it says did not find a user with name equal to Adam. So this code is getting hit. So now what if we just did this? Throw resp. What will this do? Kompaku said, ever thought of coding for no, I haven't. Huh. Interesting though. No, I haven't thought of doing something like that. It's not something I'll probably read out loud, but in chat people can just read it. Okay, let's try this now. So here's what I hope happens. I don't know if this is gonna happen, but I hope that this gets hit. This right here. REST server return 404. That'd be great. Or 201, I should say. Unhandled rejection. No stack trace. Yeah. Alright, well, I was worried about that. That's too bad. Oh, wait. No, I can just return a new error with that response. This changes everything. Right? Right. Let's see. Alright, here we go. Unhandled rejection error. Wait, this throw should go into this catch. And this catch should have resp.response, right? Let me stringify this before I throw it. Oops, can't do it that way. Darn it, that's going to trigger 2 of these changes. Oh, but it worked. Okay. Alright, now let's rerun this. Resp it has to have a response actually. But how I'm throwing this must be wrong. What happened? There. Resp. Oh, alright, let's take this into a Sublime tab. Oh, it has a status. Oh, whoops. Oh. Yeah, there is no response here. It's just text. Huh. I'd have to throw a new error with a response, I guess. So a equals new error, or var a dot response equals resp. Then throw a. I think this is how I'd have to do things. And then everything would just work totally fine. $240,000 in 2 weeks? Oh my god. Wow. Original Pepper says, I believe you must pick a project that's small, can be built quickly, gain an audience quickly, and make a large amount of money quickly. Yeah, I think that would be a dream project. I think, well, yeah. If Botland failed, doing that would probably, first of all, it'd be really hard to muster up the motivation if Botland had like 10 players to say, all right, got to get back on the horse, got to do this again. But the whole build up a community, build up an audience, that's a big reason of why I'm streaming on Twitch. So Botland is not a small project, I think. And I'm not suggesting you suggested that, but it's not a small project. And in order to build the audience, I wanted to build it before the game's released, get hype for the game. And that is going fantastically well in my opinion. I don't know if by other people's metrics they think this many followers is good. I'm happy with it. I'm very happy with it. So unhandled rejection error. First of all, are we even getting into this code here? Let me just stringify the rest. So in the catch. This broke. Why did this break? Unexpected token 145.71. Oh, I had not gotten rid of my second cursor. I need to make this thing fault tolerant. This is some of the stuff. Tomorrow I'm not streaming, but I am planning on doing some work for the game. So this is the kind of thing I want to work on. That's his second game. His first game is not so popular. 10% of his second game actually sounds pretty good if he made at least $25,000 from that. Like, that's much more successful than a lot of people will end up doing. My last game that I released was not ever intended to make money. So it made no money because I didn't even sell it. But it's open source. And I've linked this before, but I'll link it again. But yeah, this is the last thing that I made. If you guys want to play it, it's a little 2-3 hour game maybe. Doesn't take very long. You start, actually hang on, let me do something really fast. How do I delete my account on here? Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. So the way you play this game is you buy, oh, you can't see this. You buy one of these units down here. There's archers and warriors and wizards. So I can pick like a warrior and click them, and the clicking doesn't work. Oh, it was lagging because my computer's on fire right now. So I pick a warrior, and then I go into the level, and then you can deploy your units by clicking here, and then they go off and they fight. This is lagging like way too much. I gotta close this. I gotta turn off like as much as I can here. Wow. What is going on with my CPU? I think I gotta figure out how to make OBS just take less CPU. There's gotta be some encoding options or something I can use, or just get a better computer. Kompaku, I'm not really that interested. I mean, I'm probably not going to check out. Anyway, if you've been reading chat, you'll understand why I'm saying this. But if you want to link it and you want to put a not safe for work warning, you can do that. Botland, in my humble opinion, can be more than a game. It teaches people how to approach coding. It can end up like Minecraft EDU. Yeah. And that's a direction we could take it. So my optimal direction that I'd like to take it is just appealing to gamers, and then secondary would be the education market. This is perfectly what you should do. Building a game is just awfully slow and requires a decent amount of startup money unless you can work yourself to death. and then you can not make a mistake and no setbacks. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna start up the server, and then now we've just got a little bit more information printing out. This is still gonna fail though. It got that the response is, I guess, an error, unhandled rejection, error. So how would I do this? Oh, I threw a new error with an error. Oh, I meant to just throw that. Oh, problem solved? Question mark. Game Engine, RPG Maker, VX Ace. Vegas says, how different is the final version of Botland going to look compared to the current one? So there's going to be an entire graphical overhaul, and I don't know if you've seen the concept art video. I'll link that again. But you can take a look at the concept art to get an idea for what the art might look like. We don't have game art yet. And so the art will be different, the interface will be different, the way you interact with the game will be different. Right now, the way you play Botland is by making a bot on the fly. So I'll just show you what I'm talking about here. I go into this menu and I can choose, okay, I want missiles and I want melee and I want whatever else, shield. So you make this bot and then you write the code for it. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to deploy this thing. So let's say it was this one. I'm not actually going to write code for this thing right now. But and then you're like, wait a second, no, this thing's dancing around. Like I don't want melee. That's not a good idea. So right now what you can do is you can go in here and just say, oh, I'll just delete melee and I'll put artillery on instead. In the future, what's going to happen is you will have customized your bot before you even enter a game. You'll customize that on your account. And then when you join a game, you can change the code anytime you want. But if someone's using missiles a lot, for example, and you don't have a reflect bot, then you won't be able to reflect. And it's a team-based game, so this was never intended to be balanced for like a 1v1. But even then, you can have many different bot bays. So you could have, let's say, a reflect bot, an offensive bot, and a support bot, and then deploy whichever ones you want. So yeah, the way you interact with the game will be different. There will be a tutorial. There will be, actually at release, I think if we had like tutorial and multiplayer working, that'd be great. But then there's going to be other systems that we put into. So yeah. The original Pepper says, I enjoy your stream, keep going and hope you succeed. Yeah, and I am so overwhelmingly happy that I have an audience, because sharing this is so much better than being locked up in an office for a year and a half. I've said this once before. I had the mind-numbing experience of doing that sort of thing for a real job for 3 months. I worked from home. I was pretty much insane by the end of it. I was like snapping at my friends, and I was like, it was bad. So going that many days without human interaction, with like self-set deadlines, and I learned a lot from it, but just can't do it. I can't do it. I can't work 18 months without like seeing another human being during the day, and I don't know a lot of people who could do that. I think it would drive a lot of people crazy. All right, rest server returned undefined from here. So we got closer to this, I think. Did we hit the catch? Yes. Resp response rest server return HTTP status. So resp.status didn't exist. Oh, resp.response.status. I think we did it. Okay, I think this is gonna work. Yeah, I think this is it now. Because says, you have this big of an audience because you're doing very good commentary and helping everyone that asks you something. Yeah, and actually, this is one of the things. I started this stream 3 months and 15 days ago, and my original plan was to just, like, I'm just going to be on stream and do whatever. And even the first couple hours, I was like, no, wait, people aren't going to want to watch this if I'm just sitting there. So I just started talking, and then a lot of people did say, like, oh, I really like that you're explaining what you're doing. So I just kept doing that. And here we are, and this worked. Nice. This worked. All right. Don't say this is not a real job. This is your job. We're your family. This is all you need. Well, I would say thank you. You are my extended family, though. How about we go with that? I did an e-commerce platform for 18 months from home. I developed some social issues. I was really outgoing before and started to develop anxiety attacks around lots of people. Yeah, see, that's the stuff that can happen. And for me, it was 3 months. I think it was 3 months. Maybe it was a little bit longer. And it's not like I couldn't do things after work. It was just a very weird experience, and like my deadline started to, everything got screwed up then. All right, so here's what we did, and here's the important part of what we did. There's one HTTP status code that we represent that represents success for us, and that's 200, and that's because the server was coded to send 200 back. I mean, it's also a convention, and that's what HTTP status codes use. Okay, great. If we get anything else back, if we get like a 500 internal server error, first of all, it should be caught by this. But if not, and we got it here somehow, then we will pass this in as an error. So let's errorify response. Actually, we could just say throw response as error. Throw response as error. We can do all of this. So const a changes to error, and there we go. And I'll comment that in just a second, but now we need to call this, so let's just do this dot throw as response. Perfect. That is great. And we should have gotten that. Yeah, great. Okay. And we'll say, yeah, return null. Yeah, I think this is fine. So that's in the case of a fake error. Not a fake error. I don't think I wrote this down. Hang on a second. What was this? Test what happens if the REST server is down. So I definitely need to do this. I need to use the bathroom first. So I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, be right back. All right, I'm back. What are they missing, chat? Where is my free pass? It is for Adam. The link to what I was referencing is perfectly safe and is a developer who recently did 2 successful startups. What is this? When someone starts a discourse. Oh, I see. Okay, laughing man. Okay, my CPU usage is still really high for some reason. Man, I think I'm gonna have to upgrade at some point. Or maybe I could try to offload some of this stuff to VMs. Obviously not running on my own machine, but I'm not sure what. Yeah, I don't know. Such a cool novelty. Laughing man, have you followed out of curiosity? Because there's another novelty if you follow, which actually Konpaku should have gotten. Well, whatever. Try Docker instead of VM. Yeah, I'm gonna try Docker at some point. It's on my list. But what I'm saying is, whether I'm using Docker or a VM, I'm still using resources on my computer. The problem I'm having is my computer's not that powerful apparently, and keeps struggling to, yeah, see, this is at like 60% always. And when it gets high enough, OBS is just like, oh, can't do it, and just freezes my video. Oh, it did within 2 minutes of watching. The botland points got it. No, it wasn't the botland points. It was, okay, wait, let me just send this to you, and you'll see. Maybe you already got this too, though. Laughing Man 13. There. You should have just gotten a whisper. Run Resource Manager on Windows and check whether it's CPU overload or disk. Oh, so OBS is telling me that it's my CPU. I imagine it's trying to run, so I think I have it set to run multi-threaded, and one of my CPUs is probably being like totally locked by node, and that's what's happening, I think. Okay, so test what happens when the REST server is down. I still need to do this. Also, I can't leave that server change in here. That needs to be set to what it used to be. It's a modified server. Come on, output my files. Give me the files. Oh, that took a long time. Probably because it tried kicking off like 8 at the same time. Okay, so now here's what we try. We connect here. I'm glad I put in exclamation point help. All right, let's try to get this user. Good, found a user. Now let's try to get a user that doesn't exist. Good, did not find a user. Now let's try to do the same thing when the central server is down. And now here's the important part. I don't know what's going to happen here. They should throw an error. Yeah, con refused. Okay, so what happens if we try connecting when that's the case? It doesn't matter if we have a valid username or not. Just what happens when we hit connect here? Wait, that worked? No, that doesn't. What? What? How did that work? What? No. Oh, I'm on play.bot.land. Oh, whoops. I meant to go to my local version. Oh my god. I even have, look, I put this in here for a very specific reason. See how this says botland? Because I was there. Now it says botland local. I did that just so that I wouldn't make that mistake, and I continue to make that mistake. So now when I hit connect, what happens here? Error, con refused. Okay, yeah, so I need to return a response to the user with this. Yeah, okay. So where do I do this? Generic error. It's coming from here somewhere. Yeah, so this is this right here. Here's what we gotta say. Catch error. This returns false. Well, it doesn't really return false. Hang on a second. Excuse me. Oh, Vegas, what did you think of the concept art? And Old Man says, how do I go about creating a Caesar cipher using a dictionary, Python? So my understanding of a Caesar cipher, and I might be wrong about this, is you take something like, well, let me just look this up so I don't, ABC, God, I meant Caesar cipher. Yeah. Okay. It's a shift cipher. Yeah. Okay. So you take something like A, B, C, and you have a number like 3, and then you shift everything to the right by that much. So A, B, C shifted by 3 turns into D, E, F. So I'm not gonna tell you how to do this, but I'll tell you how I would go about doing this, which is I'd try to say, how am I doing this on paper? Or simplify it to a very simple case of given just a single letter and a number, so like 13, for example, how do I end up with the result, which is N? So when you can come up with a very basic case for this, then expand it into, okay, now I have a dictionary of, here's my word, it is A, and my, I don't know, amount to shift or something like that is 13. So how do I turn this into my result of N? So yeah, just keep thinking about it, work your way up from a base case, higher and higher and higher, and you'll eventually get the algorithm, I think. And if that doesn't help, then yeah, you can ask another question there. Concept art was amazing. I'll be looking forward to seeing what kind of art will actually be used in the final version. Yeah. I think the artist did a really good job. And I'll write down your feedback and try to share it with them if I can. Let me save this. Art appreciation. Here we go. Okay. So here we need to return false, but we also need to tell them this has happened. So let's do socket dot, where did I send this? Yeah, I need to go back to where the generic error is. Here we go. So let's do this. So socket dot emit, there was an internal error that prevented you from connecting. Try again later. All right, so could not error, no, what do I say? Gate user failed error. Okay, let's try that out. That sounds much better than what I was doing before. Okay. Connection refused. That happened because of this, actually. Interesting. So if I hit connect here, could not connect to the server, perhaps it's offline. This is wrong. Wait, what's going on? I have this. This throws an error, so that goes into this catch. Yeah, what? I don't know what's happening right now. Let me try connecting again. Maybe it was because the server had already gone down because of the view engine thing. So I hit, no, it's trying to, oh, right. Oh, I know what's happening. Man, I gotta do this very specifically then. I need to start the central server, then start the game server, then go back to the central server and close it. Well, after the game server started. Gotta wait for this. Now close this. So I tricked the game server into thinking that the central server is still up. Now I try connecting as a user. And bam, there was an internal error that prevented you from connecting. Try again later. Gate user failed, error, connection, e-connection refused. Okay, so I'll write that down here. This would be an error with the REST API, like e.g. the REST server is down entirely. Note that, yeah, the REST server went down since we started the game server. Watching a stream makes me want to code too, but then again, I learned so much stuff from your stream that I don't want to leave. You can do both. And hey, Locke. Also, hey, OMG. I missed your hey guys from earlier. Okay, cool. I think I fixed everything here. So I'll check this in. Yeah, 2 files changed. Yeah, let's go into REST client and fix the throw responses error. Yeah, so when we get an unexpected response from the REST server that isn't necessarily an error, e.g. we changed an API to return 201 instead of 200, and we're expecting, but we're expecting 200, then we want to throw the response into our catch for custom handling. A more concrete example is when we get a 404 from get user. This isn't actually an error, it's just the lack of a user. So, but it will hit our catch statement anyway in our promise chain. No, what? No. This is not a concrete example. This is not right at all. When we get an unexpected response from the REST server that isn't necessarily an error, we change an API to return 201, but we're expecting 200. Then we want to throw the response into our catch for custom handling. In order for that to work, the error that we throw needs to have a response property similar to how the REST server treats 404 errors. There will be a response in the error. So resp here is just an object. A response from the REST server, and this doesn't return anything, but it throws. I don't think it's worth saying this. Throw. No, let's just. This function will create the error, and I'll say this error was created by throw responses error. So this function will create the error and throw it. Yeah. Did I put enough reasoning for this? So this is where we do this. Throw response as error. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think this is fine. And I'll comment the one use of it right now. I'll say this is not necessarily an error, but for our purposes, we want to treat this as there being no user. What's the difference between assign a string with upper or lowercase, string and string? I don't think there's a difference in C#. I think, so in Java you have to use, I think, capitalized string, but you could search string versus string. Let's see if this comes up. I'm actually curious. But I'm pretty sure there's no difference. It's an alias for system.string, so technically there's no difference. It's like int versus int32. It's recommended to use a lowercase string anytime you're referring to an object. Likewise, I think it's generally recommended to use string if you need to refer specifically to the class. Oh, okay. And yeah, some people just use lowercase string everywhere. Alright, well, there you go. Okay, gotta check this in. So I put a comment for that now, and we have this too. Oh, also, I never told you guys about an email I got a while ago. I want to show you this email. Let me go find it. I thought this was kind of funny. I don't think I talked about this before. My email's taking forever to load. Alright. So, what's the name of that site? Oh, yeah. Alright. I'm loading it up now. Alright. I got this email. Hi, Botland. I came across your profile and I see you also like live coding. Livecoding.tv is a live streaming platform for coders to share their code and hang out. Which project are you currently working on? I didn't think this was even worth a response because clearly this person said, "Hey, hi Botland," like didn't watch my stream or anything. Didn't say like, "Hi Adam." It's not even my username. I don't know why they got this. But then, which project are you currently working on? I just thought like, okay, this is a form message to try to get people over to livecoding.tv. And like I said, I don't think it was even worth a response. If this had been a normal person typing out like, hey, I came across your profile. I never actually watched your stream. What is it you do? Do you want to know about this? I don't know. So yeah, I thought it was funny. How many languages do I have this? And yeah, sounds like an ad. No, it definitely is an ad. Your name isn't Botland. Codebreaker, I put it in chat. And hey, Lulong. I checked out your stream last night. I saw that you weren't streaming. But now you're doing the marathon starting today? I guess I'll have to put this on my list again. Check out Lulong's stream again. Alright, let's check this in. So we got that and we got this. Yeah, it looks good. So when we get a response code back from get user from the REST server that we don't expect, will fall into our catch case from get user so that we don't expect inside get user. Yeah, okay. There. So this part's done. Alright, that's done. And that's done. Make sure the game server can add a pre-beta user. So this is what I'd started to do, but that wouldn't work yet. Now we can get this to work. Then I think I'm going to get lunch. It actually might happen a little bit before that. It sounds like my wife is making food in the kitchen right now, and whenever that's done is when I'm probably going to eat. So I might just have to leave. But if I do, I'm going to be back until 5 o'clock today, so I still have at least 4 more hours of streaming. Scorched Yeti says, I admire how productive you are. I wish I could stay on task for as long as you. I guess streaming helps with that. Yeah, streaming definitely does help with that. And this goes all the way back to, in the very first week, I remember there was a day I just did not want to do what I had to do. And if I were not streaming and people were not watching, I would have just gone and played video games. But I didn't. And that's probably why I'm where I'm at right now. Can you recommend a place to find C++ coders who will code small portions of a project? I can't recommend a place because I'm not familiar with them, but I have heard of them, and I don't know the names. But there are ones where you can hire people to do jobs. Oh God, it starts with, it's like e-contractor or something like that. What is it called? I don't remember. Yeah, I can't help there. Okay, let's go into the connection manager. Oh, Scorciati says, speaking of video games, what games do you like to play yourself? Oh, Elance. Yeah, e-contractor. I was like, it sounds clever. The name is clever. Freelance, Elance. Yeah, so what games do I play? I play Hearthstone, and now I've been playing Xenoblade Chronicles X. And I think that's it for right now. Oh, and I just played Undertale over the weekend. I like that game. The soundtrack is incredible for that game. Oh, and I can't comment on reliability there. So yeah, I'm not vouching for it. I'm just saying I know those sites exist. So adds a user to the pre-beta account. So this is the code I'd written so far, which was just this: get the user, then we need to check. Yeah, that's why we couldn't do this before, because we need to catch 404 errors too. So if the user doesn't exist, or wait, what do we call if their account was invalid? What do we call in that case? Zoom token app.js. When you whisper botland bot the word game, what happens? We got to look into all of this stuff. So you whisper botland bot the word game. Yeah, we say give pre-beta access. All right, good. So then this calls into game over here. So we got to search for game. Here we call grant pre-beta access. Now this function is commented out, so let's put this over here and uncomment it. This calls into our local database. Oh no. Oh, that's not good. I need to think of how this is going to work. So yeah, right now this is the flow. One, user whispers botland bot the word game. Silence Adam. I think you're on the wrong stream if that's what you want as a command. All right, so user whispers botland bot the word game. Then botland bot whispers botlad the word game. This triggers grant pre-beta access. This triggers in my app.js. Good. That function checks the local copy of the database to see if the user has access. And actually, this is probably a good idea. I should probably continue to do this. Well, but then I've duplicated data. Maybe that shouldn't be done. Hey again, Dan. Welcome back. Grant pre-beta access. So we check the local copy, and then if you don't have access, we generate a password and we call into the server. So if you don't, wait, what? If you have access, we whisper you your password. If you don't have access, then we do this. We generate a password and send it to the game server. What's going on in chat? Reality said, Dan the man gonna get the ban. Is okay. Okay, so if you have access, we whisper you your password. If you don't have access, then we generate one and send it to the game server. So the game server used to do this. It used to check the same stuff. Does the user have access? And would emit add pre-beta user back. Oh, so this has some connection built in then, huh? Yeah, add pre-beta. So I'm sorry, I'm coughing a lot today. The game server would send a message back over the socket that would tell you that the user got added. So that's what the flow is now. Here's the proposed flow. This stuff still has to happen. This top part is non-negotiable. That needs to stay the same. And then I guess this needs to stay the same too. So the first 3 steps are exactly the same. So this stuff, we're just going to put a couple of dashes here. All right. Now the proposed flow, here's where things change. We say, do we have a local database anymore? Maybe we contact, I'll just kind of draft this out. Maybe we contact the REST server to see if you have access. That would require a super user token though. We could pass this information directly to the game server and have that return what the result is. That would work. That would work unless the game server is offline. But that's okay. Pros, we're not duplicating the data. We are not getting super user tokens from multiple places. Potential security flaw. Sorry, I've been missing a lot of chat apparently. What's going on? Long live the code. Oh boy. Chat is pretty funny. Alright. So we're not duplicating data. We're not getting super user tokens from multiple places. What are the cons of this? Are there any cons? If I can't figure out a con, then that means this is the perfect solution. Oh yeah, con is that. No, I don't think there's a con. Part of this too is that I don't need to include REST code in my bot. All right. Bot spam. It's human spam. Yeah, I got some flack yesterday about Bing. Then there was a very heated conversation, I think, about programming in general. It's been an interesting week in chat. All right, so I think this is what I'm going to do then. Wait, why did I write this? This is what I meant. We could pass this information directly to the game server and have that return. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So having the game server add a pre-beta user, that makes sense. Part of this is modify, give pre-beta access. Wait, where's this thing? It's this, grant pre-beta access. Modify, did I already, nope. Okay, modify grant pre-beta access in my bot. This should just be a client to the game server, not to the REST server. What am I missing in chat again? You can buy a beer for using Bing for a month. Where can I buy human spam? Private message me, I'll be kind, don't worry. Even I will say to Google something and then use Bing. It's actually similar. This happens with trademarks every once in a while. Kleenex is now kind of just a word for tissue, and so they lost some of the power of their trademark there. And that happens with other products too. What, Q-tip? I think there are a lot of people in America who would say Q-tip instead of what are those called? I know the French word because there was someone in my chat named coton-tige, and cotton swab. Nah, it's a very stupid name. I like Q-tip. Grant pre-beta access. Okay, so this is the first part here. So we check if the user, oh right, we needed to figure out the logic. That's why I was looking into this. What is the logic here? Grant pre-beta access. Oh, I commented it out. Grant pre-beta access. Here we go. So we check to see, does it exist and is it already valid? So yeah, that's one of the things we need to do. So if their account exists and is valid, then just send back a password. So that's case number one. If their account, where is it? Oh, and all other cases, yeah. So if their account exists and is not valid, make it valid. In all other cases, generate a password and make their account valid. If the account didn't exist at all, we'll have to create it. Yeah, so these are the steps. And I think doing a lot of this is probably going to take the rest of the day, which gives us about 4 hours, maybe a little less than that, to get this stuff working. I think that's possible. It might take only 2. We'll have to see. What am I missing in chat? Merry Festivus. Whole purpose of HTTPS is money extortion by browser makers, insert authorities cartel. Actually, so that's why I think things like Let's Encrypt are popping up. Because all SSL certificates need to chain to some certificate authority. And how do you get one of those authorities? Well, you typically have to pay for a certificate. And this is all just based on some loose trust. And yeah, I think there are a lot of cryptographers who would probably agree with you, Spiritman. HTTPS encryption, encrypts communication. How long have you been programming? For a while. Let's Encrypt can't sign a cert for an IP. Oh, only for a domain? Oh. Can you change Botland bot color? I don't think I can, actually. Can I? Is that something I can do? I can change my own. Maybe moderators can change it. In which case I need to sign in as Botland bot. I'll look at that after the stream, I think. See if I can change Botland bot's color from blue. Is it? Yeah, I guess maybe that is something we can do. Yeah, Void Dreamer is always purple. I don't know about Programmer D. Tyron was always orange. Yeah, maybe I could do that. Yeah, Weedley, I'll look into that after the stream. Programmer D just whispered me. It wasn't dark blue before. Well, I'll have to look it up. Oh, I can set the color for others. For user or others, we'll see them with a random color. Oh, you see Botland bot is brown. Oh, I don't know then. I'll look into it. It may not be possible. Oh man, I don't know if I'm getting sick or if it's just me talking constantly for the last 4 hours. Alright, so this is what I need to do. Let's start with just the basic case. If their account exists and is valid, just send back a password. So we need to come up with the communication means for this. Sending back a password. We get a socket. This is the socket to emit the results to. We need to say what we're emitting. And I'm pretty sure this stuff was just hard-coded in the other endpoint. Yeah, exist pre-beta, add pre-beta, wipe pre-beta. So if it exists, what do we do? The pre-beta user already exists. Password hidden. And now we're going to need to send this back. Okay. Hey, Spurman, you should look into those DNS sites that give you a domain name for free. In fact, that, what was that called? Daply. Yeah, you should check this out. Excuse me. I'll link this to you. I don't know if this is good or not, but And I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention to what happened in chat, so no worries, old man. Did you sell sign certificates? You finally banned the deck. I didn't ban him. I think Programmer D did. If anyone says SSL again, I'll stab you in the eye. Today we say TLS, not SSL. TLS is the transport over an SSL, and well, there still is a difference between TLS and SSL, I thought. Okay, so yeah, we got to send this back. So get the user. If they're valid, which we don't need to check the password, right? No, we don't need to check the password. So we can just say if util.exists user and user.isValid equals 1, then to do send the password back over the socket. So that's step number 1. Now, if the user, well, let's do this. Okay, so check if the user is already valid. If so, just send their password back. This is user.password. Okay, else the user exists but is not valid. So we mark them as valid. So to do mark them as valid, then send the password back. Actually, no matter what, we're going to send a password back, right? Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Maybe a reason. Maybe we just put all this together. Adam, do you like Star Wars? Yeah, I think it's okay. I'm like a middle of the road fan for that. Mark them as valid, send the password back. Okay, so I think our API for this should be the API should be just like pre-beta response, and then we supply different arguments. That way I'm not making a million network messages. I think that's fine. All right. And then if the user doesn't exist, so create them. And then we say to do create them. Excuse me. All right. Now, we've got to fill in these 3 to-do cases now. I think we've written all the stub for this. What is this stuff? So already exists. We sent back this. Or we say that we're adding them. Yeah. So mark them as valid and then the password. Okay, let's start. Socket.emit constants. I'm going to change the constants here. We're just going to change this to export const pre-beta user interface message. This is going to be generic pre-beta. Doesn't need to be anything crazy. Did I watch Breaking Bad? Yeah, I actually really liked Breaking Bad. I think Breaking Bad was my favorite TV drama. I always wondered if I could ever stand to watch it a second time, though. The only shows I ever tend to rewatch seem to be comedies. And I am looking to rewatch Venture Bros at some point. That show was very interesting. Heard sync sounds from life. Oh my god. People are trying to glean whatever information they possibly can about what's going on beyond that door. Alright, so we're going to say this. I'm going to pass in here, what are we going to say exactly? So send the password back. I guess we can say user.password. And we could say just a message like already existed. Maybe there's just a reason here. Let's say like user already existed. Was already valid. What is OSU? Did I look this up before? OSU? A freeware rhythm game. Huh. I don't think I played that. Okay. So we're going to emit this. We're going to send our password. And then do we need to send anything else across? When you know your username. Your username is your Twitch name. So that's fine. So that's that case. And then, yeah, we don't have anything else we need to do. So just send the password back. The user is already valid. So just send the password over the socket. Okay, and in the case where the user exists but is not valid, we need an API that's going to make them valid. So we had getUser. Let's make a simple patch user maybe. Create user, fetch token, get URL, blah 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 blah. Okay, we're gonna make our own. A rhythm game where you click circles. Sorry, I am whispering right now. All right, there we go. So we're gonna name this set user as set user is valid. Set user pre-beta is valid. Yeah. So let's say username, and then we'll say is valid. Okay, good. Now we've got to copy something like this. Also, this should have been deleted. Have I ever played Guitar Hero? Yeah, I did. I tried. So I wasn't very good at it. So at one point, I laid the guitar over my lap and tried playing it like a piano, and that worked a lot better. But I couldn't do very well. I never owned the game, so this is always me playing it at friends' places. All right, so username is valid. So we're going to change this to is we're going to use the same thing we'd use in a REST server. Let's go into routes. We have a way to patch a user ID. And right now, the only thing this is used for is invalidating accounts. That's not even true. Used for, I'll say this. Possibly validating, possibly invalidating. How in the world could that have worked better? It was fun. I don't know if it works better. I'm not saying that. It worked better for me because I didn't take the time to learn the game. And by the way, if people are gonna message or try to get my attention, just put my name in chat because chat's going decently fast, so it's hard to notice it. All right, so patch users. We got to call into this API /users/ID. So it's going to be users / oh, we don't have an ID. We can't patch a user by name. Oh man. Maybe. No, wait. We have the user. So we have the user's ID. Oh, so we use that. So we get the yeah, perfect. Okay, so we do have the user ID. So let's say user ID. So we go to here, we say user ID, and now we call into fetch super token. Yes, save off the token. Then we're going to call patch at some point. Hitting URL. This is not the get user. This is the patch user API URL. See, Axel Gaming, in most streams that wouldn't work, but I don't have enough people, so I'm forced to respond to you. Got a token. All right, we request patch. This is the patch user URL. Probably need to change this down here too. We pass in the token, and then we also need to say .send is valid. Is that how we use this? Patch user takes in a body of is valid, and we set it to either true or false, but it's the string true or false. How does the server treat this? It checks for the string. Oh my god. Well, well, well. Dare I put a double equals here? Dare I? I think we just test this way. This may need to be a string. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. So we patch this, then we get a response. The response is actually just going to be a 200 if everything worked fine. So in that case, then yeah, things worked fine. And we just return true, I guess. Successfully set user IDs. User ID equals 1, is valid equals is valid. Okay. Oh, chat. Merc says, hi Adam, it looks really nice what you're doing, but since I'm not too pro at programming and creating games, I want to know what game you're creating right now. Yeah, sure. Actually, so no one is good enough at programming to be able to look at this one screen and know what game I'm making. That'd be very impressive if they could somehow figure that out. So it's nothing to do with you as a viewer. It has to do with just haven't been playing the game in a while, and I haven't been working on the game code. I've been working on the back end for all of this stuff. So that video that I put in chat will let you know more about the game. And then from there you can go to bot.land. You can find out everything else. Mostly where I try to guide people nowadays is YouTube to look at the recap videos and the development VODs. You'll also find the last, I think, 8 days of VODs on Twitch. I don't know how long VODs are stored for. I think it's 8 days. Maybe it's longer. Facebook and Reddit don't really have too much there. Twitter gets notifications when I start streaming. I'm not too active there because we haven't been working on much game stuff. Once we get back to that, I want to post more screenshots and videos. Let's see. Oh, actually, you know what? I forgot to post the recap video on... No, I didn't. Never mind. Blog. I do want to make more blog posts. There's a lot of work to do for Botland, so I just haven't gotten around to some of this stuff. Pre-beta is how you can find out how you can play the game right now, and then the wiki has some details on there too about gameplay. I just recently ran out of an anti-spam subscription, so I need to check this page every once in a while to make sure that there aren't spammers on here. The first day I made the wiki, I came back the next day and there were like 40 new users and 80 new pages. It was so frustrating to get rid of all of them. It was some Italian spam website, and it was just annoying. Hey, Boomfizz. Wait, I think I've been here before. Actually, you could find out if you type time Boomfizz, 10 minutes. So if you've been here today for fewer than 10 minutes, then you know you've been here before. Okay. So we return a request to patch this, and then if that worked, then we can return this, and then we just return true. If it doesn't work, then we go into here and we return false. Otherwise, we throw the response. Yeah, looks good. Yep, I've been here. Okay. The web is hostile, bots for everything everywhere. Yeah, I know. I know that should have been my expectation. I just thought MediaWiki would have done something out of the box to avoid that. Sakami says, I'm Italian. I'm not saying anything against Italians. I have a specific problem with spam. And it just so happened that this was to an Italian website. I hate all spam equally, trust me. So So let's call into it now. From here, we will say return this dot rest client dot set user is valid, user dot ID, and is valid is true. But we also need to make a password for them. Oh man, I didn't think of that. Okay, well, I think we're going to do this after lunch. So not only do we have to mark them as valid, but we need to store their password too. Danthus says, can you show me how you formatted your authentication header in Postman? Kind of interested for my own personal project. Yeah, sure. And oh, and hey, Deadbringer. I'll go over this and then I'll go probably get lunch. Yeah, actually, before I do any of that, let me write this down. Just lunch, and then where I left off was I was working through the second case in this function, which is called what? Add pre-beta user. Yeah, in add pre-beta user, and I got to the point where I need to update two fields on the user, password and is valid. Is there a way to do both at once? Also, I need to pull generate password from my local machine into that code base. Let's do that. Okay, so I believe it was, yeah, Danthus said, can you show me how you formatted your authentication header? So the way that my authentication is working, I actually need to start at the server for this. So when you create a user, here's how things will work eventually. So I'm going to talk about this in sort of some theoreticals here. That's not actually the case right now. Eventually, you'll be able to go to a website and say, I want to play Botland. So you sign up for an account, which means anyone can do this thing. You don't need to be authorized to do it. Just everyone can make an account. And that's how a lot of services work now, although usually there's some CAPTCHA or something preventing you from spamming it. Hang on just a second. Hey, I'll be out in a minute. Okay, so once you create a user, you are now allowed to get a token for that user. So if I say create token here, if I were to send my credentials across, I'll get an authentication token. I don't even think the server's running right now, so this won't work. Yeah, there we go. This token is a JSON web token. Now, JSON web tokens don't do anything about encryption. So see this token I just generated? This looks like a huge mess. But if I go over to jwt.io, I can figure out exactly what's inside of this thing. The only thing I can't do is tweak it because it's been signed by my secret signing key, which happens to be the word bots right now. Eventually that'll be a more secure signing key. So check this out. I paste in the token here and I get user ID 1. So if I wanted to, I could just change this. And there, it generated a new token for me. But this is not signed by the same secret that I have. So that won't work on my server. So JWT is a way for you to know that you've sent data across a network, an untrusted network, let's say, and make sure that it wasn't modified. Now, when we go back into this, what happens is I create a token, and the token has an expiration time too. You can actually see that in here. There's I@, which means issued at, and exp, which is the expiration time. So you can see that it's some amount of time after when I made it. That works out to be a day, I think. Now, once we get the token back, the user would store this on their machine. This would happen by the game client pretty much. Then everything that requires a token, so let's actually take this token. Check this out. So I'm going to take this token. When we call get user, user1, if I don't pass a token in, or I pass like a malformed token, it'll say invalid signature. So I need to pass in exactly the token I was given, and then I'm able to access this API. Let's say I tried getting user 2 with this token. It says I'm not authorized to do that. So that's a very brief intro into this. I am going to go get lunch, and then if you want to know more about that, I can always tell you afterward. So whoa. Before I do this, I saw someone added themselves to, lunch BRB. All right, here we go. We got to put both these people in, and I don't even remember how to do this. I should probably have figured that out. Lunch BRB. right, so BRB lunch, 45M, and I don't remember if this is spaces or what. I really need to look into that program and figure out how I was supposed to do this. No, I don't want that. Okay, more. How did I do this? Man, I made this like the worst possible way I could have done this. Does main even do anything here? It does. Shout out string. Split by spaces. Yeah, okay. So I need to do it this way. Then we go back into lunch. Let me take OMG's name. Okay, I will try to make this better next time. I'm losing my voice. There. Okay, cool. And yeah, Danthus, feel free to message me or something. Deadbringer says, good job on returning the password field in the gate user. Yeah, that's something I'm going to change eventually. All right, there we go. Cool. I'll be back after lunch, and then I'll be back for, what time is it right now? Yeah, so I'll be back for about 3 hours after lunch. So see you guys soon. Bye. This is my intro. I'd be the worst supervillain of all time. Oh, hold on a second, Bond. Let me just raise my desk. Yeah. Alright. So let's see what I missed in chat. Oh yeah, that's where I left off, I think. How are you going to mitigate CSRF? I need to look into what that is. Wait a second, let's see. Okay. Alright, cool. Alright, hey everyone. And then let's look up CSRF. Cross-site request forgery. So the only thing I plan on, okay, there are I guess a couple of different locations where this can come in. So one is the game server to the central server. That is going to be just a total like TLS connection. I know for sure that the game server is the game server and that the central server is the central server, and they'll only talk to each other or maybe to a load balancer. Either way, there will be certificates involved in all of that. And then I guess there's the client side of this too, but well, TLS is my answer for everything. Is this something different though? Well, anyway, I'll have to look into this more. What did I eat? Lentils. And Decatech says, hey again, Adam, 2 quick questions. Are you using Let's Encrypt at the end or not? And secondly, where did you buy your domain? Looking for a cheap domain provider. I'm not using Let's Encrypt yet, so at the end of this, I probably will be. And then, actually, let me look at this in a different window. I think I use name.com for my domain. Let me see. Yeah, I use name.com. So let's at Decatech this. Name.com. And hey, World Dominator. Computer File have a good video on. I was not a fan of this guy's first video that I watched. I'll try to watch this one. But I watched the one on, what is it? How to store passwords. And just something about this guy rubs me the wrong way. I mean, the information in it is good. So I'll watch this one too. TLS doesn't prevent CSRF. Okay, yeah. Well, then I'll eventually look into that. And yeah, let's add this to here. Long-term to do. Look into how I will prevent cross-site request forgery. Snowkit.org is using Let's Encrypt. They have a Gitter, so you might poke in there if you need some opinion from people. I've never heard of Snowkit either, actually. What is this? A collective of tools and developers for hacks. Oh, so it's just a hacks community? Interesting. Man, their links are like invisible. Is it just this monitor? No. They're practically invisible on every monitor. That's weird. I don't know if you saw it. That video is more of a basic video. Oh, yeah. I'll still take a look at it, I think. Learning Java slowly. Need to learn HTML and CSS or CSS first. Oh, and CCS? Maybe that was a typo. But, yeah, I'd say stick with Java for now. I think it's a good thing to start to learn. Learning HTML eventually, I think is a good idea. I think the web is so ubiquitous now that it's hard to make an application that doesn't have a website at this point. I mean, even if you're making a single-player game, you probably want a site somewhere telling people about the game, and then you're going to need to make that. Although there are a lot of things that'll create it for you if you want. So, All right. So where did I leave off? Working through the second case of add pre-beta user, and I got to the point where I need to update 2 fields on the user. Is there a way to do both at once? So I'm not sure what people typically do for this. Like, what I had been looking at here is, and I've shown this before, there's this article here. When you're updating multiple fields, you would just put to tickets 12, but what does this look like? Actually, I guess you know what we should do? We should look at a real API for this. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's see how GitHub's API works for updating something like this, and then just copy them. Sites, a lot of small businesses choose social networks over sites. Yeah, that's true. I guess I should say there will be a web presence. There almost has to be a web presence for most products now. HTML is useful even if you don't need and will use it. Create a basic website, but it's private. You need to look that up. How to publicly release it is well, the overall steps are pretty easy. One is make your computer accessible to the internet, and then 2 is give someone an address to your computer. So if you go to play.bot.land, you could go to play.bot.land, or you could go to this. So check this out. If I want to play Botland, I could go to this address. So your connection to your internet service provider gives you some kind of IP address, and you could just make your computer accessible to the internet. I mean, the real world steps are you sign up for a web host, you host it through them, you get a domain name, you point the domain name at your web host, you use that. Angry screams. All right, let's see what they got here. Let's take a look at put. Star adjust. Edit. Oh, interesting. The keys in the files object are the string file name. The value is another object with a key. For example, oh, so they use patch to modify multiple things at once. I guess I could just do that too, huh? Yeah, that sounds much better. Yeah, let's do that. So what do you use, what do you use put for unless you're making a completely new object? Then the response that they give you is, it sounds like the full gist. List gist commits. Yeah, but so far it's only showing my desktop, not an IP. Yeah, well, what I'm getting at is, like, my computer right now, for me to even be on the internet, I have an address, or rather my router has an address, and the router is assigning me an address based on that. So if I wanted, I could forward a port from my router to my computer, and you'd have access to my machine. Oh, I can see again. Should have wiped my glasses earlier today. All right, I'm going to use patch then. So now we got to go modify the server. In fact, let me write this down. So change patch to accept a password. And when doing that, so we have patch users. This is a super user API. Okay, so I'm going to change this. No, I'm not going to change this. Patch user. No. How do I want to do this? Patch user. Okay, so patch is a user. This can update fields like is valid or password. Glasses problem, open up an oven and go blind? What? You mean like from Steam? What I was picturing is that you incinerate your glasses, but I'm sure that's not what you meant. It's still funny to picture. It's a patch user. We get the user ID we want to patch, and then we check, are we setting is valid? Okay, yeah, so we're going to do this here too. Const password equals rec.body.password, which might not exist. Set password equal, we don't need to do this. Why did I even make this? Variable shouldn't exist. And let's delete it from up here too. Wait, it doesn't exist there either. Set is valid, yeah. Because I never use this anywhere else. There, so rec.body.password. We're going to say if util.exist password. Then let's say patching user ID to set password equal to password. Set user password. Okay. Oh wait, no, you can't do both of these at once. Oh, so much for that. All right, let's get smart about this. You ready? Const promise equals promise dot result. Yeah, smart. Now we do this. Promise dot then do that. Good. And we do the same thing over here. So now we do return promise dot then. Get rid of this. No, wait, no, we don't get rid of that. No, we definitely keep that there. Perfect. Then we return the promise. Aha. Yup, Steam. Problem is it shows the path instead of an IP because it's not publicly available. Spirit Man, I'm gonna look into it. Deadbringer says, when is a user valid? It sounds to me that it could also be some computed field. No, for right now, it's... For right now, all we've done is plan for pre-beta. This is not our production database. And a user is valid right now if I marked them as valid. And that's it. I know that sounds silly. So it's this flow that we have here. A user whispers game, they get access to the game, blah, blah, blah. Well, then the next thing that happens is every Sunday, I set is valid equal to false on every single user, even myself. So every Sunday, I just wipe out the database, basically. So is valid just means, did you spend points this week? And eventually, yes, I agree. It could be a computed field. It'll probably be that you have a set of flags on your account, like are you banned, are you probated, are you a full user, are you, I don't know, we have something like that. But for right now, yeah, I think this is how I'm going to do things. So let's go back to, what was I even modifying? I guess it was this file. No, it wasn't. It was the REST client. Yeah, here we go. Oh, this is, oh. Yeah, we need to set password as well. We should probably do this at once. If your website is hosted somewhere else, not your local machine, you need that machine's IP. Yeah. Yeah, and that's what a domain does for you. So, World Dominator, you basically have this. So your machine is has some HTML file on it. How do you make it open to the internet? And the answer to that is, well, first you need a web server. So this is something like Apache or Python or Node.js or really anything. So you need some web server to serve that up. Because right now the way that you're doing it is probably just opening that file in your browser. Then you need to share your computer's IP address with someone. If you have a router, you probably need to forward ports. And then, yeah. So you can get your IP address by just typing into Google, what's my IP? And Google will just tell you, yeah, your IP is blah, 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 blah. And hey again, Lulong. Alright, so I'm not a big fan of this method because I call the patch API. Oh, this is just the REST client. No, okay, now I remember what I was doing. I modified the server so the patch user can take in both a password and an ID. All right, let's restart the server and test this out. Yeah. Okay, So I will get user number 1. We got password, password. Now let's try patching the user. Okay, we're going to change password to balloon. Send. That failed. That failed big time. Undefined is not a function. Line 208. Oh, this is 208 of transpiled code. Set user pass. Oh, right, I never wrote this function. So there's set user is valid. Now there's also going to be a set user password. Sets a user's password. This is only intended to be used for pre-beta when passwords are stored stupidly. So user ID and then a string and the string password, and we change that to password. Is valid is password. Okay, great. Let's try running that again. All right, let's try that out. Oh, it worked. Cool. All right, let's take a look at the database now. We should have changed this user's password. We did. Look at that, password balloon. So I can change both the password and the is valid field at the same time. So let's set this to true and this to test. And now we send it, and I get this again, and we take a look. And yes, is valid is now set to 1, and password is set to test. So we can now do this. Cool. Cool. So now we go modify the REST client. We're going to call into the patch API. So patch set user pre-beta is valid. Let's change this. Let's say set user pre-beta details. Yeah. Set user pre-beta details. We're going to take in the password as well. The password, if defined, will actually be sent here. So let's say const options to send options equals is valid true. Oh, no. This should actually be is valid here. And then we say if util.exists password, then send options dot password equals password. Long says, what's the program where you change the password? That's Postman. And this is not like a program for changing passwords. It's a program for using HTTP verbs. So I can get or post to a URL if I want to. And it just so happens that I happen to have a REST API set up to change the password. In the end, it's a very roundabout way of just running a MySQL query. It's for a very good reason, by the way, and I can explain that if you want, but that's all it's doing in the end. A smart fridge. Wow. All right, so here we're going to put just send options. There we go. So now this knows how to take in the password. So, and the password's optional. And yeah, let's comment this. Sets certain pre-beta details about a user. So user ID is obvious. Boolean, whether the account is valid, and then password. Actually, both these things should be optional. In fact, let's call this new password. New password. Oh, I gotta change it up here too, don't I? Okay, so is valid doesn't need to be defined. And either way, I defined it wrong, so it doesn't really matter. So we put this here, is valid. Okay, there we go. Celadix says, can you remember me? Was one of the first? It's probably a very long time ago, Celadix. But yeah, I'm sorry. There have been a lot of people in and out of this channel, and a lot of people, I don't know. So yeah, I apologize. All right, what's next? So we set both of these things. Now when we call into this API, which we do through here, we're going to change this to that. We're going to say this is true, and we're going to say that this is the new password. New ACX? ACX? I don't know what that means. All right, let's generate a password for them. So this is something that I did over in app.js, which is currently open. Oh, new account. Oh, what was your old account? Wait, should I know you by the new account or the old account? I'm so confused right now. All right, generate password. This is what we're gonna do. Let's put this, I wanna make a util function somewhere. So let's just save a file called generate password. This needs to require crypto. Const crypto equals require crypto. The var should be const. Yeah. This function is not intended to be used for anything other than pre-beta. It does not generate strong passwords. And it's not intended to generate strong passwords, but it is intended to generate a weak password. Why does that code not work for me in Unity? I want to shoot to move in a 2D game. I want a shoot to move. A shot? Alright, let's see what you got here. So let's see, max speed equals 5. Position equals transformed opposition. If I recall correctly, you can't just set the transform position in Unity. I don't know if I've... Wait, maybe you can? I don't know. Let me look at my Unity notes. Where are my Unity notes? I don't even know anymore. Unity. Oh my god, come on. Aha, found it. Nah, I'm not sure. Player transform. I haven't used Unity in so long. You probably can just set it. Yeah, I'm not sure. Celodex says, how much do you pay for your domain and hosting? So there are multiple parts of that. I have a couple of domains. So botland.net, I bought this domain from another person, not from a business. And that was actually pretty expensive. I'm not going to go into costs exactly. Bot.land, I paid a decent amount. I don't want to go into exact prices for this stuff because .land domains are more expensive than .net domains. So there was that. Then my hosting. So I'm paying for a shared web host right now, which works out to about $50 per year. And this is where bot.land is hosted. So this site is on some like cheapo web hosting basically. But then the game server, the central server, basically everything else is hosted on Azure. And thankfully I'm paying nothing for that right now. It was hosted on DigitalOcean and I was actually also paying nothing for it there because I had $10 a month or $10 of credit and it was $5 a month and I only used it for 2 months. So that worked out perfectly. Would have built this backend, DDD, CQRS, and event sourcing. I don't think I've heard of any of those things. Guessing botland.net was already taken by the other dude? Yeah, it was. So I got this, I think, 5 years ago. In fact, yeah, I still have those emails. The guy emailed me about a month or two ago saying, hey, I'm still getting notifications about botland.net. And I said, oh, sorry, let me change that. I didn't realize any of that was happening. So I had to pay for Whois protection. What kind of Unity notes do you have? I'm new to Unity. Could you share them? Oh, I don't know about sharing them because these are something I wrote just for myself. Let me see. Yeah, it's just a long bulleted list. I'll show you them on stream. If you think they're useful, I could try to hack these into shape. I watched a tutorial about this thing and then oh, whoops. Okay, I just showed a password for something I never use. So I'm gonna go delete that account completely after this. That's why I shouldn't share my notes on stream. Alright, so delete account after stream. In fact, let me just check that out and make sure I didn't show anything else. I don't actually care about that account. It's not like I paid for anything. Yeah, that was it. Okay, well, and thankfully that account has no information about me on it. How's my streaming schedule for next week? I think next week's just going to be a normal week. So let's export this function. Let's do this the same way that I did this from something like player.js. So I think, yeah, just export default, generate password. Okay, there's that. So now from connection manager, let's go import that. Import from .. and then add pre-beta user. So in the case where you have this, we're pretty much done, and we can just return from here. In all other case, well, let's just generate a password, fine. So const password equals generate password. Okay, there. Now we need to send the password back to them. So we do pretty much the same thing we did before. Oh, wait, we got to do a .then here. Okay, there we go. All right, that's fine. And then finally here, the user doesn't exist, so create them. To create a user, I don't think I have this API. I don't think this was written completely. Yeah, I don't think this is correct anymore. You can't create a user with just a username, can you? Create user, yeah, now it takes in a password. Oh, so then this is a pretty simple change. I change password. And I just send that along. Do I stand there all the time? No, I don't. I stand for about a couple hours a day, maybe. If you don't mind, I'd gladly take these notes. I can use anything to get better. These were based on something that I probably did 2 years ago. I'll write it down. Send Captain Frast the Unity notes after looking through them. What is the time now? It is 2 o'clock. Yeah, I don't know how most programming streams work, but when you stream for 8 hours doing programming, I think there are a lot of people who just kind of check in here and there, or they're listening to me talk but not necessarily watching chat. Okay. OMG, do you actually want the notes? I don't mind sending them. If I'm going to send them to one person, I could just send them to multiple people. Or I could just share them online. Yeah. Maybe just make them totally public. Wait, if people want... Okay, yeah, I might just make this public. Okay, create user. Okay, good. So now you've got to call in to create user from connection manager. And we need a password for that. And then we need to send this over. So let's do all of this. Wow. Stupid double click. All right, there we go. So user, we're going to create with a name and a password. I think that's all we need. Where is REST client? User, name, and password. Oh, and a token. Why do we have a token for this? Oh, because you could use... All right, so I guess we say fetch super token. So I'm going to do this. Kind of silly that I need to do this. Maybe I'll just say... Wait, no, this doesn't make any sense, right? No. I made create user for a different API to call. That's right. I made it for add pre-beta user, which is never working. Is that correct? Or... Yeah, so I think what we need to change this to is the... This needs to be done away with. Okay, let's do this. No, oh man, alright, I don't know what I'm doing right now. Let me think of what I'm doing. So I want to create a user, and eventually this API needs to create them only if they don't exist. So really, this API should be changed into create user, which... Well, we know that they don't exist because we checked for that already. Get user, we checked to see if they exist. Not sure what I want to do here. Saladix says, do you want to start working in a company again, or will streaming be your job for years? I'm gonna do a notch. Yeah, so I have a company. I am not making any money, so there won't be any income until I either set up donations or a partnership, or I have a product, and the product isn't going to happen for another 14 months or so. So do I ever want to start working in another company? I mean, no. It'd be great to work in my own company the rest of my life. But that will probably end up happening if Botland is not successful. I can't do this the rest of my life with no money, so I need to find some way to be profitable. And I don't want to compromise and make games that are just like money vehicles. I'd rather make games that people like and want to play. And it's hard to do that with a very little budget. So add pre-beta user. How do I want to change this? I could change this into create user. Yeah, because I don't think this is called from anywhere right now. Oh, good, old man. I'm glad. How am I going to earn money from Botland if it's free? Oh, so I already detailed that in a monetization doc, which I just pasted in the chat. And this is, I'll show this on stream for those of you who don't feel like going to a link or on mobile. This is what I wrote on, 2 weeks ago. So it's tentative. We could change things about this, but there are only two things you can buy in Botland, or at least that we're planning on buying. Additional bot bays and salvage packs. And I mentioned what both of these things are here. So salvage packs are like random items, and additional bot bays let you make more bot templates, not make more bots. So if you've never seen Botland before, that might not make sense. I could explain that, but I'm not really going to go into that otherwise right now because we haven't coded any of that yet. $1 per missile shot. But yeah, and I think I wrote this up here, tenets. You should not be required to pay real life money to be competitive at Botland. Basically, it should not be pay to win. And 2, you should not be required to pay real life money just to play the game. So it shouldn't be one of those like stamina based games or a Candy Crush kind of thing where you have to pay to get lives or something. So these were our tenets when we were designing all of the monetization for the game. So as long as we stick to these, I'd be pretty happy. Now, this is questionable. In a game where you can buy things that aren't just cosmetic items, do you get some kind of advantage? Well, probably yes. But could you still be competitive without those advantages? Hopefully also yes. And we're going to keep a close eye on this. I don't want it to be obvious power creep or something like that, where normal users get lasers, 50 damage, and then you could pay for A for lasers, 150 damage. This is absolutely ridiculous. But what we are going to do is something like this. All users have access to all different kinds of lasers. So there's vampiric lasers, and there's regular lasers, and there's, I don't know, slowing lasers, or ooze laser, or something like that. All users can get any of these things by finding them. But if you want, you can pay to get something like this sooner. And again, all this will be a lot clearer once all this has been coded, and I can just show you, oh, here's how this works. Let me go buy something. So yeah, we've got this in mind. Don't forget about hats. Yeah. Yeah, if you pay $1 million, I'll probably give you an immortal bot. I don't think that's pay to win, right? Okay, so add pre-beta user is done in the connection manager and in here, and that's it. So I think we can change this to create user, which is what this is calling right now. We're going to need to change that API. Just going to make this... How are you going to squeeze the whales? With salvage packs. Booze lasers. No, I don't think so. I do not think so. Create user new. I'm gonna create user, change this name. That's what I'm gonna call this. When I go to check this in, I'm gonna change the name, but for now we'll do this. So the way this works is we first get the user to make sure that they don't already exist. So in that case, I guess we could throw an exception of whether or not this worked, or just return false. Are you going to add a leveling system? No, not in the sense that the longer you play, the better you get. Most strategy games, like, okay, if you go and play StarCraft right now, you don't have an advantage over someone who's played for 3 weeks and is the same skill level as you. Whereas if you go play an RPG, you are probably going to get dominated by the people who have been playing for 2-3 months because they're probably higher level than you. So no, being that this is a strategy game, you should be on the same plane as everybody else, assuming you're the same skill level as everybody else. Forget the money as long as you have enough to eat and a roof above your head. Money is just changing people. Well, I am married and I am not really pulling my weight monetarily in the marriage right now, so that's part of the consideration too. Otherwise, yes, I would certainly take that stance of like, how can I cut my costs as much as possible and just work on the game. The more you play, the better you get. No, there are two different ways of surfacing that. This concept of the more you play, the better you get there are two different ways of looking at this. One is your in-game character gets better. So, and then the other one is you as a player get better. So if you picture almost any fighting game, Street Fighter, Smash, you picture games like that, your in-game characters aren't getting any better. Like, Ryu doesn't do a stronger punch as you've been playing for like 2 or 3 years. You as a player get faster and you react better and you come up with better strategies. So it is the latter that we want to do, which is that you as a player are getting better. That's not to say there won't be some kind of progression, it just probably won't lead to more power. But anyway, I'm gonna kind of shelve all these conversations for right now, because I think once I start to code that, I'll talk a lot more about it and I'll come up with more documents that just answer everybody's questions. So right now, here's the overview for monetization. It could change. It hasn't been coded yet. There's no way to spend money yet. So there we go. All right, how am I doing this? So create user, change this name. I am going to make this first get the user to make sure it doesn't exist. So we hit the user URL. We do logger.error, username exists, so cannot add them again. I think this should just throw an error, throw new error. User already exists. The problem is this is going to get caught from whatever catch we have down here. So, oh, no, we can't do that. Yeah, we can't do this. Yeah, this is where I ran into this problem last time too, and this is why I didn't like this API, and this is why everyone told me to switch to coroutines, which I'd probably look into after this. If botnet makes no income, that's what I said. I'll probably go back to the real world. In a lot of games, there's some sort of time-tied progression. Premium gives you faster progression, but you still compete with players with the same level of progression. I suppose that's true. Yeah. There are some games though that give you things that you just couldn't get before. Like there are premium items and there's no way a non-paid player could get those. If I want to be the next Notch, I need to start selling this as early access. While I'm selling it, I'm just not selling it for money. It's for loyalty points. Who is the most loyal? Yeah, no, Botland isn't the real world, I think. It's a very idealized job for me. I love working like this, and I love the idea that eventually there will be a game that we produced from the ground up with a lot of hard work, and there wasn't, I don't know. I like all those ideas, but is that the real world? No. The real world is having a soul-sucking job working for the man, just trying to hold you down. I'm not that jaded. I haven't worked at such terrible jobs. All right, I need a coat, so I'm going to stop talking about this stuff. So if the user already exists, we can't add them again. This is where I want some way to just totally bail out of this completely. Because this... I don't think I could do that. See, my normal... Okay, I guess I could. I could throw an error that has no response to it. Yeah, that's what I could do. So throw new error. Username already exists. Now here what we do, we check if util, well, let's do this. Rest.response. If util.exists response. So this means this is an error that came from the REST server instead of from the then above. Which means that if the status is 404, so get this status, and this is going to be get it from response. If the status is 404, then we can continue in here. And in any other case, we can't. But we should have already had a token in order to do this. We don't have a token now. That's why this was failing before. Okay, got it. So let's put in the token. So we put this here. Oops. Well, we put it here. So fetch a super token, then store off the token, then request the user using that token. This is only going to work if we do... Okay, so then we can say return request.get this.set BL token. Is that even capitalized? I think it's lowercase. No, it's lowercase. And it shouldn't have been in quotes anywhere else. Did I miss something? Okay. What was I going to search for? Oh, BL token. I think yep, I did. Ah, that's because that's how set works. I knew there was a reason. So set the token to there, and then we also send... Do we send anything? What do we do for fetch user? Get user by name. We have a header and no body. Okay, so that's all we need to do. .get.set. I think that's it. We get the user. Right? Is this what get user was doing? Or create user? What did create user do? It was get user. Request, get, send, yes. And then get a response. Alright, and our response is if the user already exists, so cannot add them again. Okay, good. And our catch is where we handle the rest of this. So we don't need a token anymore. We instead say what does this do? Create user. So to do, return a promise that creates a user here. This is where we would do this. Return this dot create user. Token username. Yeah. And if it's anything else, then we do the whole throw response as error resp. Okay, I think we can get rid of this stuff now. Okay. So what do we have here? We get a super token so that we can access this API. And like I said, this will eventually cache it. Then we save off the token. We request the user. If we got a user, that's bad because we shouldn't be able to create a user if it already exists. So we throw an error. That will actually get caught here, but it'll be treated as the kind of error. Yes. Otherwise, we just say throw resp. This was a real error. Okay, yeah, let's try that. Okay, well, we have this. Now, what does create user do? This request.post set BL token. So we need in create user, we need the token set. Do we have that? Create user takes token, oh, and a password. Password. All right, let's try calling this. I'd be very surprised if this just worked. So it is now this case. We need to say return this dot rest client dot create user. It takes in a username. What is the username? Username. What is this? Get username? This can't be right. It should be username. Where else do I make that same mistake? Nope, that's it. Okay, so username, password, and that's it. And in the case that it works, we emit that user was created. New password. Okay. This might work. Oh man. So add pre-beta user. If this is invalid, then we return. We don't actually need to return a promise anyway. That doesn't matter because we're not going to chain anything off of this. Yeah. So in the case that this fails, we need to log an error here. So let's do that. Dot catch error. And we say logger.error could not add pre-beta user error. Okay, there we go. All right, so we need to test all of these cases. What are the cases? One is a user is valid and exists. Let's write all these down. Yeah, so test cases. User is valid. User was valid. User does not exist. Is there anything else that there could be there? The user either exists or it doesn't, and if it does exist, it's either valid or it's not. So I guess those are the only three cases. So it's, yeah, let's boil this down into booleans. User exists. User is valid. User was valid. User does not exist. Sounds good. Okay, how do we test it? Let's go restart the central server, and hopefully this works. Did I screw up anything here? I did screw up something here. All right, what is this? Unexpected token. I can't do intermediate saves because it's not fault tolerant. This is what I'm going to work on tomorrow. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, like I said, but I need to get some work done where I'm just not on stream and I can handle this stuff and just listen to music and zone out and code the worst code in the world. That's what I'm going to do. Hey, Hardline. I haven't seen you in a long time. Lulong has missed you. All right, well, this is going to take 2 minutes. Let's take a look at the code that I'd modified. So, okay, that part I'm fine with. The server, I believe I now took in a password and modified it if I needed to. Good, that part works. The connection manager, see, this has a lot of different code. I don't know if I like that. Same thing with the REST client. What is this? Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff here. I gotta make this neater. Okay, so this is gonna take some time going through every single file I have and transpiling it. And we should be able to see this working. Actually, maybe not, because I don't think it's, oh no, what's this? Unexpected token 121 of connection manager. User.password. I forgot a comma. Well. Let's rewatch this. Now, the alternative to doing things here was the old way, where I would just start up the game server. It would transpile things on the fly because it used Babel's register function, and then it took forever to start up. This way, it takes forever to pre-start, and then when I start it, it takes like 3 seconds. Okay, so yeah, we gotta wait for that again. And then I'm gonna comment what I did here. So that's what I worked on here, right? This stuff is pretty much fine. In fact, I should just check in the server right now. Yeah, you can now patch a user to change the password. Okay, let's just check that in. The REST server now lets you patch a user to change the password if you want. It only sets is valid or password if the appropriate fields are set, which means it could set both of them at the same time. So that code I was fine with. That was a pretty straightforward change too. That was this stuff that I'd written. It was this chunk of code here. So we just checked, do you have a password? Are you trying to set a password? If so, call into set user password and then respond 200 if that worked. Oh, I still screwed everything up. Line 137, this was another forgotten comma. All right, let's take a quick look through here. Is there something that'll check and see if this is valid? Okay, so then this was the old code here. Let's take a look. Did I already subsume this in the new code? Get user, if it exists and it's valid, admit that, okay, yeah, all this stuff is there, so we can delete that. All right. Another missing comma, I know. Merry Christmas, Adam. Here's the comma I wanted to get you. So yeah, we got to test these. So how do I go about testing this? We need to create a user. Actually, we can just modify the database directly, I think. So what do we have so far? If I say get user 1, we have password is Adam. Let me change that. Let me change that to password because that's probably what everything is trying to do anyway. Password, send. All right, that worked. Status 200. So now when we do get user, we have password is set to password. Is valid is set to 0. Let's make it valid. Set is valid to true. There. Now what do we have here? Yep, is valid is 1. Okay, good. So we have one valid user. Now let's take a look at, actually get user 2 won't work, will it? No, it did work. Okay, get user 2 is Adam. We actually want to change the name of that. All right, let's change that. So update users set name equal to user 2, where ID equals 2. Okay, so now if we try getting user, now this is going to be called user 2. Their password is password, and they have a valid account. Let's make them have an invalid account. So let's set is valid equals 0. So let's get them again. Good. So now we have we have the first two cases. The user exists. Actually, we have all three cases now. We just need to test them. So let's see. This. Oh no, no, make it stop. All right, I shouldn't have copy pasted that code. One more missing comma. We'll get there eventually. So the user is valid. That is Adam/password. User was valid is user2/password. And user does not exist is Harry Potter. Yeah. Let's get some Harry Potter botland fan fiction. God, please don't ever remember that I just said that. Grant pre-beta access. This was the app way of doing things. Yeah, okay, I can close these things too. Let's close all of that. Hardline says, hope you have a happy Christmas. Thank you. Colleen says, hey Adam, got your mail. Absolutely love what you did, that you did everything so thoroughly. It'll take a little time before the movie's done, but I'll get back to you when it is. Well, I'm glad you got it. I was actually wondering about that this morning. I thought, wow, Colleen hasn't gotten back to me. I wonder if this was some like scam to get my voice. But then I thought, no, he'd have Twitch for that. Well, cool. I'm glad you liked it, and I hope you can use the recording. And if you want, you can share with people in chat what it is that was about. But oh, what is this? Unexpected token on generate password line 9. Const password. Yeah, that's not something you can do. I need to say let password. Oh, I need some first pass over this that just syntactically checks the ES6. Oh, I have that pass. I have that in the form of pre-commit. Also, what is this doing open? How do I run this? Pre-commit. This probably won't work. Because this is going to try to run based on files that aren't... I don't know, maybe it'll work. No, I don't think it's going to work. Let's look at the server gulp file. Game gulp file. I think it runs based on JS code. These things should be almost the same as this. What is this? Shared client and game server. Public JavaScript event. This doesn't even exist. Alright, I don't know. 4 problems. Missing semicolons. Oh, well, look at that. I don't care about missing semicolons. Although we should write lint the code at some point. I'll put that here. Lint code. Alright, did this work? Hey, it's done. Okay, check it out. So now we can run this, and we can test out all the different operations here. Okay, this is perfect. So let's go into the connection manager, and we have add pre-beta user. We have a socket and an authorization. Oh, we don't know the authorization password. Why did I make a password? Why did I randomly generate a password? Doesn't make any sense. So what is the password? Oh my God, I thought it was a 4-digit number. It's apparently a crazy number. Okay, so when we call into this is only going to work for this time. So let's go change server run. Oh, we're not even using server run. So it won't change every time. When you finish Botland, what will you do? Well, if Botland is popular, then I will continue to work on Botland for many years. And if Botland is not popular, then I'll just go crazy. Sounds like a reasonable life to live. So when we call this, we got to say this.rest client dot add pre-beta user. Did I capitalize the B in beta? No. Okay. Then there's a socket. Oh, there can't be a socket here. This won't work. Oh. Okay, let's get some things clear here in the code. Let's just change this around. So let's say logger.info user was already valid, and then we'll print their password, user.password. Great. So this is not going to work. Let's cut that out. Next, let's put this down here. Socket.emit user was already valid. Wait, what? That's not right. Made a new password for user. So user existed but was not valid, and then here's their new password. Great. Oops, oh, I just saved that. That's gonna crash. I just crashed everything. Look at that. Okay, I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that like sooner than I wanted to fix it, because that is very frustrating. I should have realized that would happen. All right, so then user did not exist, and then we print their new password. All right, here we go. Oh no, Kalian, I didn't really think you were scamming me or something like that. I mean, if you were scamming me, there'd be much clearer ways for you to scam me. I was just wondering what happened is all. And like, there's no hard feelings or something. It's not like I thought, oh, Kalian. It was more like what happened to him. I'm supposed to be grinding for a new unit that was released. Brave Frontier. Does my wife program? So I don't answer any questions I deem too personal, and that's one of the questions I think is a bit personal. Colin, what are you doing? Achieve your goals or insanity? There's really only two paths in life. Yep. You can actually choose both if you want. You can achieve your goals and go insane. And actually, someone linked yesterday an article about the creator of Fez. I was actually pretty surprised to read that. I didn't know anything about the creator of Fez, so I just assumed it was a well-mannered person, but someone was very frosty on Twitch. Okay, we got to call this API. Here we go. So add pre-beta user. We take in a socket that doesn't matter whatsoever. Great, done. Next, we need a password that also doesn't matter because I just removed that. So no, great. Next, we need a username, a password, and points required. Oh, points required need to be mailed back to the person. Mailed. What am I talking about? Mailed. Take points required into account when emitting a packet. How many watts on the bulb in the lamp? Oh yeah, old man linked it. Yeah. People were talking about Indie Game too, the movie, and I have Indie Game also. They were talking about Indie Game, comma, that is the movie, and I haven't seen that either. I'm probably going to watch it at some point. So let's do add pre-beta user Adam. We actually don't need a password for this, but let's specify a password of something totally crazy, QWERTY. That way we know this is not something that we've used before. And then points required 50. We're not even using that. So let's join all these lines and try this API out. And what will happen? How many of you think we'll see red text? Undefined is not a function. Actually, that might not be so bad. Is it add pre-beta user that's not a function? Yes, it is. Why is that the case? Oh, because it's not part of REST client, it's part of connection manager. That is a very simple mistake to fix. Done. Hey, check it out. User was already valid. That worked. There's no red text there. Oh, this is amazing. Okay. Are you ready? Here comes the next part. What was our other user? User 2. So we go change this to user 2. And we said QWERTY is the password? We can't take in a password here anymore. That doesn't make any sense. We gotta get rid of this. This is wrong. Yeah, okay, well, we'll fix that in a sec. So what if we did this anyway? User existed but was not valid, and then it spewed out a new password. So now if I get that user, user 2, we should see the new password. Oh, but it didn't set them to valid. That's not good. Set user pre-beta details. This is called in the REST client. That's here. User ID is valid. New password is valid as passed in. Send options is valid. Oh, the send option. Oh my God. Is valid is supposed to be capitalized differently. Okay, well, let's save that stuff then. The creator of Fez is the opposite of you. He did go fully insane. He just let his success go to his head, and his disposition of being rude became way worse. Oh, did not go fully insane. Oh, you're saying he was already that way to begin with, to some extent. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think... See, I don't know if I've made this analogy before, but You've heard of people who buy a lottery ticket and then they mentally spend the winnings despite that they haven't won yet. Well, in my head, I am thinking, okay, what happens if Botland makes it huge? What happens if it makes it moderately huge? What happens if it fails completely? And in the case where it makes it huge, there are certain tests I have, certain gauges for how big did it get, how successful is it. And for me, the mark of success is not how much money something makes, although it does need to keep me afloat. So as long as it makes, let's say, at least eventually $40,000, $50,000 a year, then that is a success to me. If it makes like a total of $10,000 over the course of its lifetime, that's not a success. So it's sort of like how most people work in real life. Money is not necessarily a success factor, but if you don't have enough to keep you alive and you're not fulfilling your basic needs of shelter and food, and then yeah, things get to be a problem. So for me, assuming it makes that, then the level of success at that point is marked by how many people are playing, do people like the game, are they active, have they formed a nice community. So those are all the things I want to foster after that. But I don't, this is all contingent upon there being a game that people play. So we got to work toward that first. Anyone trying to help me with this issue? Basically, when I'm in the game loop and my character reaches 0 HP, I want it to go to the retry screen, and it does sometimes, but sometimes it just gives me this error: local variable rect1 reference before assignment. I don't really understand how it can work sometimes, others not. Old man, if you paste in your Python code snippet, it'd probably be a lot easier to figure out what's going wrong there. It's just impossible to please everyone. Yeah. Hatter's gonna hat. Okay, and hey geek. Okay, so we rebuilt this. That means we need to restart this, and that means we need to change the API that we're passing in here. So now instead of passing in passwords, we get rid of that entirely. We delete all of that, and now we try this out. So the same thing should happen as what happened before here. It should say, yep, user is already valid. Perfect. Now when we make user 2, this should set them to valid. User existed but was not valid. It made a new password, and now when we get them, whoop, 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 whoop. That's not good. Okay, I shouldn't have pressed that button. Is valid still set to 0? What? What happened here? What happened on the REST server? Patching user ID equals 1 is set is valid to 1. This is wrong. Is valid equals 0. What's going on here? Oh, this could be failing in any of 3 places. I need to go figure out where it's failing. So I'm doing send options is valid equal. Okay, let's just print out send options and rerun this and then try this again. So rerun the game server, then we try our scenario again. Come on. Okay, did this set is valid this time around? No, it did not. But we printed our send options. It said is valid is, oh, it's got to be the string true. REST server. It's this right here. I should just make this a double equals and be done with it. Or I should check to see if something's truthy. Is there, well, there's a Lodash API for a lot of things. Double equals is the way to see if something is truthy, so I really should just check that. But truthy, they have a function for this? No, I'll just use double equals, I guess, despite that I don't like doing that. Is there any sort of thing for that though? Chain. Date, function, lang. Do they have? No. Number, string, utility. Fine, I'll just use double equals. Alright, then we need to test the truth table for this because there's enough weird stuff that happens here that we got to be careful. So true equals true. Oh, that's false. Why? Why does that happen? Does true have a toString? What? How? Oh, I don't understand that. Because if you say 1 equals 1, that's true. And if you say new array 1 equals 1, that's also... Well, wait, did I screw this up somehow? Oh no, it's the string one. Huh, no, that still fails. Nah, that's weird. Is it just array one? I don't know, whatever. Anyway, yeah, let's just change this, I guess. Let's do let is valid equal false if rec.body.is. Wait a second, no, we can't do this. We can't do this. We need to do this, and then we need to set is valid in here. Oh, that was actually a bug, which means I probably made this bug somewhere else. Old man says you wanted to paste the code into in a paste bucket. You don't have to paste all of it, although all of it would help. What is the orange icon for program? That is Postman, which is a Chrome extension for doing HTTP verbs like get and post and patch. Just eval it. I am going to make a function for this, I think. Do I want to do that? Yeah, fine. Export function is true or string true. Val. Here's what we'll say. We'll say if is string. Oh man, why can't I type is string? Val. Then let's do val equals, well, return val dot, what is it, to lower? I always forget the name of this function in Node. A dot to locale. No, it's just lower. What? What's going on here? A equals A. There they are. A dot to lowercase. Okay, so to lowercase equals true. Okay, else return val equals true. So the only way we're going to accept this thing is if it's one of these two things. So great. Given either given a value, return true if it represents the string true or the Boolean true. So this is star, and this returns Boolean. That shouldn't happen. Okay, there we go. Hey, Walter. Yeah, I don't know if you saw earlier, but I said happy birthday. So happy birthday. Injured myself in the process, but did it in style. What'd you score? That's what everyone wants to know. Oh, see you playing Risky. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'm looking forward to it. And, well, I don't know if later meant see you later or later I'll send it later, but if it means see you later, then also happy holidays. Where are you getting string true from? I'm getting it from my own code that I'm writing. So when I'm passing it through Postman, it comes in as a string. When I pass it through JavaScript, it comes in as a Boolean. Was there and time to hear you say that thing. Scores are 198. Wow, your family has better bowlers than my family does. Why don't you load the body as JSON and pass JSON instead of true in the body? That actually should already be done, to be honest. Let's see if that's the case. Because I check... No, there's a body parser. But this is a... What is loading this? Restify? I don't know. I think I'm going to just keep it this way for now. Only so that I don't screw up anything later. Oh, and see you, Boomfizz. I'm about the only one that goes bowling regularly. Well, then your family's really good for not bowling. I mean, I know it's not like scoring 300s every time. Shank says, are you making a game? Yes, I am. And here is a video about what the game is about. So you can go check out that video if you want to see it. Normally, I would just be showing it on stream, but I'm not really coding the game right now. I'm coding the backend for the game. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to say let is valid equals util dot, what did I call that function? Yeah, this. Util dot is, yeah, this rec.body.is valid. this needs to be done in the other place where I specify is valid, which is here. Okay, so we got that now. Next, actually that's it. There is no next. I think next we just test this. So let's try it out. We're almost there. Those 3 scores were mine over 3 games. Oh, I see. Highest score apart from that was my nephew's. 180, 167, 166. Oh, wow. Well, good. Hopefully you had fun. Do I use a standing desk? Yes. Let's see if Wouter takes the bait. All right, did we fix this? Yep. There it is. Do I know my users? My viewers, I should say. Is valid is still set to 0. What did I screw up here? Send is valid is true. Oh, I never restarted the server. Oh, that's what I screwed up. Okay. Well, that's a pretty simple problem to fix. So now we just test this one more time. And there, now it should work. Perfect. It's set to 1. We did it. All right, next up. We got to try with a user that doesn't exist. So this is where we test with Harry Potter. What did this say? Could not add pre-beta user. Type error undefined is not a function. That's not good. Okay, that's not a real issue. So what do we do here? We did this. Create user, change this name. It said undefined is not a function. So let's take a look. This REST client, create user, change this name. It is indeed a function. So that's not the part that's screwing up. So the part that's screwing up must be inside of that, which is in REST client here. So we do get server, fetch super token, do all this stuff, get set, logger.error, throw new, return this.create user. Create user is not a function maybe? Where is this? Did it even say hitting URL? It did. Got a token. So hitting URL, got a token. That's what printed there. Then something else screwed up. Also, what am I missing? I figured out my problem. Basically, if my character is hit while moving, it will throw an error. But if I'm static and if I bullet, it'll run perfectly. I tried it 5 times. Okay, yeah, cool. Any insight on how to approach it would be appreciated. So set up a debugger as soon as you can. And if you need something that'll let you set it up a little bit more easily, look into, I think it's called PyCharm. So I've used this before, and if you need some help getting this running, oh wait, they might have switched away from a free model for this. Free community. Okay, well, yeah, I'll link this to you. There we go. Yeah, so try this out. Tech Attack. I don't think that's correct. Shankmaster. Yeah, if you have any feedback about the game, definitely let me know. What do you think is going to be bad or good about it? As far as I know, you haven't been in this channel too much, so I think that video is probably your first intro to it, right? Yeah, 3 minutes. Yeah, so let me know. Next, we got to figure out what function is failing here. So we have request is fine, get is fine. So I think all this stuff is fine. Logger.error, throw new error. That's fine if it exists. So create user, maybe something in here was failing? Or was it this? Post, set, send, then get server URL. No, all this stuff seems fine. Weird. I'm not sure what's happening then. I think I just need more logging in here for now. Really looking forward to playing this game when it's done. I love the concept of programming games. Yeah, and it's, well, as of yesterday, it was playable. As of today, I've broken everything. So I'll eventually let you check it out. But yeah, first, if you're here next week, it should be working next week. I'm not going to be streaming the rest of this week. So, old man, the debugger is what you see. So check this out. Let's say I'll give you a really brief overview of what a debugger is. So I'm going to open up. Let's go to test HTML main.js. So let's say I have some code. I make an array and then I change the array. Let's say I put, I don't know, a2 equals hello. And then I say, all right, now let's do sum equals a1 plus a. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll do this. We'll say var sum equals 0. We'll say for everything in a, I want to do sum plus equal that. And then we print the sum out. Okay, great, right? So here's our code. Now check it out. I'm going to run this, and it's going to do something that I don't expect. And we're gonna figure it out. So it said 9 hello 37. Well, that's weird. Why is that happening? So for me to figure this out, debugging is this thing that you've seen me use before. So let's remove all our breakpoints that we had right now, and we'll open up main. A debugger will let me set breakpoints. So I can set a breakpoint here and then execute the code. And what'll happen is I'll be able to step through it. So at any given point, I can see exactly what the state of the program is, what all of my threads are doing if you're in a multi-threaded language, what all my variables are set to. You can check anything out that's like registers on a CPU if you want. So here I can see, okay, my array is here. Let's put a watch on this. I'm gonna say add to watch. So here's my array. It's 5, 4, 6, 3, 7. Then my array gets set to 5, 4, hello 3, 7. Okay, that's a little weird. Now I'm modifying sum, and I'm going to say add that to watch too. So it's 0. Oh, looks good. Okay, now it's 5. Okay, looks good. Now it's 9. Looks good. And now all of a sudden, it's 9 hello. And because I stepped through this program, I can see, oh, it's because that value is hello, and it's trying to add 9 to that. So debugging lets you make all of your assumptions known and correct any expectations that you have by stepping through the code. And so that's what you would get if you use PyCharm. Do you have an estimate for when accounts are finished? Next week, you said? So the accounts part should be finished next week, but then there's the stuff that's based on accounts. So like bot bays, for example, are tied to a user. Have you ever played and seen Untrusted, the game where yes, I have. So someone else linked that to me on the stream. I hadn't heard about it before that. And it was a pretty cool game. I liked it. I think, so what I'm doing right now, if I were able to use a debugger for this, that would be great. I have a problem with my Node version and I can't, but what I'm doing instead is just placing log statements around, which is not a great way of doing things. Because the problem I have here is that it just says undefined is not a function. Actually, you know what? I should have, could not add pre-beta user. Let me check something out. Yeah, this. Let's just print out the stack. Logger.info error. And then logger.info error.stack. Let's try that out. We'll have to. All right, let's run this and then try it out. So we load in our Harry Potter user. This is still going to error, but now we'll have a stack trace for where it errored. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we could have just printed the error. And in fact, that's what I should have done. And it's coming from here, REST client 285. Oh, what is this? What is this? What is this? Util.x. Oh, I forgot the I. It exists. I'm having an existential crisis. Exists. I don't think I've ever made that typo in this before. Adam, are you interested in creating a mobile app for this, or will it only be web-based? I will probably end up making an app at some point, but I don't want to do that off the bat. I'm trying to have as few shareholders in any sort of profit here as I can, so that we can funnel as much profit as possible back into the game to make it better and yeah, work on things. Did I already sing for you? I will not be singing probably ever on stream. All right. What do I do now? Yeah, the Harry Potter thing. Okay. User did not exist. So this should have added Harry Potter to the database. User ID 3. Let's check it out. User ID 3, send. And we have our password 22CF. Yep, 22CF. And is valid is set to 1. Perfect. That's absolutely perfect. That's all the test cases. So now if I were to invalidate that user, let's manually invalidate this user, which is what's going to happen every week anyway. So I set is valid where user ID equals 3. Whoops, that was 32. I didn't mean to do that. 3. So now if I get this user again, we see is valid went back to 0. And now I call the API that I had from before. And it says, where does it say this? Excuse me, sorry. It should have said, and it did not say this, it should have said user existed but was not valid. I don't see that printing here. Oh no, it says right there. It's the last line. Staring me right in the face and couldn't see it. Okay, and so then the password should have been updated to 4DC. Yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah, everything's working. Will I be bowling on stream? Oh yes, in my private bowling alley. If your game is all client-side script CSS, you should check out PhoneGap, Cordova. It's so I've heard of those things, and I do appreciate the suggestion. It is a mix of WebGL and a lot of network calls. Singing in Dutch and no one will ever understand it. They'll probably guess based on the tune, unless I'm that bad at singing. And yeah, no, constructive criticism is totally fine. My only basic rules for chat, and I haven't really posted these anywhere because I'd rather just like give people warnings or something like that. Basic rules are don't post personal information about each other or me. Try to have some kind of conversation if you're gonna have a conversation. I don't care if you guys talk about which apples are the best kind of apples, but like it should be something. And then don't be a huge jerk. That's pretty much it. Hey folk. I'm doing pretty well. I checked out your speed run last night. I have to say I skimmed through it. I did not watch all 25 minutes, but I'd never even seen that game before. You were playing the German version. You might be able to speed that up by playing the Japanese version. The text is usually faster. Okay, chat. Alright, so now we can switch to the socket way of doing things. In fact, if we don't have a socket, maybe we should just not socket emit anything. Yeah, we could do that. Do I want to do that though? That's going to add an if statement to all of this stuff. I'll just do it. Fine. If util.exists socket.emit. Okay, we got to do that everywhere now. All right, let's put this here too. All right, and then finally here. Okay, so you should be able to pass in a socket if you want. You don't have to pass in a socket. And if this totally failed, let's do socket.emit error. Let's put all this stuff down here. Error.message. Actually, we should do it this way. Now what we should do is I should just have different network constants, just like I did before. All right, and I should say who it had a problem adding. Let's see, username. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So error adding user name as a pre-beta user. Error message. All right, there we go. Adam, can I get a lamp token? I would like to show my mom what you've done. Yeah, sure. Also, hi, Talroll's mom. God, that sounds weird. I hope that worked. Because, yeah, people haven't been changing my lights. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I guess it has worked. Wait, has it? Has it been working or no? Maybe this thing is broken. Because, yeah, people haven't been changing that a lot. I'll have to look into that at some point. Find out if followers have been able to change the lights. And the other thing is, fix the fault tolerance on this thing. Figure out why this can notification each time, unexpected. Oh yeah, so any error is going to screw it up. Need to make this more fault tolerant. If you need help with light, I'm always here for you to test. Well, thank you for that. Oh, hey, Quantum KO. Usually you do greet when you come into the chat room. Thanks a lot. She's amazed about that. Mom, come over here. I can control some guy's lights on the internet. No, I think it's great. I think it's great that people can do that. And for any of you who don't know how the system works, I described it a little bit there. Okay, so I think the next part of this is checking this in. And then, so now you can add a user, and that user is then, oh, check this out. We can actually run this end to end. Watch this. Okay, so we have the Harry Potter user, right? Actually, let's do this a little bit differently. Let's go to here, close the other tabs. We're gonna make a new user quickly. Why can I not make a new user by pressing up and down? Let's make Norman Newbie. All right, let's make that user. I can't even paste it in here. What's going on? Oh, this is the central server. Oh my God, I'm stupid. All right, so there's Norman Newbie. Now let's connect to this thing. Norman Newbie. We're going to connect with this username. And it worked. Cool. So we can now create users, and the accounts that have been set up are now respected. So if I try putting in random characters in the password and I connect, it says either the account name you provided, Norman Newbie, does not exist, or the password is wrong. If you don't have an account, go to bot.land/prebeta to find out how to get one. All right, looking good. Oh, hey, NRS. Is Philips Hue Bridge Apple related in some way? No, it's, well, only in the sense that it's sold at Apple stores as well as being sold at other stores. So the Bridge is not purchasable separately from the lights, I think. So the starter pack is like $200. And it was like the best purchase ever. So that's why I should be getting paid by Philips. That was a real endorsement. I'm over here getting $0. 0 hard-earned dollars. Alright, so set user password. You now have a way to do that. Oh, did I screw something up? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's show the log. I think I might have screwed something up. I checked in the server. Oh, yes, I screwed something up. All right, let's fix this. Post haste. This, and let's amend the last commit with those things. REST server now lets you patch a user. It only sets is valid. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so that was important. We needed to fix that. Is there any donation button? No, there is not. I want you guys to just enjoy the stream and eventually spread the Botland love. There's no way to give me money. No way whatsoever. You can't go to YouTube and subscribe. You can't. It's all appreciated, but does not generate coins for me. Is the database fully set up now? Kinda, sorta. There's still other things left to do. And so in the coming week, you'll see me work on a lot of different areas of the game. See, before this week, here's what there was. There was my bots running on my machine. There was the game server running on DigitalOcean. And actually, that was it. Yeah, and then the client was also hosted on DigitalOcean. So that was how things used to be. Now, here's how things are. I still have this. I kind of have this, This is now running on Azure, but there's a REST server running in a different Azure VM, which this part isn't actually, this isn't actually done yet. I might work on this stuff tomorrow too. You don't need money, we give you love. And yeah, I have a Raspberry Pi too. Yeah, no, the pizza can't make it through the door. There's a vaporization barrier. For some reason, just cheese can't make it through here. So that wouldn't work, Weedly. We need to finish checking this in. And see, this is the kind of thing I'm not super happy about. Let's take a look. This is really all we did too. So connection manager, add pre-beta user. We need to recomment this. This needs to be if specified, we will emit the results of this API through the socket. And this is going to need to change a little bit. Authorization password, yep, that's still needed. Username, password's no longer there. This is so the sender doesn't need to keep track of the points, but we don't actually use this, we just send it right back. And we don't even send it right back yet, huh? Should I get one? Looking into getting a 2B. What? Should I get what? Okay. So let's send across the points required along with this stuff. That goes there. Oh, whoa, no, we don't send this back here. The user is valid. We don't send points required back. That's not needed. There we go. Any advice to get past it? Yeah, you can just come in through the window. Just make the pizza guy scale the building. Oh, Raspberry Pi 2B. Oh, okay, so here's the problem with Raspberry Pi, is that it's very compelling to get a cheapo computer, but then you discover that you need a whole bunch of other things to use this computer. So you need an internet connection. So if you have an Ethernet cable, you can use that. Otherwise, you'll need a Wi-Fi dongle. So you'll need to buy that. You need a power adapter. You probably have one of these because these are universal now, or more or less universal. You need some sort of display, at the very least, for setting it up, unless you've probably set one up before and you can get SSH running without a display. And then you'll just need an HDMI cable. So typically what you'll find is Amazon Raspberry Pi Starter Kit. And this is what I bought a long time ago. I actually, what is this? Why is it $70? The one I bought had a whole bunch of other stuff in it that oh, it was the Ultimate Kit. Where's the Ultimate one? I don't even see the Ultimate one. Okay, let me search this thing again. Raspberry Pi Ultimate Starter Kit, this thing. Because I wanted all of the extra stuff. Yeah, this has it. So when all's said and done, this is $85. You could buy a cheap phone off of eBay for like $30 that will do more than the Pi will and probably faster. Well, maybe not more than the Pi will. Although this comes with like a whole bunch of wires and a breadboard and everything. Anyway, that's enough about Raspberry Pi. Yeah, so this function is a little bit sprawling. I think we're going to need to fix this up a bit. I don't think it's worth changing that in this commit, but I think it is worth doing it at some point. So make add pre-beta user in connection manager a little less sprawling. In connection manager. Found a kit. Yeah. Total price, 77 euros. I don't know how much that is in US dollars, but yeah, see, that's what I'm getting at though. Like the Pi Zero is $5, but to actually make use of it is probably minimally $30 or $40. Okay, so you can now add a pre-beta user through the game server. This will contact the REST server to, I'll just say, install the user. $84. Wow. Oh, I have a console.log in here. What's going on? It's not in this file, it's in the REST client. Yeah, this. Oh, right, that's because I was just testing something out really quickly. So I want to look through these two functions, and then I think that's it. This is generic pre-beta. I gotta get rid of this. Yeah, we gotta. This will be done away with soon enough. It's, yeah, it's a placeholder. I'm gonna say to get rid of that. Generic, yeah, this. Okay, so where did I write the thing about network constants? Because that's where I want to change this. Constants. Yeah, that's not good. I'm gonna change that. Do away with this and switch to specific messages. It makes for a cleaner interface. All right, and then finally util. Okay, great. So now we just got to read over these couple of things. So I'm going to do that after I sit down. All right. Yeah, oh, so the other thing I wanted to check out is my follower system working? Talroll modified the lights, but then everyone else didn't seem to get access at all. And there have been new followers, so something's broken here, but I don't know what. Info. Ode. In chat. Where's in chat? In chat, 57. Huh, something's wrong then, huh? Let me take a look. Resume token ode. So here are the last people to follow me, I think. Is that true? I don't recognize these names. Are any of these people in my chat right now? Let's take a look. Gorilla, no. No. Huh. That's weird. I don't think my system's working correctly. Maybe it's not adding them to the list. You saw me on the list? that's entirely possible. Yeah, okay, that's how... Alright, I should delete myself. I'm actually on there multiple times. Okay, I don't know. I think this is broken. Well, if you followed recently and you didn't get a whisper from BotLad, let me know. I don't know what's broken with this. I don't know if it even created tokens for people. Oh well. Yeah, so MaxLim just followed. Let's see if it works with MaxLim. It should create a token and it should add... Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Could be any number of things going wrong. So in the meantime, we got to check out just two of these functions. I got to read through these. Probably need to refactor these at some point. So I check to see if the user exists. If they're valid, then send the password back over the socket. Otherwise, do this. See, a lot of this is just that I spanned one function call over 4 lines and then another function call over 5 lines. So this is really like a 3-line function. It just looks a lot longer. Yeah. All right. I think I'm going to leave this as is for now. Same thing. Let's go take a look at the REST client. Just take a quick look at this. So we get a super token. We check to see what we're going to patch. We figure out what exactly we're going to patch below. All right, then we do this. Yeah, okay, I think I'm fine with this. Oh, and generate password. This we got to check in too. What just happened? There we go. This function is not intended to be used for anything other than pre-beta. It does not generate strong passwords. It does generate using cryptographic randomness, but that doesn't mean anything because the passwords are weak. All right. So check that in. Push our code. All right, there are a whole lot of other things on the to-do list, which I accidentally popped out of Sublime. Let's close that. And then close these things too. Yeah, close all of that. So I'm going to try to take as much of this off of the to-do list as I can. All right, so that stuff is done. Take points required into account when emitting a packet. I guess that's already done. Find out if followers have been able to change the lights. So it looked like our last follower did not get any sort of message about lights. Are they on the ode list? Token ode. Max lem. No. Yeah, something's wrong then. I wonder if I need to restart this. Whoops, that's not right. It's this. Info ode. Huh. Okay, let me just restart this then. Maybe that's the problem. Although I don't know why that would be the problem. Botlad join, chat client join, Whisper client failed. Bailey, so I don't really keep track of that myself even. I wrote a short thing about that there, but yeah, I don't keep track of too much of it myself. Let's run info in chat. It only sees one person in chat. Huh, I'm not sure. Okay, well, let's see what's next. Is this working? It didn't generate a token for anyone else. I'll have to look back into this. It's not seeing anyone as being in chat. I think that's the problem. Before, it was definitely showing me... It was showing me people who were in chat, but it probably... You know what? Actually, here's what we could check. Let's see. Did Maxlim show up in here? Yes. Weird. So maybe you couldn't fetch the followers. I don't know. Either... Oh, there. It just joined everybody. Ah, okay. So Gorilla is here, apparently. Gorilla is about to get a link. Let's see. All right, well, Gorilla or Maxlim, if you guys are still here, let me know if you eventually get a link whispered to you from Botlad. Something's probably broken because I've been breaking everything left and right. So it might not work, but I give it about 5 minutes. So let's come back to this. Come back after 5 to 10 minutes to this. All right, make sure the game server can add a pre-beta user. Done. Modify, grant pre-beta access in my bot. That part's not done yet. We're going to save that. I'm going to lint the code next. So let's go into the game server's gulp file and start to lint all of this code. Now the game server keeps all of its code in source, bin, and that's it actually, right? I guess shared, but that doesn't really matter. So let's take source and bin at the very least and put this here. Yeah, nice. Now we should be able to lint this code. Let me close out of all these other things. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this should succeed after hopefully only a couple more seconds. Well, it started after a couple seconds. So this will find stylistic and code correctness issues in the code, and then I'll change them. Those should all be very, very fast. And we don't have any outstanding code right now anyway, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, nothing. Oh, wait, we do. The gulp file. Oh, that's fine. This is taking much longer than I expected. I wonder what it has to do. It should just have to form an abstract syntax tree of all of the code. Okay, well, let's take bin out of here, because that was a waste of time. Oops. Oh, no. I forgot that would clear the screen. Alright, whatever. DLCL pre-commit here too. Hey Can, and thanks. Happy holidays to you too. So modified the server game servers gulp file. Modified the servers gulp files, and then fixed linting issues. In fact, I'm gonna say this so that they're scanning the right files for linting. Alright, so here's what we do. We fix these things. Missing semicolon, that is correct. Missing semicolon, also correct. Missing semicolon, yep, great. And missing semicolon. Alright, let's turn off the watches that we have running. So there is, let's turn off the central server watch, the game server watch, and the game server. So now none of that's taking up CPU time. The client I'll leave running. Yeah, I can close out of this though. So much stuff to keep track of here. All right, good. And then the clients run. Let's do this. Title client. All right, so yeah, I'm nearly positive that this didn't work. And by this, I mean the token bot. What is going wrong though? What, does this not find anybody? Let's take a look. What this should do is get the people who followed. Giveaway winner. Thanks for following. Here's a link. Grab followers list every once in a while. Process it. And then, yeah, every once in a while they should print in chat, ode, processed. Oh no, oh no. I think I know what's going on. This. Oh no, no. Okay, I know what happened. All right, this makes perfect sense. This should have been set to 2 instead of 3. Oh my God. All right, sorry. Everyone who followed me will now end up getting lights. I'll restart this and it'll start working. I can't believe that. All right, it might take a couple of minutes. How long have I been using Conemu for? For the other alternatives? I've been using it now for about 4 months, and I've been pretty happy with it. I was looking for 2 things. I was looking for tabs and the ability to navigate to a tab directly. Okay, so yeah, everyone who had followed me, well, really any time in the last day, this should now function. So you should get control over my lights sometime now in the next, I guess, 5 minutes is what I should promise here. It'll eventually say, yeah. For the lights, do I store them in a database? No, just a JSON file for right now. When I originally wrote this, I didn't expect to have a lot of followers. So I didn't expect to have to store a lot of people. But yeah, now it's different. All right, so let's take a look at the rest of this code. Okay, that worked. I'm kind of surprised that worked, but anyway, it worked, and that's good. So then over here we have JS code. Let's take just the source of this. I really should just have one place where I run all of this. All right. Yeah. Let me just copy paste this in here. And then we cut out bin because I don't care about linting that. So here in Botland app we have a single problem and an unexpected trailing comma. Yeah. Easily fixed. Now for Botland Central Server pre-commit. Adam, how have your Twitch viewers been over the last few weeks? I'd say it's increasing, growing. Yeah, I've been taking some metrics on this. So Twitch also has a way for me to take a look at this, but let me see if I can show you. Here have been Here have been some random data points that you may or may not find interesting. So October, I guess kind of halfway between here, I was somewhere between 660 and 760 followers. So let's say 720. So in the last 2 months, I've gotten 450 to 500 followers. That's actually really good. So yeah, fifth time I followed. Yeah, no, I can't. I don't control that system. Did this work? I hope this finally worked. We should see a name in here. Come on. Info. Oh, it doesn't think people are in chat. Okay, this is actually not my fault. But I will rerun this. Yeah. Oh man. Well, sorry for the technical difficulties. Now let's fix all of this stuff. This is checking gulp files. Why is it? It shouldn't be checking shared. We should actually ignore that gulp file. But why didn't the game server find this? Oh, it didn't check shared. Okay, well, let's get rid of that then. So we just need to fix these things. Main instance is defined but never used. So yeah, we just make a new main. Missing semicolon. See, missing semicolons with promises is so easy because you don't know when you're going to chain it with something else. Console statement. Yeah. Okay, that should be everything. We can rerun this one more time. Technical difficulties in a program stream is expected. Yeah, I think so. But this is the kind of technical difficulty that's about the stream. And the reason all this happened, and yeah, it looks like this is slowly, see, this is the problem right here. My bot, for some reason, thinks that there are only 3 people in chat. So if you're Nick Mabry or Son John 2, then you could follow and you will get a token. Everybody else apparently it won't work for. I don't know. I could just manually generate them. Okay, let's check this in. So this is going to have a bunch of different files. We'll take a quick look over them. It shouldn't take very long. Yeah, the gulp file changed. This is unused reference. What? How did that close? And I got rid of my commit too. Okay, fine. Fixed linting issues. Modified the server's gulp files so that they're linting the right code. Alright, we have some missing semicolons, a console.log, key, sure, fine, right, not going to take a look at run.cmd. I changed the title in the client. Yeah, I'm happy with all of this. Okay, let's take the next thing off the list. Let's close out of that. The next thing I want to do is actually this fault tolerance. Yeah. So fix how an unexpected token is crashing the entire watch. Is there an easy way to test this out? I think I could make a fake botland folder. This is going to be annoying. I'm going to need to remember to delete this too. So let's copy central server just into some new directory. Oh, no, that was a mistake. Okay, no, delete that. Let's manually do this. Let's take everything other than node modules and put that in its own directory. So we're going to call this delete me. Okay, so now here's the code. We've got everything we need in here. Oh, we have a database in here too? No, we don't need that. Dist. Oh, that's what took up all the space here. Just delete that folder. Okay, cool. So let's go into this and figure out what's going wrong. So botland, what do I call this? Delete me. If I run gulp server watch, oh, I don't need to do that. I can just run watch. And we can actually modify that so that, whoops, wath. I am Mike Tyson. So we're going to call this testaroo. And then let's run watch. Don't watch my stream if your grades aren't good enough. How long have I been programming for? Yeah, that isn't something I've been answering. I haven't been sharing it. There's certain information that I consider personal. How long I've been programming for is not personal, but there have been enough other details shared on the stream where it would lead to something that's personal, which is my age. I have not been sharing that. And it's not like the end of the world if people found out. I don't care about that. It's more, it was sort of an experiment I started a couple of years ago. All right, this is a problem. This needs changed. We got to fix that. Let's go into delete me's gulp file and make this search exactly one file. Are you ready for this? I'm getting a phone call apparently. So we're going to make this search through source for main.js. And then let's go modify sources, this main. We're going to make it do console.log hello world, the world's simplest program. Okay, now when we run this, which this means we can delete everything else. We can delete this and everything in here entirely. Delete. Dist folder can be deleted. No, that can't be deleted. Oh, it could be. This stuff can be deleted. The bin folder can be deleted. None of this needs to run. I just need to figure out why gulp is totally screwing up here. Okay, just catching up on chat. Okay, so here's the problem, and this is what I am going to look into fixing now, which is that let's say I just wrote write curly brace in here and hit save. This thing is going to crash. And there it goes. So how do I stop that from happening? Maybe I can just... So there's something called gulp plumber. I wonder if that would help in here. We go in the shared gulp file, and we have server watch. First, this runs Babel on all. We actually don't need to do that. For the sake of this test, we can comment this out. This should run much faster now. Let's try it. Wait. Why did it take 20 seconds, though? All right, let's see. We're pretty much testing the same thing we just tested. I just thought this would run faster, but I was dead wrong. Dead wrong about it. All right, well, whatever. Let's look at gulp plumber. What is this? Prevent pipe breaking caused by errors from... Yeah, so this is exactly what I want. And I'm pretty sure I'm already using it. I'm just not using it in here. Yeah, there it is, plumber. Okay, how do I use this? Node streams piping. Briefly, it replaces pipe and removes standard on error. Unpiped streams on error by default. So pipe into plumber and then just pipe into everything else I would have normally piped into? Is that all I need to do to fix this? Geez, that would be a super easy fix. Okay. In fact, you know what I can do? I can put this back here, and now this will fail as soon as it starts up. Interesting. What's taking so long when I start up Botland? So I'm starting up the watch for Botland, and I think what's taking so long is Babel has a lot of just stuff to work through. In fact, you can probably see, I bet memory is increasing crazily here. If I go to node, where is it? This. Yeah, so take a look. Memory is actually rising at like 4 to 6 megabytes per second. And then, yeah, then it crashed. Okay, so here's what we do. We just put a... Oh, good, the light system's finally working. Who is that? That's Maxlum. Yay, it worked. Okay, cool. Everything's fixed then. So yeah, that's what should have happened. Sorry that took so long. All right, so this site says to run source right into plumber. So yeah, let's put that there. Dot pipe plumber. And that's it, right? No, plumber with parentheses. There we go. All right, let's try it out. Close that, close that. So now this should no longer fail. And if that's the case, then this was a super easy fix. Act Binary says, why is the light going crazy? So when you follow me, you get a link to control the lights in my room. And that was Maxlum changing the lights like crazy. So whoever else followed recently should be getting that link soon. I think I coded a bug earlier. Here's what happened. How much do I want to explain this? So you used to be able to whisper my bot the word game, and it would respond to you with a link to play Botland. But then I changed the database around, and in deleting the database, I had an asynchronous connection that I didn't need to fire anymore. So I should have been using promises, honestly. You know what? Maybe I should change that. Yeah. Make my token bot use promises. Just so much better to start using promises instead of, or maybe coroutines or something. All right. Did it work? It worked. Check it out. Message, unexpected token. That's what we want. Yeah, all right, perfect. Plumber did its job. So we have one other place we need to put this. I'm not totally sure where we need to do this. Probably here. Yes, great. Are you ready for this now? Here we go. This is the final test here. So promises is kind of like an async callback. Well, okay, so promise fanatics would tell you that they're way more than that, but it changes your pyramid of doom style code. So I actually wrote something like this when I said, what was it? Learning MySQL. It was in here, yeah, raw MySQL test. So take a look. I had this code, which you could imagine how this could get a little bit crazy. First I dropped a users table, then I created a user, then I wanted to call add user, and maybe this had like another callback function that I wanted to do after adding the user, which was like modify user, add them to set password equal 5 or something like that. I'm just making up code right now. But still, so the promise way of doing this would be drop users table, then you'd say dot then create users table, dot then add user. So at the very least, one of the things that you get is your code is not tabbed in as much anymore. You still have the same logic, you just have it expressed in a different way. However, this is a nice chunk of code you can pass around. It's called a promise, so this thing would return a promise. And I can go into more detail if you want. I think this gives you enough to at least research some more off of this. Can't you just have the link saved somewhere and then constantly revisit it and control the light whenever you want? Is that intended? You can save the link, sure, but you can only control the light, so I'll show you what the link looks like. Command not recognized. Alright, so here's what the link looks like. Let's delete that from there. And I'll set my lights back to white, and I'll lower them again actually. Okay, so check it out. Here's what the link looks like. And yeah, I guess some of you could type this in fast enough and get to use this. So there is a token and there's a username. This corresponds to a token that's in my database on my computer. Every time I shut down my computer, these tokens are all gone. And that I shut down my computer once a day. So at the very least, you'd only be able to use it again in that day. But even then, these have an expiration time. Now you can also see I said time allowed right in the URL. So yes, you could change this if you want to a very large amount of time. If you remember, it had about 14 seconds left. So watch what happens. When I say green, blue, eventually it's just going to fail because I only had 14 seconds left. So I know this says that you have like a ton of seconds left. There, so it stopped. So 14 seconds have passed, I guess, and now my lights, I can't do anything with it. So refreshing the page doesn't help anymore. It won't let you do anything. It's all on the server. I just never updated the page. So it's a bug I'd known about. Linux coding style, more than 3 levels of indentation. Yeah. I don't think JavaScript is 4 minimum. And I actually think one of the nice things that I used to have in JavaScript 5, I would write code like this. I'd say function person, or I'd say something like this, I guess, like person equals function name, and then I'd say this dot name equals name, and then I'd say person dot prototype dot say name equals function console.log name. If I could type. So what's nice about this is that this is the smallest amount of tabbing you can have by most coding styles, which is like 1 tab index. The new way of doing this same thing would be to have class person, and now everything you type is going to be tabbed in. So now the say name function looks like this, console.log name. So I don't like that. In ECMAScript 6, there's now an extra level of tabbing. I mean, I could still use the prototype way of doing things. This is just syntactic sugar for that, but I don't, because like that's the whole reason you've got classes now. So here we go. If I modify main and I change this to have an error, it no longer crashes. Perfect. All right, I should document that. Document why Gulp Plumber is the best. Okay. All right, so we can check that in, and we can delete all of the delete me code. It's always fun deleting a delete me folder, except for when you can't delete it because you have it open in command prompt. Still can't delete it because I have it open here too. All right, let's just close Sublime and reopen it. There we go. My son is younger than me. I know he's your fake son. Uh-oh, Sublime's not reopening. Okay, there we go. So this should be a 2-line fix. Yep, 2 lines added. Not even gonna look at them because I know what they are. Made sure Gulp Plumber was being used in my server watch. Oh, that's why Sublime took so long to load. It just updated all my packages, which is actually probably not a good thing, because there was a file that I had. What was that file called? Root.js. Yeah, this. Due to a bug in the Babel syntax highlighter for Sublime Text 2, this tag needs to be on a new line. If I were to put this tag, if I were to hit backspace right now, Sublime would just crash. That's why I don't like auto-updating in Sublime. But I'm not going to do that. We are not a fake dad and son. How dare you? How dare I indeed. I'm sorry. I violated the sanctity of the father-son relationship. Made sure Gulp Plumber was being used in my server watch. The importance of this is that now syntax errors in a file will no longer cause the entire watch to crash. This was frustrating because watch takes about 1 to 2 minutes to complete its initial run. Now that is simply one problem that we had with this. The second problem, which I actually should not have deleted delete me for that. Well, whatever. Anyway, we made this more fault tolerant. This part, how do I fix this? Let's undelete delete me, go back into delete me, and run watch. And I'll show you guys what's happening. Hudson McPhail says React. Why? Why React, forehead? You have no rights to keep the very first conversation when I found my son. I think I still have that actually on my hard drive. Let me find that. Lulong Hardline Family. I do have it. That's it. I saved this picture. This is when you guys became father and son. And look at the look at the title, Lulong Hardline Family. Now you know. A free pass? What, him and his dad? It's not his real dad. I would never like make fun of a father and son who came to my chat. Hardline and Lulong are just 2 people in my chat though. Alright, never mind. This is all just a big in-joke from a long time ago. I'm going to go back into delete me's main, and we're going to fix this. And check this out. It's going to say, done processing. Great. Alright, cool. Now watch what happens, and this is screwed up. I save it again, and now it prints the map twice and the code twice. I do it a 3rd time, map 3 times, code 3 times. 4th time, 4 and 4. You can get the picture. It goes up to 8 and then 16. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. That's a joke. Alright, so let's go into the shared Gulp file and figure out why that's happening. I'm actually not sure why it's happening, but I have a feeling it had to do with the multiple watches that I have here And I don't know whether this watch is for in particular. Maybe the callback method is a bad idea. Gulp watch. Let's take a look. Oh wait, are we talking about something else other than... I wasn't paying attention to the chat back before. So apparently Lulong was talking about something else. Alright, I apologize if I sounded brash. I was... Alright, yeah. I was making a joke about something. Clearly only paying attention to gulp right now. Alright, so there are two different ways to call this. One is this pipe source into watch and then just continue to pipe it. I want to try that way. Maybe that'll work. So let's save this by commenting it all out. And then in here, let's do the task we just returned source and pipe it into watch, which is actually what we did here. What is the whole point of the callback that we had? Right? Function does not take in a callback. Oh wait, we need the function, of course. All right, so we have a function here. We get rid of this. We get rid of the callback. And I guess we could also get rid of that. Return gulp.source. So this should be even better then, huh? We pipe it into watch. Okay. Well, let's try it out. I don't know if this works, then great. Because then all the problems have been fixed, and that would have taken like 20 minutes, which is awesome. Oh, we had some massive spenders in chat with loyalty points that no one ever uses anymore. Alright, let's close this. Vinyl file is not defined. Oh, what did I do? I should have just done source. Yeah, this should have been... Oh, man. Okay. How do I want to change this? This is what was nice about having it this old way, is that I knew which file was modified. I have a feeling this is going to screw up if I do things this way. Pipe it into watch, pipe it into something else. How did they do this before? Watch took in paths and then a function, a callback function. Maybe I could still use that? Huh. Alright, well let's do this. Paths.js input code path. And then I pipe it into watch. Watch can have a callback. But it shouldn't be this way. I don't know. All right, let's try it the other way. Let's try this. This is what the site suggests that I do. But I think this is going to fail. Okay, so here are the two requirements. Two requirements. I'll just say requirements. One is when a file is modified, it should only be processed once. And the other one is when a file is modified, only that file should be processed. There should be exactly one processing from any of this. Okay, here we go. I guess that worked, so let's test this out. Alright, so requirement number 1 is being hit. That's fine. Now let's say this is main2.js. Oh, we can't do that. Because of the gulp file in here. Alright, fine. Let's change this. Main2.js. Now we go and we save this. I have a feeling this is going to process everything, and then we're back to square one. And then I need to try mixing these two different methods until I finally get it working. And this first step taking 20 seconds. I don't know. I guess it's got to go through all of my requires as well. I don't have requires in here. What am I talking about? It must just be called Babel spinning up. Okay, here we go. So it processed everything. Now I modify a file. It actually processed everything twice already, I think. Oh, does that work? This looks like it's working. Let's load up main.js. Huh. Maybe this did work. So why did it have to process everything twice? In fact, oh, I bet I know why. I bet I don't need this anymore. Run Babylon all. Let's try this out. Oh, this would be perfect. Okay, I delete me dist. Gone. Next, run this. Okay, so what we should see is a dist folder will get created in here. It'll get created with 4 files: main, main.map, main2, main2.map. And then when we make a modification, I'm going to delete all those files. When we make a modification, we should only see 2 of those files come back, not 4. I've spent so many days configuring gulp, and a lot of this is just due to my lack of understanding. So great, we see 4 files. That all worked perfectly. We hit delete. Now, when I modify this, we should only see main2 come back. Perfect. Oh my God, finally. And if I wrote an error in here, check it out. It doesn't just totally crash everything. Then later we change this again and it should work totally fine. And yeah, perfect. It's all fixed. This is the best. Kuba says, what is he working on now? I'm working on fixing gulp things. So gulp was broken in 2 different ways. Playing risky. Since you just made that public, I could just look at that on stream, I guess. Actually, I don't know if anyone's ever watching the VOD. I'm sorry, I find it a little bit funny. Oh, wow, cool. I'm looking at this on my other screen, although, like I said, this is public. So what are you using as the model for this? Rather, what I'm trying to say is, what are you using as the reference image for this? Clappa, clappa, clappa. Okay, let's go into shared gulp file. Useful for backend code that needs to be transpiled ahead of time. So now we can get rid of all of this code. Done. And we can get rid of all of this code, which was all duplicated anyway. Every single thing got simpler about this. Huh. Just using my avatar. Okay, got it. What's the REST server's main function? You mean, I'm not sure what the emphasis is there. What is the REST server's main function? Like how in C++ you have, like void main? Or are you saying what is the REST server's main purpose? Because I can answer both of those. All right. Oh, what's the purpose of the REST server? Yeah, so the REST server is a very thin layer over the database. So here's what happens. You have account data that is stored here. Yeah, so we have describe users. We have the users. We have bot base, probably. It's not called bot base. What is it called? Bot underscore base. Does not even exist. Yeah, bot base. So you'll have user data, you'll have bot data, you'll have inventories, you'll have whatever else is here. All of that exists in a database. The REST server is there to give an API for me to fetch it from any of the game servers so that I'm not writing raw SQL code. So that hopefully helps explain it. Gonna go to bed. Probably won't see you till after Christmas. Well, see ya and take care. I haven't been following a lot of the familial relations in chat, so I don't know where we left off with that. But I'm pretty happy with this stuff. So let's try this out in the real world scenario of modifying. Oh, did I close that tab? It doesn't really matter if I close it or not. I can just go restart it. All right, let's just do this. So we run watch here. Let's try this out. Basically a man in the middle from the game server to the database. Yep, that's exactly right. So what REST servers are used for sometimes is for, well, I'd probably say most of the time, is they're used for public APIs. So when you have a site like Stripe or Git or probably Twitter, I don't know if Twitter has one, but they'll usually have a REST, excuse me. Hang on a second. they'll usually have a REST API that they intend for the users of the site to use. So I don't intend for users of Botland to ever interact with this API. I intend for them to go to a game server and click a couple of buttons, and that'll let them configure things. I mean, it's a game. It's not, you're not supposed to. Wait, why is it taking so long? Oh, they were just large files, I guess. Okay. All right, this is all working. So this is the central server code. So let's try this out. I'm just going to do a quick test on this. We got to wait for this to finish. Wait, no, it's probably already finished. Oh, that's kind of a problem. There's no way to know when this was done initially now. Which, that was a nice thing about the last one. All right, well, whatever. So if we start the REST server, I keep losing my voice. All right, so just check it out. There's some logging that happens. Now we're going to go change it, and we're going to see how fast this works. So let's go into the central server's main.js, and I'm just going to do this. For I equals 0, I is less than 100, I plus plus. Just something like blatantly obvious. We're just going to print an asterisk. I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to immediately try to reload this thing. And reference I is not defined. Well, that's perfect, because, yeah, it didn't print, but I forgot to put a var here. But it worked. That was pretty much instantaneous, and there's all our stars that we had. So, great. Now we fixed so many problems. Game Vivo says there's nothing to make these days. I think you should make something you find fun. And I'm sure there's got to be a game out there that you enjoy playing that you might want to try implementing yourself. If you're talking about games, at least. AC Ultra Lord. Var, not ver. I'm noticing a trend. You come into my chat, you try to correct some part of my pronunciation, but I know what happens next, so we'll see if that happens this time too. I tried creating something on a kids coding website. It can't hold a lot of data, so it looks derpy. That page didn't load for me. GlitHub? 3D terrain engine. Yeah, your link is wrong, Ordinary Llama. You put an extra L in GitHub. Ooh. Alright, here it is. Is this my computer that's running this really slowly, or is it just the application that's doing this? Because I might just be running too many things at once right now. Also, is this gonna... Yeah, okay. I gotta turn this off. OBS is complaining at me. Game Vivo says, I'd like to make social media, but I can't. So, I don't think that's a good first project, Game Vivo. And given what you've... And the reason... I tried to explain this earlier. I think the reason why is because it's just such a huge project. Such a huge project. Any sort of social networking site that you plan on making. And there's a lot of very technical details too. For example, a database for a social networking site, I think, is very specific to social networking sites. It's very graph based. Whereas most things you're going to make are just going to be like, oh yeah, here's a user account, here's what they have. But I wouldn't focus on trying to make the next big thing. And I think the reason why is because if you think about things that way, you're setting yourself up more for disappointment than you are for being pleased with what you've made. All right, so gulp file. So fixed a bug in my shared gulp file for server watch, where server watch was processing the same file n times, where n is the number of times you made a change to the file. This was really tedious when server watch had been running for an hour or so and it tried saving 20 different files despite that only one had changed. No, that's a bad way of describing this. and it tried saving a file 20 different times despite only having one change event. Okay, let's do that. All right, so we fixed a bunch of problems. Hooray. What's next? Refactor REST clients, add pre-beta code, figure out why test connection can throw an error that doesn't stop execution. That's actually the thing I want to do next. I'm not sure why this happened exactly. And the only way for us to get this working is to restart, where is it? This, we gotta run a watch here. All right, and then let's close out of the client. I don't think that's important. Testeroo. We got to delete the delete me code. What else do we have remaining here? Yeah, that's pretty much it. So we just got to wait for this thing to finish. And then while I'm at it, let me delete this, which probably won't work because I'm sure I have this open somewhere. Oh, it worked. Nice. Z Ultralord, I have a question. What is your end game with this? Because there's constantly a new stream of users in chat, and one of the questions that I've seen asked on the stream pretty much every single day, pretty much every day, not always, but almost every day, is, hey, I'm new, what should I learn? So you'll eventually see, if you stay here long enough, almost every single day this will happen. JK, guys. Ken says, I'm off to bed. Merry Christmas. Oh, cool. Yeah. See you, Ken. Okay. Well, there was a long conversation yesterday that didn't sound like it was a joke. Game Vivo says, what should I make or nothing is made? I don't know what the second part of that question means, but what should I make? Why not Breakout? Why not Pong? Why not Pac-Man? There are plenty of things you can make, and you can add any features you want too, and take any of those, add even just a simple spin to it. So take Tetris, now make it in 3D. Now make it so you play 4 Tetris games at the same time. Now make Pac-Man into a space shooter once you beat the first level. Like, you can change so many different things, and you'll always have a project to work on, and you'll gain so much in the process of doing that too. So we have this running. Let us try this. I'm going to make... Oh, wait, no, this is actually already set up to do this. If I just hit run right now, it's going to try to connect to the REST server, which is not up. Yeah, so that needs to crash the program, and that's not happening right now. I need to figure out why that's not happening. Console, whoa, what? Wait, what is going on here? What? Is this? No, it crashed something. Game server main. I wonder if this has to do with how I'm using. All right, let's take a look at Super Agent. Just thought I'd blur like, no, yesterday wasn't, but today I come back as a nice, tolerant person. Well, no, okay. I have no problem with differing opinions. I think that's fine. I think the way some people express opinions sometimes I can have a problem with, which is they can sound belligerent, and I just want to make sure that we don't end up going down the path where, yeah, we get upset with Python and JavaScript users. And always feel free to tell me what you guys think I could do better, or what I'm doing wrong, or how things can change. And enough people in chat do say that stuff, and it does help a lot of the time. So how do we close this connection, or terminate it, or destroy it, or whatever we have to do? Let's look at Super Agent on GitHub and find out how we're supposed to do this. And they probably wrote a test for this. So let's look at their test, and then let's look at, well, let's just start by looking at this. So basic test. Do you have a GF? I mean, technically, no, I have a wife. But I think in the spirit of the question, I'd have to say yes. But yeah, I'm married. And hey, Twitch is not a dating site. I see you capitalize the S in your name. Okay, so did they close this? There should be an after here, and there isn't, and there's no before. So they just never close this. Huh. Rec.abort. So let's look at the library, I guess. How old is your kid? What? I think I'm missing something. Alright, what do we have here? Where do we get request from? Oh man, no, this can't be it. Where did this come from? It's a global object? Where did they get this from? Oh, or is it an export where they... Oh my god. Where is this coming from? Request. Where do they make this? Request equals. Request equals request. I don't see this thing anywhere. Where did it? Huh. I don't understand how they can make a function on this unless this is a global. And I don't think... So that's certainly not good coding style. So where is this coming from then? And it could be a hoisted variable, but I don't... Oh wait, actually, yeah, it could be a hoisted variable. Var request. No, that doesn't exist either. I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's see, but there's no close or destroy. I just wanted to see if there's any way I'm supposed to shut this down. Like, why has this not exited? Is there anything else I would need to do here? How about this? What if we just said throw new error test and then reran this? This probably closes. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so that does work. So is this a promise problem? How about this? Let's do dot catch, make a function that does set timeout on another function that says throw new error test after 3 seconds. Yeah, let's try that. So what's going to happen here is it's going to crash itself. I just want to see if this has to do with where the exception is being thrown. Oh, it apparently does. Well, isn't that unusual? What's the color of my wall? You passed it, function request. Oh, is there... Wait, what? Let me just take a look at this code. Oops, I meant to do just a search in here. Request. All right, let's take a look at all of the lines of code that have request on it. And then we'll get rid of all the ones that start with a star. So this, yeah, find all, delete. Yeah, and then get rid of all the ones that start with request, because those don't count. Oh, function request, there it is. Oh, never mind. Oh. When you say you passed it, you didn't mean you passed it as an argument. You mean I ignored it. All right, I did not realize. Yeah, here we go. Okay, and this returns a new request, the capitalized form. So let's take a look at that. Sorry about that. All right, let's do this. Request.prototype. So what is in the prototype for this thing? Use timeout, clear. Oh, abort the request. No. Set, unset, get header, type, parse, accept, auth, query, field, attach, send. I don't see anything like a close. Oh, end. Initiate request. No, this is not the request that I want. Request dot something. I need to search for this. Yeah, let's do find all on this. Get head patch post put get xhr. No, I don't think there's any sort of closed thing. Either way, I don't think this is even the problem, but I gotta find out why. So let's write down. So problem, my promise is returning an econ reset error, but it's not crashing the program. I want it to crash the program because the program can't continue without this thing, without a connection to the REST server. Whoops. And findings are, let's see, this code of catch set timeout does crash the program. This crashes the program. So that part is fine. Now why is just this part not crashing it? Yeah, it says unhandled rejection error test. Drain queues. Oh, they probably catch this. Wait, no, they can't catch it. Otherwise, no, but I'm throwing it. What? What? How does this make any sense? Try catcher. Oh, no, they do. They catch it. Okay, let's take a look at this. Try catcher on line 11. Yeah, they do catch it, and then they return an error object. So what does this mean? How would I... Oh yeah, that makes sense too, because this is just going to be thrown to the next catch and then the next catch. But an unhandled exception should cause this to just totally fail. And that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out here. So yeah, what's going on here? Bluebird.js. API reference. I think I said look at the error function yesterday, but I don't think that's correct. This is apparently like, what do they call them? Operational error. Configuration. What am I doing wrong here? Log the stack trace when there's an unhandled rejection, similar to how uncaught exceptions cause the stack trace to be logged so that you have something to work with. Because it's possible to handle a rejected promise at any time in the indeterminate future, some programming patterns will result in false positives. Global rejection. Oh, interesting. They fire global rejection events. So, oh, interesting. I can do this then. I can just say, I can get rid of this completely, and I could say on an unhandled, on possibly unhandled rejection. So I can just say throw new error in unhandled rejection, reason. Let's try that out. Alright, that did indeed fail. Okay, the only problem with this now is that every promise where I don't have a catch, well actually that's just a problem, I guess, if I have that. Huh, so this is what I needed to do to fix this. Wow. Okay, let's take a look at the rest of my code then. So if I go into the REST client, every time we have a then, we need to make sure that something has a catch on top of it. Oh my god. I don't know where my... There. Okay, so then catch, that's fine. This is probably fine. We call create user from here, and we just return this. This is in a catch though. Create user, change this name. Oh, darn it. I forgot to change the name of that. Oh god. Alright, whoops. Does this have a catch? It doesn't have a catch. See, this is why this would be nearly impossible to track down. Although, I guess they're real problems. Add pre-beta users only ever going to be called from that. Yeah, this just returns create user. But we don't catch anything here. So if this failed, it would crash our program. Let me see. Okay, first, let's put a bookmark here for now. Then let's also change this. Did I comment on this at all in here? No, of course not. Change the name of that. Oh, see you, Lulong. All right, but I put a bookmark on this line. This is returning create user. Create user is being called. It's here. And this has no catch. So if the server went down, for example, it would just, nothing would happen. Okay, well, that's a problem. So we need to say create user dot catch. Is that for us to decide though? Create user changes name? It's not really for us to decide. It's for the caller to decide, and we're just not doing anything about it. Right here. Yeah, so we need a catch for this. Error. Logger.error. Error creating a user. Okay. Yeah, that's it. So as long as we're doing this, I might as well change the name of this thing. What would be better served here? Pass in an auth token that's unneeded. Adam, what's the to-do list that you have in Sublime? Looks like something I'd want. It is called plain tasks. And yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. I was showing this off yesterday. But if you make a new document here, anything that has a colon, anything that ends in a colon will be like a project or a header. And then control enter to make a task. And yeah, so let's make a few of these. And then I can mark them as done. I made the shortcut Alt-D to mark as done. And then it's Alt-C to mark as canceled. So you can do this and this. And you can also put tags on these things, like S tab will tell you that you started it. Another tab will tell when you started it. You can mark it as created. And so that way when you finish it, it tells you how long it lasted. So there's different ways to do this, and you can archive this whole thing if you want, and it goes down here and keeps the to-do items that you hadn't marked done. I don't think it's the greatest thing in the world, but I think it's nice and it's a good organization tool. Wait, Adam, why didn't you work on something big in your dorm room? Wait, how do you know I didn't? Oh, and for any other extensions you guys want to find out about that I use, because you're watching the stream, go to blog.botland.net, which I just pasted in the chat. My last blog post, I know I haven't done one in a while, was on my Sublime environment, where I link every extension that I use. I say what it does. I maybe give an example, and then at the bottom of this, there's a video of me using all of these plugins. Oops, I just closed chat, so I can't see what anyone's typing. Every once in a while, I think this has the focus, but it's really my other browser window that has the focus, and then restarting chat takes forever. Okay, so this is not even true. We have figured this out. Look, here's chat right now. I don't see anything showing up. I think I need to refresh this page again. Yeah. So I just wanted to rename this. This is only being used in 2 places, I believe. We're about to find out. Yep, 2 places. So the caller uses this in order to create a pre-beta user. This is like the creation API that needs to check if this exists. I don't know. Okay, chat is finally back up. So there is a create user, which is what I'd like to have called that. But this is the very basic, just pass in the token, the username, and the password, and we're done. This is more like create user if doesn't exist. Yeah, so you should never call create user directly. Create user if not exists. Yeah, that's it. That's all we gotta say. I think that's better. So create user, we want to say you should not call this API directly because it can create users with duplicated names. I'll just say nah, that's fine, whatever. While I'm leaving, happy Xmas. Yeah, I see a hardline. Game Vivo says, please tell me your age. I won't be sharing my age, so you should probably stop asking. Let's check this in. Actually, there are two different things I checked in. So one was this. Oh, that's right. I was doing this because I need to look through all of my promises and make sure that I have catches on all of them, which means all of the callers of these need to be very careful about that. So anything that returns a promise, tracking down this code would be practically impossible though. And having, you know what I should do? I should have this only completely exit for very specific reasons. So here we said connect econ refused. If that happened, we don't even really want to close because of that. We want to close when this is, we want to close on very specific errors. So let's put a catch here. Error. If this can't start up for some reason, let's throw new error. Let's make a constant for this. This is not a shared constant, it's a server constant. Do we even have those? No, we don't. Oh, because we can't have the, oh, this is something I didn't think about. No, this is happening from server main. No, this doesn't make any sense. All right, red herring, but we don't have a constants file. Whatever, I'll just put it in shared. I'll say const fatal init error. So this is a string that's examined by the server, the game server's main function when starting up. Read the comments around there to figure out why this is needed. Note it doesn't have to be a shared constant. So you go into server main and we modify this. So this should be constants dot that, and we have constants here, right? Yeah, we do. Okay. So now what we need to check here is this. If reason, which is the error itself, right? Or is that? Let's do this. Console.log a. So reason instance of error. And then let's console.log the reason. All right, then I'm going to try this out. Let's see what happens here. Age, I really want to know. I'm not ashamed of myself. Just give me a range, not your real age. I'm not an agent. Okay, Game Vivo, you should stop spamming the chat. Oh, and see you, Wheatley. Okay, so it says false. So it's an instance of an error. So we need to get the reason. So if reason instance of error, we need to say if, well, let's say the message. Const message equals reason dot message. If message equals constants dot fatal init error, then we throw new error. Could not initialize the program. Reason. That's actually not correct. I want to do reason dot stack. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. Could not initialize the program. Fatal init error. Main 103. So this came from, oh, perfect. Okay. But do we have any more information than that? Should be an econ reset in there somewhere. Oh, we never stored that. Oh, man. Okay. So we need to do this. We need to also put in the errors message originally and probably the stack trace. Error.stack equal means value and type is equal. Yes, it does. Oops, did I just change this in here? Yeah, I did. Okay, let's put this back over to here. Alright, so we put that there. Then we need to check here if this starts with that. And we don't have a starts with. I guess we have an index of. Node A equals high there. A dot index of high is 0. Yeah. So that's what we got to check. We got to say if message dot index of fatal index error is not is equal to 0, then we say reason dot message, which will include the stack now. So now we can try this out. Whoops, I just accidentally ran just regular node. So now we should see everything print. Could not initialize the program, fatal init error, connect econ refused, error, connect econ refused. Oh, we just need the stack actually. The stack contains, wait, what? If I make a new error, the stack contains the message? Or am I doing something really stupid here? What am I doing here? New error A dot stack. Oh, wow, cool. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we don't need the message here. We just need the stack. Make sure to capture the original stack. Put a semicolon there. Alright, so short of just commenting this, we're practically done. I mean, this makes this much better because now if you can't connect to the server, it's probably not just going to randomly start as your program goes on. However, it does mean that you need this server started before you can do anything. So Botland just became a lot more annoying to use. Yeah, I don't know how else I would be able to do this. I guess I could have an interface between the game server and a database, so it could contact something locally if it needed to, but even that database, unless it's the game server itself. No, I think I just start up a server every time. So Botland is eventually going to need like 10 tabs open just to support it. The graveyard. Why does fun things always happen when I'm not here? Oh, it was just Game Vivo asking for my age. Locrat says, so would false equals 0 be true and false equals 0 be false? You can test this stuff if you want. I don't mind answering the question, but like if you want, just open up Chrome and do false equals 0, and that is true. False equals 0 is false. So yeah, you were right. The weird thing is true equals true, the string is not true, but like 1 equals 1, the string is true. And there was another thing, I had shown you guys this a while ago. If you do this, toString of this, maybe it's new. Yeah, there we go. So that is also true. The reason why is because arrays, when you run through toString, actually, what happens when you do this? Yeah, so you could say this equals 1 comma 2. So yeah, that's why you pretty much shouldn't ever use double equals in JavaScript, because there are some weird edge cases. There's one case where you want to use it, and that's saying like if x is not equal to null, which will check both null and undefined, but you just write a function around that and then never directly call it again. Okay, so we need to install this error handler. I'm going to put this in this dot install promise error handler. Install unhandled promise unhandled rejection handler. Yeah, we're gonna put this down here and then put all of this code in there. Boop. Okay, great. Short answer is that in JavaScript, equals rarely does what you intend. Yeah. Yeah. It's mostly it's because with double equals, if the types don't match, you'll coerce them both into strings and then check to see if they match. Actually, is that true? Let me check something. If you try seeing if this equals, how would I test this? Yeah. They're both coerced into strings if they are not the same type to begin with. Yeah. Like this is a very weird thing. You'd never really be checking this though, because you'd probably have your array stored like this. So yes, if you say array equals 1, it would return true. But why are you ever checking to see if an array equals 1? Oh, I guess if you wanted to see, oh, actually, yeah, there are reasons for why you do this. So in JavaScript, since you can have any number of arguments passed to a function, you could have function foo say like array or number. And if you say if array equals 1, it must be a number, and you'd be wrong. So yeah, here's why you might do this. Okay, yeah, so pretty much just use triple equals or utility functions. All right, time to write down why this happens. Actually, let me fix something really fast. There we go. So Bluebird has this global rejection events. Has global rejection events for promises. See this link. In most cases, I don't mind if a promise fails and the catch goes uncaught. Actually, is that even true? Yeah. It will still, wait, no, I gotta make sure this is true. I have to make absolutely sure. So what we need to do here is we need to do promise.resolve then throw new error hello world. Yeah. What happens in this case? I bet we won't even see that. Yeah, we didn't. Okay, yeah. So that's the problem. I gotta fix that. Otherwise, what we need to say here, logger.error reason. And now this is gonna print. It's gonna print the error that I got. So now we should see hello world print out there. Yeah, there it is. Uncaught exception, could not initialize the program. Oh wait, no, it was this. Reason instance of error true. Wait, what? Where did, no, maybe this didn't print still. That's weird. Am I not hitting? Strange. And no, you should always ask whatever questions you have. I don't think if things as noob questions or not. Scorch Yeti says, have you ever considered getting a mechanical keyboard? So I have one, and I've used a mechanical keyboard a lot. I did not use it on the stream because of sound reasons. So I didn't want people to be super annoyed just by sitting here listening and watching. So this one's a little bit quieter. It's also a little bit nicer on my hands probably because it's ergonomic. And I have these volume controls, so I don't need an AutoHotkey script running. All right, this is not good. Only one of these is being hit. Is this even happening? Did I screw something up here? Console.log throwing an error. That finished building immediately, at least. So let's see what we've got. Throwing an error, yeah. Just nothing happened with it. That's weird. Where does this go if not here? Because yeah, only one of these is happening. In fact, if I got rid of this stuff entirely, we should see that print out, and I don't. Throwing an error, just nothing happened. What? In unhandled rejection. What kind of keys are they? Browns aren't that loud. They're blues. Was it a website or software where you check the strict equals lines quickly? It's just Chrome. So just open up Chrome, or really any browser, Firefox, IE, Safari, and in most browsers, just press F12 after that, and you'll be looking at, well, press F12, and then you'll be looking at the console. And if you're not looking at the console, just make sure you switch to the console tab. Then you can just type in any JavaScript you want. Console.log, hello world. And it'll print it for you. You can also use this if you go to any website to see what their JavaScript is that they're using. You'll find it in the sources tab, and you can click through some of this stuff and take a look at their code and their whatever else. Usually it'll be minified, so it won't be that useful. I'm not sure what's happening here. Oh, wait. No, yep, this is getting installed. Wow, weird. What is happening then? If I throw an error here that's not caught, well, okay, if I were to catch the error, I should see this at least get printed out. Console.log in catch. Excuse me. So we should see the in catch print. Yeah, we do. So then what's going wrong here? Is it only when you throw an error from catch? It shouldn't be, and that doesn't account for the scenario I want to hit anyway. Oh, what? What is happening here then? How is this never getting hit? This gets hit when I run this code. Process.on unhandled rejection. I wonder if... Wow, weird. Yeah, I wonder if this is an ordering thing. Let's just put this back where it used to be. I don't know why it would be an ordering thing, but this will test it, and then we'll find out why if it is. No, it's not. Or I didn't wait for this to finish building. In fact, this is where it's good to know, like if we go into here and we search for the hello world error, it exists. And we have the unhandled rejection code here. Yeah, so this is running the correct code, and it's just not working the way I expect it to. You can unminify in Chrome in the sense that you can pretty print the code in Chrome. You can't actually like somehow wind back to what the code used to be. Weird. Okay, so what did I learn here? This throw new error does cause this to get hit. The one I have does not cause it to get hit. Maybe it's the promise.resolve. What happens if I... Wait, if that is the case, that it is promise.resolve, then I screwed something up that was more important than what I've done here. This is bad. Why does this stuff always happen at like 4:30? So new promise, this won't work, right? Yeah. Promise.resolve. So let's look at their API, Bluebird. It should just return. Let's find out what it returns actually, not make any assumptions about it. Where is resolve? Here it is. Create a promise that is resolved with a given value. If value is already, it's a trusted promise. Value is not available. It's return with value. No, this should work how I think it does. What? Wow. Is there some way we can throw a real error here? Yeah, we can. We can just do a.b.c. whatever. This, call something on undefined. This will cause an exception to get thrown without explicitly throwing an exception. And even that doesn't do anything. Huh. Wow, I don't understand this. Let's do new promise function resolve reject new error y dot then There, get rid of this stuff. Find out why that's not working. Can't imagine. That didn't even do anything. Wow. I bet the catch is getting hit here. Catch, error, console.log error. Oh wait, nope, semicolon. Gotta get rid of that. In fact, that probably should have caused that to fail. Yeah, okay, the error is printing out. Wow. Alright, so now there's a new problem. New problem. For some reason, the unhandled rejection error handler isn't being caught when I throw an error from my own promise. It's only when I call into whatever this function is, test connection. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I even really worry about this too much, except for that I did want to test this. Yeah, so how would I know that this is working unless I finish this code? Oh, good, Locrats. That's good. I don't understand. Okay, let's try something else then. Let's try to be a little bit smarter about this. Let's do this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start at the central server. I'm going to restart the game server. The game server is going to connect this time because the central server is running, so it's not going to fail that way. But then we're going to cause this to fail. Oh, I forgot. I have Flux running. I just installed that last night. I was wondering why it got awfully red in here. Hey, Skynet. Did you guys see that too? That you should have seen that. How do I change this? Yeah, okay, I'll need to configure that later. Yeah, so now we're gonna close the central server. So now this is about to fail. We're gonna do this dot rest client dot fetch super token, and this should fail, and it should, come on. Oh, unrecognized. Oh, I forgot to capitalize the S. Wait, what? Oh, it printed in lowercase. Why did that not work? Oh, I never had a then. Unexpected token. Oh man, fine, function, there. Still unexpected token. Oh, I didn't put a C in function. In unhandled rejection. So for some reason, the only thing that's not being counted as an unhandled rejection is this code, where I can literally throw an error, not handle it, and that's not considered an unhandled. Is it even throwing? How about that? Yep, it is. But it doesn't stop the program. So what's happening with this thing then? Oh, weird. I don't know. Alright. Yeah, sorry, Reb Ninja, I only just saw your message. This is JavaScript. Is it ECMAScript 6? Alright, well, I'm still going to comment all of this. In most cases, I don't mind if a promise fails and the catch goes uncaught. For example, if a user isn't found, I don't know. Is that even true? Do I just want this to always fail? Maybe I do. Maybe that means I should have catches everywhere. I'm not sure yet whether I want to enforce having a catch for every single promise. So, but there are definitely some that I need to check. Actually, I do want to enforce this. So yeah, if there's ever an unhandled thing, yeah, let's just crash the program. I think that makes the most sense. And I think we get rid of this stuff entirely. Well, that's sad. Because I wrote this code and I don't think it's going to matter. Oh, we got to change that. So in unhandled rejection, let's say logger.error in unhandled rejection. See this for parameter documentation. Sure. Reason instance of error. Logger.error reason. Yeah. So is this enough for us to know exactly what happened? I think it is. In unhandled rejection, error, fatal init error, error connection refused. And now, is this the proper? No, this isn't the original stack trace. If reason instance of error, get the message, and then throw it. And that's a much better way of doing things than the way I had it. Hey, Adam McAdamson. Yeah, that is a much better way of doing things. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, and let's leave that there too. Good. I'm happy with this. This is fine. Oh boy. All right. So I can't figure out why this didn't cause that unresolved, unhandled rejection thing to get hit. But fine. So constants, we can just totally wipe this out. I'm doing pretty well. I think today went much faster than the other days as far as just going from one problem to the next. So I do think we've gotten out of DevOps territory enough, or we've learned enough at this point where things are going pretty well. So create user if not exists, error creating a user. What do we do in that case? Pre-beta, what? Oh. Yeah, we probably say that there was some error doing this. So fine, let's go modify the connection manager. Whoa. Somehow open a different program. All right, yeah, let's go into the connection manager. In this case, we will emit some just generic error. Only if the socket exists. If util.exists socket. Now let's put this code in here. So if the socket exists, then socket emit error creating a user. Internal error, and then let's say the error message. In fact, let's just put all that together. Yeah. I don't know why that took me so long to just think about and type out, but there we go. So now let's look through all the code. I'm not even going to reload this. I'm going to just start this from scratch. So we have the connection manager where we change the name of a function, and we are now catching an error explicitly, logging the error, and if there was a socket, emitting it. Perfect. In main, we now have install promise unhandled, no, that should be renamed. Serve main unhandled rejection. So this should be renamed to unhandled promise rejection handler. Yeah. That's much better. Okay, great. What else do we have here? Catch. Make sure to capture the original stack. So this will no longer exist. In fact, we don't even need to do this. We can just get rid of this entirely. And then run this. And we should see all that text spew out on the screen. Perfect. And then the program crashes. Good. Great. We are set. So we put the semicolon back in. We probably run BL game pre-commit. And then we continue to look at the code over here. What else do we have? Yeah, this is good. I'm fine with that. We're using logger.log. Finally, the REST client. We just changed the name of this. All right, so renamed this. Actually, the renaming should have been its own commit entirely, but fine. Renamed create user change name. What did it used to be called? Something stupid. Yeah, change this name to that, and then installed message is defined but never used. Yeah. Thanks, Linter. Installed the unhandled rejection event handler for Bluebird promises. This means that when I don't put in a catch for a promise, it will bubble up all the way to this handler, which will then cause the program to crash. I figured this is a better way of doing things for now because I probably want to catch all promise errors, and this will, I should capitalize it there, I guess, and this will let me find the cases that I've missed. Alright, and this lines added should go down to 22 or 18. Okay, fine. No, that happened actually. Take one quick look at this. Then it's been about 8 hours today, so I think I'm gonna get going. But let me just check. What is my uptime? 7 hours 53 minutes. Yeah, let's push the code. Okay. Well, I actually don't want to shortchange you guys. So let's take a look at the rest of the to-do list. I kind of just plan things out. Like I mentioned this a few times. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm not going to be streaming actually the rest of this week. Tomorrow, I am still planning on doing some work. I probably won't treat it as a full work day. And actually, we just got done with a lot of the stuff I was planning on doing tomorrow. So maybe I won't work tomorrow. I think I need some time off anyway. It's been a pretty crazy 3 months. I think I took like 2 or 3 days off, and a couple of them were because I had back spasms and couldn't work, which really should remind me to be in proper seated posture. All right, but getting back to the point, I'm not going to be streaming the rest of this week. Next week, when I come back, there's still a lot to do. Yeah, maybe I'll work tomorrow, maybe not, but I won't be streaming. Figure out why this can throw an error. That's done. Refactor, make my token bot use promises, change it. Actually, this is a good thing to work on tomorrow, the token bot stuff. That way, I don't disrupt any of the normal chat commands. Refactor, change the name, that's done. What else is there left to do here? Find out if followers have been able to, yeah, that was broken. This, whoa, whoops. This was indeed broken because I had 3 async handlers, the 2 clients and the 2 IRC clients and the database. And I'd removed the database in favor of the REST API that I never added in. That I haven't added in yet. All right. Modify grant pre-beta access in my bot. This should just be a client of the game server, not the REST server. So that's this. This goes up here too. All right. Fix botland, bot, and botlad. So there's that stuff. Do away with pre-beta user interface. Yeah, this is part of that. Probably put this here too. In fact, that goes first. What else do we have? Refactor, add pre-beta user. Yeah. And REST client should probably be different. The client itself shouldn't be aware of any game-specific logic. Did I already handle that? Wait, in REST client? REST client, add pre-beta user? It's not even called that now. It's called... I don't know what it's called. Create user if not exist. Yeah, alright. That has been refactored. Yeah, I'm happy with that. This is fine. That part's no longer true. Read the below and then fix it. Yep, this has to be done still. Test what happens when fetching an account from the game server. Oh, when fetching just takes like 10 seconds. Yeah, that needs to be done. Change connection managers. Yeah, let's do this really fast. We're just going to blanket change Winston to Logger. Okay, and now we test that out. Did it finish building? Yeah, it did. Man, that is so much nicer. I'm probably saving like hours of time off the rest of the development of Botland by doing this. Oh, whoops. I gotta start at the central server. Alright, let's try that out again. So do not validate pre-beta access. So this means I should be able to connect as anybody. Like, let's go to localhost, delete all that stuff. Does not exist. Oh, I closed the client, didn't I? blcl run. There, done. Okay, and then let's try this out. So I'm going to connect as just anyone with any random password. And it did not work. That's not good. That's not good at all. Oh, I know what's going wrong. Alright, well, that's a different thing to fix. I'll fix that right now, and then I'll call it quits, I think. So, changed Winston in the connection. Wait, no, if Winston's not even being used, I can get rid of this thing too. Yeah, that shouldn't be there. Yeah, so change Winston in the connection manager to logger so that it's more generic. Yeah. Okay, great. So here's the problem that I'm running into. The problem is when I connect, if you don't, what's this thing called? Do not validate pre-beta access. We got to search the code for that. It's probably going to refer to a constant. In fact, let's just go take a look. No, it doesn't. So I was wrong about that. But wherever this is taking place, which is right here, connect user if they have a pre-beta account. We return, wait, what? Promise.resolve? This is true, so we wouldn't validate them. This connect dot then initialize socket with player. Okay, something's wrong. Something's like majorly wrong. No, wait. Okay, I definitely connected to the right server. And it said that I connected. It's just this thing that doesn't know that I connected. There's no chat. There's no... Can I deploy bots? No. Yeah, this thing never got alerted. What? Oh, this needs to return true. Oh, whoops. That's all. Alright, problem solved. Oh, thank you, Decatech. Let me go do that. And while we're doing that, we can also test this out. So here we go. Let's reconnect. We'll connect as someone else with a random password. There we go. Now everything's working. Okay, perfect. Problem solved. Let me change this schedule too. This is going to take a long time because I can't pause the video. Nothing will work. Pause. Stop loading the video. It didn't pause. Alright, cool. So edit panel, schedule. So here, let's see, Decatech said 12:18:15 should be 12:28. Aha, thank you. Okay, problem solved. So next up, we got to check this in. Yep, that's it. Just a promise I'll resolve true. So fixed a bug where players couldn't connect when... Geez, this is so hard to do because I've got to come up with exactly the situation where this isn't... Where, yeah, this is set to true. Is set to true. I had forgotten to resolve a promise with a value. Alright, great. Let's push this code so that there's no way that I lose any of that progress. Well, it has been quite a couple of weeks. And for those of you who haven't seen what I'm possibly referring to, if you'll go to bot.land, click YouTube, and then check out the recap videos, you'll see that a lot of the last couple of weeks was DevOps and databases and accounts and all this stuff. And the weeks before that, you'll see, oh, buffs and teams and discrete games and melee and hardware. Like, that stuff's all really cool, and that was game related. And the last almost a month has been backend. And it's a very different sort of stream, I think. But you guys have stuck with it, so thanks for that. And I'm going to get going. So thanks for watching. Have a happy holiday. I'll be back on Monday with the stream. So I'm going to write myself a note to not change title of stream to say that there's no stream until Monday. Yeah, cool. So yeah, take care everyone. Bye. Happy holiday. Have a good weekend. See ya.